Day 3 of the Houston Challenge. All set, underway, ready for action. Ramiz Raja, Andreas Ghost for the MLC Central team. First time we're having a look at the Central in this Houston Challenge. And their opponents, none other than the USA Invitational 11 team, who's 1-1 in this tournament. Beat the MLC East a couple days ago. A look at the squads. The Central team, well, a lot of star-studded names in that 11. Ramiz Raja, Andreas Ghost in the middle. Nitish Kumar, Corey Anderson, the captain. And then the power of Willem Luddick, Zia Shazad. And in terms of that bowling lineup, well, Ali Sheikh, Rusher Joshi, Amila Ponzo, Ehsan Adil. So it will be a challenge for a very strong USA Invitational 11 squad. You can see there the main standouts from the last game, Aaron Jones and Xavier Marshall, both getting runs with the bat. But today they've also got the reinforced Stephen Taylor coming to the team. He's a big part of this team's batting and overall performance on the field. So there you have it, the teams for both in this encounter. The toss won by the USA Invitational 11, opting to bowl first. No surprises. Fresh surface in this Houston Challenge. The first time using the pitch furthest to the left. Just wonder how it will play in terms of bounce, in terms of carry. So for the US Invitational 11, it will be Rusty Theron to open the bowling. So Theron to Ramiz Raja Jr. Raja Jr. will know this venue very well. Would have played for the Houston Hurricanes in the minor league championship. So no stranger, Sushant Modani, Jaskar Malhotra. Pretty packed slip cordon to start for the Invitational 11. Should be a cracking game of cricket we have. What a beautiful venue. First delivery. Here we go. Starts with a wide straight away, Rusty Theron. Peter Della Pena alongside me. Peter, how excited are you for today?
I've never been more excited for a cricket match in Prairie View, Texas in my entire life, Nikhil. April 7th, 2022. This is what it's all about.
Well, edge, but just short of Sushant Modani. At slip. So we're interested to see how this surface plays, especially for these first 10 to 15 overs. It's a brand new surface, Peter. Have you had a chance to look at it?
I had a chance, and I know you had a chance, and it was getting a lot of attention before the match because there's an awful lot of grass on that wicket. So we could see a lot of assistance for the bowlers out there today.
Some sharp bounce. Those are my favorite surfaces, you know, Peter. The ones with the live green grass, something in it, a lot in it for the bowlers, a little challenge for the batters. We don't want to see 350 being scored.
I am mystified why the Australia-South Africa 438 match is considered the greatest ODI of all time by some people, because it was not an even contest. There was nothing in it for the bowlers. Give me the 99 World Cup semifinal any day of the week. We saw Xavier Marshall and Monak Patel get hit on the arm and the gloves and the ribs and a few other places, bruised all over their body. And just 2 deliveries into this match, Ramiz Raja getting hit on the gloves. And he's needing some injury attention from the physio, Asha Mosley.
Ramiz Raja hit early up on the gloves. Stephen Taylor, there he is, Peter, in the USA Invitational 11 squad today. He will be a big boost for them in terms of with both bat and ball.
We know the event has now truly gotten underway now that Stephen Taylor has arrived. All smiles. He's always somebody who's having fun with a wide grin on his face on a cricket field. Whether batting, bowling, fielding, sledging, he does it all.
So interested to see how these two started out for the MLC Central. What I've spent a lot of time in the middle of the last 2 days. Just the one game which only had 8 overs in the contest before it was called off. What that means is now these Central players will be just eager to get out on the park in the middle. So Andres Gauss is definitely very capable at the top of the order. Scores a lot of runs. You look at the T20 tournaments. Been a great pickup for this MLC Central team. What if you had one thing to choose? I know you said it's your favorite ODI game ever, Peter. But if you had one thing that you're really looking forward to seeing, judging the 2 days of cricket that we've had, what would that be?
Have to be more than anything else, getting a chance to see the young talents stand toe-to-toe with the more experienced players. Getting a chance to see the likes of Simon Gamal and Sanjay Krishnamurti bat the way they did yesterday, stand out in really impressive fashion on a tough batting wicket, tough conditions. There were some assistance for the bowlers, and I'd like to see Yasser Muhammad and some of the other young players in this USA 11 see what they can do over the next few days here in Texas. We saw Yasser bowl a very impressive spell of leg spin a couple days ago to shift momentum in the USA victory over the MLC East squad. We know what the likes of Stephen Taylor can do. We know what Xavier Marshall can do. We know what Rusty Tehran can do. We know what Andres Coast can do with shots like that. Pulling Rusty Tehran behind square for a boundary. Excellent shot to end the over. 6 for 1 after 1. But as we take a look at the replay here, you can see him just straying a bit too short on the hips. And Host puts that away. But we know what all those experienced players can do. We don't know an awful lot about how the younger players who are just kind of emerging on the scene, we don't know what they can do necessarily against the established names. We know what Aaron Jones can do. We know what Monak Patel can do. We haven't really seen the youngsters get an opportunity to test and challenge themselves. I'd like to see Yasser Muhammad bowling to Corey Anderson. See that kind of challenge and see how he stands up to facing a player who was a mainstay for New Zealand for many, many years and helped propel them into a World Cup final in 2015.
Yeah, leading that MLC Central team today, Corey Anderson, losing the toss. It's being sent in. A lot of batting to come, though. You look at this MLC Central team. Gauss Raja, but Nitish Kumar, Corey Anderson himself, but then Willem Luddick, Marty Kane, Ali Sheikh, Zia Shazad. So it will be a challenge for this US Invitation 11 to get through this deep batting lineup. Saurabh Netravalkar from the other end. I think he can be really dangerous on this surface. You will get that bit of sideways movement off the seam. It is a fresh surface, that green grass. You see it there early on. Just a bit of movement. Mona Patel, the captain, behind the stumps. The umpires, Martin Imamdar and Rushain Samuels.
You can see Andres Close just coming down the pitch to try and negate that movement that Saurabh Netravalkar usually gets with the new ball. He's taking a few steps down the track. Looks like he might even already be starting out of his crease. So he's just trying to come forward to eliminate that late movement that Saurabh Netravalkar does get, moving the ball both ways.
Bowling over the wicket, Netravalkar to the right-handed Raja. And not only will he be able to swing the ball, but also will get that extra bit of movement off the seam. It is a green surface with some cracks filled with that green grass, a live green grass. So always exciting when you have a brand new surface, Peter.
It's also always exciting when you can tell the difference between 8 and 9, which apparently I can't do in this first over. Yes, it was Ramiz Raja on strike, not Andres Hus. Now Andres is on strike.
Well, Peter, I saw when you were making your evaluation of the surface today, this morning, or before play, you had your phone out. Tell us about that. What were you doing?
I was capturing the moment for Twitter.
When I grew up, I really just want to become as viral as you are on Twitter. You just run cricket Twitter.
I had to capture. I tagged you in, Nikhil, because if it's not on Twitter, it's not on Instagram, then it didn't happen. You know the rules.
Yes, here I see it now. Oh, I'm actually in the picture as well, Peter.
Yeah. Now tell us, what was going through your mind when you were looking at the pitch there, Nikhil?
I said, oh, this is going to be fun. Simple sentence. This will be fun. Just the one run off Netravalkar's over. Even when he's not trying, Peter Delapenant captures great images.
That's a rumor. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Just a rumor.
End of the second over. 7 for none. Peter, well, as we have some time now, early on in early stages in this game. Many people hear the voice. We know that you're traditional American. We also know that you've been around cricket for eons. How did you really start taking images at cricket?
Well, I trained as part of my undergraduate degree and my bachelor's degree in journalism. I took a number of photojournalism courses in photography, and I had all the training, but just didn't really see how it was necessary to put it to use until I really started covering more and more cricket matches. Another top delivery here from Rusty Tehran early on. And what I came to discover, and this may shock many people who are watching this game, you can't believe when you come to an American cricket match, there's no AP Wire photo photographer there. There's no Getty photographer. Where are the Getty photographers? They're not there. So it became pretty obvious if I wasn't taking photos to go along with the reports I was writing. There weren't going to be any photos, period. And some of the earliest matches I was covering, the questions I kept on getting from my editors were, this report is nice, we're glad you covered the match, but were some photos that can go with this? Because otherwise it's just a bunch of words, and no matter how fancy your writing is, people like pictures and videos a hell of a lot more than they like seeing your writing. So, and it just became a matter of practicality. I had the training, I just hadn't been taking my camera with me. Started taking the camera, taking some shots. So it was really born out of necessity more than other things to drive photography. And I get a hell of a lot more requests from players and other people, family members. They all want to see their photos. They need a new Facebook profile pic. They need a new Instagram profile pic. Nobody says, can we take your article and post it as our Instagram or Facebook profile pic, Nikhil?
Oh, got him. The off stump. Rocked back. Rusty Theron strikes early. The Ramiz Raja just seemed to move away on the seam past the outside edge. And a familiar sight for Theron, who got 4 in the first game, continuing right where he left off.
Well, he's got a very interesting Instagram story unfolding this week, Nikhil. 4 wickets a few days ago, and now Rusty knocks back the timber again here to get Ramiz Raja Jr. And we've seen that a number of times on this pitch at good length delivery, sometimes back of the length, good length, just keeping a touch low. And guys who are fresh to the crease, we saw Justin Dill exploit that very effectively yesterday. And here again, Ramiz Raja just kind of caught a little bit flat-footed, poking at the ball. And it just skids a little bit low to knock back that off stump.
Yeah, that was a real peach of a delivery. Anytime it hits the top of off, you know it has to be a good ball. Just seamed away from Ramiz Raja. Had no answer, really. Excellent bowling from Rusty Theron. He's been in some really good touch in these last couple of games. And the pace, I think, is up as well from the last one. I saw him, maybe the Atlanta Open at the end of last year, to now. I think the pace is slightly increased as well.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday in the broadcast, but even though he wasn't playing yesterday, the information that he was sharing with the other bowlers in the pre-match huddle before the West bowlers went out to bowl in the first innings, he got a lot of information in that first match on the wicket, and he was sharing a lot of information, a lot of tips to help them. And you can see he's just using all that experience. He knows what to do on a wicket like this. He's a very clever, very experienced operator. As Nitish Kumar picks off 2 through square leg to get off the mark, that longtime Canada international is now living here in Texas.
Why that switch, Peter? Canada to Texas.
It's all about the Benjamins, Nikhil.
The great Peter Della Pena on your commentary, ladies and gentlemen.
Nikhil went to university in England, went to Loughborough, and as the top ball ends the over, 9 for 1. And it's always been his ambition to be a professional cricketer. He had a central contract with Canada back when they were going to 50-over World Cups. And Canada had the funding from the ICC to be able to put players on central contracts. But when that funding disappeared, he was looking to continue a professional pathway in England. He thought he could maybe do it in county cricket after going to Loughborough and MCC University. But the rules for signing players from associate nations are very rigid. It's a lot easier to sign as an overseas professional and get a visa when you're from a test nation, according to the UK visa restrictions and guidelines. It's not as easy to do it if you're from an associate country, simply because, according to the ECB and the UK Home Office guidelines, they don't consider players from associate countries to be professionals to give them visas as easily as you can get one if you're from South Africa or New Zealand or Australia. And so even though he worked very hard and was really in contention for a professional contract in county cricket, just the visa guidelines wouldn't allow it. There were a couple players in his position. He was one of them. And so very frustratingly, he had to leave the UK, couldn't pursue a county cricket career. But now with the emergence of Major League Cricket, he's got a contract, he's got opportunities here in Texas, and he's trying to maintain that ambition to pursue professional cricket. But instead of doing it in Canada, instead of doing it in the UK, I don't think when Nitish Kumar started his career, Nikhil, he would have dreamed that his professional pathway would have led him to Texas. But here he is today.
Yeah, very interesting story. Would have seen a lot of him when he played for the Leeward Islands. Did well in that regional Super 50 before the pandemic.
Guys, we don't have one camera for now, okay? We've been just put off 2 cameras.
Well, this one cut really well by Andreas Ghost. He's such a good player inside power plays across the formats. Just a run machine, I like to call him.
Sarabnev Javalka, you don't see too many loose deliveries, just a bit short and at his pace. That's why he focuses so much on his accuracy, getting it on good length, because if you drop it short, bowling mid-70s, you're going to get punished. That's just what happened there. Short and enough width on that 5th, 6th stump line for Andres Host to be able to rock back and crunch that past Kareem Agor at backward point.
Going around the wicket now, Sarabnev Javalka trying to go in to the right-handed Andreas Ghost. Yeah, very interesting story though on Nitish Kumar, Peter the Independent, because would have played a lot for Canada. You look at 61 internationals. I think the numbers can be a bit better. Average of only 15, but it's his T20 numbers that's really impressive. 18 matches, an average of 31 and a strike rate of just under 130. So he's really excelled, and I think he's left Canada with a big void now that he's relocated to the US. But the fact that he's got that international experience will help in terms of his game going forward.
You mentioned him playing for the Leeward Islands. This is a very sharp single taken. Stephen Taylor with the direct hit, but the umpire, Martin Inamdar, I don't think he was really in the best position to be able to judge that. He just kind of got in an awkward position trying to avoid Taylor. And
well, Taylor thought he had his man. He soared off. When they look at the replay here,
yeah, he's definitely short. There's no doubt about that, but it's just the umpire, Martin Inamdar, you can see there's 2 or 3 players converging on him, and he's just in a bad position. He's got his back turned. He doesn't have a really good angle to look at the ball. In fact, he's really not looking at the ball, period. So if you're not looking at it, how can you give a decision? You see the bat in the air. He's nowhere close to grounding it. It's a clear run out, but it's just a consequence of the fact that the umpire did not get himself in a good position to be able to see when the ball hit the stumps. So a lucky break there for the MLC Central.
Could it be because, I just want that replay again if we can get it, but could it also be because, Peter, he was obstructed? You could argue that Andreas Ghost, as we end the over, was obstructed. Have a look at it again. Calls for the single straight away. Right here, has to dodge Sarabnev Javalka. Then, yeah, almost runs into Sushant Modani. But he's definitely short of his ground.
Well, whether Sarabnev Javalka obstructed him or not, that has nothing to do with the umpire's decision. And he's just trying to avoid Sushant Modani. I've seen this happen a few times where a player who's rushing in ostensibly for a positive, aggressive purpose to try and be a part of the play almost impacts it by accident in a negative way. And I think if Sushant Modani is not rushing towards the umpire there, Martina Inamdar, I think the umpire is not distracted to the point where he's trying to avoid a collision for himself, and then he's got a better opportunity to just focus on Stephen Taylor fielding the ball and trying to flick it into the stumps. There were so many bodies so close to the stumps there. It was chaos. But it means that Andres Kos survives. Should have been run out for 8. Now he starts 5th over on 9.
Yeah, huge break for Ghost. That would have been a major setback for the Central team had they lost another wicket there. And especially to the run-up mode of dismissal. You don't want to be really risking too many things at this stage, especially given the fact of what we've seen on this venue in the last couple of days. 2 low-scoring encounters. First day, the USA Invitational 11, getting to 250, but restricting that MLC East team to less than 200. And then yesterday, to 195 all out by the MLC East, which was chased down in the end. This will be more runs for Gauss. And it will be 4 as well. Just beat Sormna Chavalka at the boundary. Thought he would have got there pretty easily in the end. But down the hill, quick outfield, gets to the boundary.
You've seen when Rusty Tron is aired, he's aired on the legs early today. It's the second time that Andres Kos has flicked him through the leg side. It happened in the first over, and again, this time 2 full, but 2 straight is the bigger issue. And Aaron Jones, no chance around the square leg umpire to try and cut that off. Easy boundary. Interesting field here right now. Sushan Madani is at a very wide slip. They've taken Jaskran Malhotra. He started with 2 slips with Malhotra, and he's now at mid-wicket. But Sushan Madani, instead of being at an orthodox slip, he's very wide, almost at a second, third slip position. Or you could even argue it's more of a gully position. But he's very, very wide.
So inside the 5th over, Ghost has looked good. That run rate, not a problem either. Over 4 and over. Rusty Toronto has caused a challenge. Really timed that one. Ghost again. But straight to the field. Aaron Jones this time was come a bit finer for that pull shot. Enjoyed this so far though, Peter. The start by both teams. But that's a big controversial talking moment. I wonder if it'll make your Twitter. But I don't know if it was that good. But if it does, I'll look to see it there.
We need to chop up a video or get the camera out to capture the moment. People like seeing the visuals. Long chat here between Rusty Tron and Jesse Singh. Mid-on before this final delivery of the 5th over.
So final delivery inside the 5th over. Gauss will be a wicket that they want. The Invitational team, good short delivery to end the over. And at the end of 5, it is 18 for 1. Just some confusion. No, it's not. Yeah, end of the over. And Peter, we talked a lot about that run out. For those who may now join us, just another chance to see it again. Just waiting for the replay. So that was the end result. Here it is again. Andres Gauss down the ground, called it straight away. I mean, you can see it slow down. Steven Taylor picks up the ball. And he's out by a pretty long way in the end. I just wonder, though, did the Sormna Chavalka and the fact that he had to dodge him, did that play on the umpire's mind, or was he sort of blinded? Taylor couldn't believe it. He caught up straight away and ran away.
No, I don't think Sormna Chavalka's path has anything to do with it. Whether he's there or not, it's up to the batter to run around him, and it's not up to the umpire to give it out or not out based on the path. It's up to USA to appeal or not to appeal. If they appeal and he's short of the crease, that's out. But perhaps maybe Mateen Namdar thought, Stephen Taylor, you showed up late. I'm not going to give somebody out to the late arrivals at this Houston Challenge Series.
Oh, has he got bad on it? They're celebrating. He's gone. Natravalkar does it again on the good length and makes you just fish outside the off stump. Nitish Kumar, another victim of Natravalkar's discipline and consistency.
This is what he does. Former USA captain, just on that foolish length. Nitish Kumar poking away from his body, didn't really get his feet moving, just facing his fourth delivery. And in that fifth stump channel, angling it across the right-hander. That's what that over-the-wicket angle does. The left-arm bowler bowling to right-handers. You just poke at the deliveries that are angled across. He's teased into playing at that. Doesn't really get the feet moving in. Good work by Monak Patel tumbling to his right. So the former captain and the current captain team up for that wicket. And now MLC Central 2 down with Marty Kane, the San Diego Surfer, formerly of New Zealand, comes to the wicket.
Quite early to see Marty Kane. Peter, they were surprised? Ready to see him this early. You still have Corey Anderson, William Luddick, as we mentioned. Marty Kane, I thought he would have come in more at number 5 or 6.
I think Marty is somebody who, yes, we've seen in T20 cricket for USA have that explosive innings against Ireland in December, but he's very flexible. I think just talking to him, he does prefer 50 over cricket because he does like to bat long, so he's just getting an opportunity to get his eye in here and try and stabilize things for this MLC Central unit.
So he's already got a wicket to his tally, Saurabh Natravalkar. 18 for 2. The Central team in some trouble. Losing the toss, asked to bat first. Off the mark straight away, Marty Kane. Is an aggressive scorer. You would have seen him a lot in that Ireland series where he made his USA debut.
It was really out of character, though, for him. What he did in that match against Ireland that was so impressive was he utilized the conditions. We talked ad nauseum about the wind and how to utilize the wind here. Well, he did that very, very expertly in Florida. There was a very, very strong cross breeze blowing from the north side of the ground into the grandstand. And when he took on Mark Adair at the death, he was consistently shuffling well across his stumps to try and utilize the wind, have the wind do most of the work. So when he took Mark Adair apart in that final over, it was basically using the wind. As you can see, Klaus latch onto the short delivery and pull it through wide mid-on. Stephen Taylor can only chase after it in vain. It's a boundary. 4 boundaries so far for Andres Klaus.
Yeah, he just continues to score. Andres Ghost, he will do that as long as he's at this crease. And it is a price to pay for Natravalkar at times because of that slower pace or lack of pace. Does give you time as a batter, but Ghost has made this look like a very different surface compared to what the other batters have shown. Just looked so easy on the eye thus far, and his 19 deliveries already on 17. Always looking for the single, always looking to get off strike. That's what makes him so good, Ghost.
And that's also what makes Marty Kane a good partner, because Marty Kane is a very alert cricketer, and he's also somebody who, like I say, that innings against Ireland was atypical for him. He's somebody who gets the bulk of his runs by quick running between the wickets, just tries to be a very efficient player. He's not necessarily a power hitter, but he's a thinking player. He tries to just manipulate the field, and that's what you really need. I don't think they're going to be looking for a lot of boundaries from Marty Kane. It's more of efficient manipulation of the field, rotating the strike, getting Andres Klaus on strike, because Andres does have the hot hand early here with 4 boundaries. And Marty, like I said, Marty, he used the wind so well in that death over sequence against Mark Adair in Florida. And he's somebody who I would keep an eye on as somebody who will be utilizing the wind. We can see it blowing again towards the highway end today.
Yeah, well, yesterday, Peter, we had a very strong wind. People laughed at me back at the hotel when they said that it was almost like a tornado. But I can tell you, I never felt anything like that strong gusts before. You're used to these atmospheric conditions here in the United States.
Been through a few hurricanes. I've never been through a tornado, but I've been through a few hurricanes on the East Coast. And it was blowing stiff. It blows stiff regularly here in Prairie View. That's why they call it the prairie. You get these prairie winds that whip through. You don't have much protection on one side of the ground. As the dot ball ends the over, 24 for 2 after 6. But yeah, you get the wind whipping up, and you don't have that stadium protection. Even talking to the former first-class South African players who are part of Major League Cricket squads here, asking them about how they feel playing here, and they said they've never experienced anything like this because they're used to playing in stadium settings in South Africa where you've got the enclosed grandstands that blocks off the wind, and they've had a very difficult adjustment trying to get used to the wind because this is not something you would expect in a stadium setting. You've got wide open land here, and that presents very, very, very unique conditions for the bowlers and the batters. So even when you got guys as experienced as Corey Anderson and Carmine LaRue,
Well, fired in. But equal to the task is Andres Ghost. The longer he stays at the crease, you think the more concern will set in for this Invitational 11. This guy's just continue to score. Batting on a different track. Too full from Rusty Theron. Looking for that Yorker. And just a small clip of the legs. Easy boundary. He scored a lot in that area behind square leg.
Rusty's just got to correct his line. He's gone too straight a number of times now to Andres Ghost. And he's just got to correct that line. You can see the wind blowing basically into the legs. It's blowing towards the highway end, so it's Rusty's got the wind at his back, but the wind is blowing kind of at an angle into Andres Ghost's body and towards the highway end. So he's just got to get that ball starting at about 5th, 6th thumb so it can tail back in naturally with the wind. That's how he bowled Ramiz Raja, and that's what he needs to do just to correct this line here to Andres Ghost. It's much better.
Yeah, much better length as well. You think you want to be sort of searching on that medium length, that good length. Even back of the length, I think Theron with his pace, it's going to be very hard to take on that short delivery. What have you made of the surface so far in the opening 6 overs?
Well, ever since that one delivery hit Ramiz Raja in the gloves in the first over, it's played much truer than it had in the last few days. You know, it's also obviously that delivery that skidded a touch low at bowled Ramiz Raja, but in general, we haven't seen the kind of consistent punishment absorbed by the batters like we saw Manak Patel and Xavier Marshall have to absorb. And how impressive were those two grinding their way through that very testing period of medium pace to get USA to a defendable total a few days ago.
Just leaves that one outside the off stump. I want to have a look at Rusty Theron's run-up. Seems to be stuttering a bit. Not the usual fluent to the crease.
Well, that was another thing I talked to some of these players about yesterday, the guys who weren't playing and even some of the ones who were fielding on the boundary and were open for a chat, that if you're a bowler, the impact that the wind has on your run-up, whether it's the wind at your back or running into the wind.
Well, look at that bounce. Immense bounce. Goes all the way for 4. So it'll be 5 wides. and tries a short delivery, but just way too high.
And again, it's the wind at his back, so he dug it in short for sure, but you get it that short, and with the wind blowing the way it is, you can see it's blowing some of the advertising out of place on the highway side of the ground. That's how strong the wind is. And that ball had no chance whatsoever from Monak Patel, the USA wicketkeeper captain, to try and save it.
So that helps the scoring rate a lot. It goes up to close to 5 and over.
You were talking to Keel, though, about the run-ups. Rusty, when I was asking him, he said, obviously, everybody, if you're a bowler, their preference, you don't want to be running into the wind because you feel like you have to battle through it, and that can really disrupt your run-up and lead to no balls and oversteps because you're pushing too hard. He's got the wind at his back, and he said sometimes when you got the wind at your back, you can also lose your rhythm because you're easing off. You're not in a natural stride. You're trying to maybe go a touch slower. You don't have to fight as hard. You don't have to work as hard. But similarly, you're not quite in the natural rhythm because you're not quite sure how much the wind is helping you. Do you keep running at a normal pace? Do you ease off a little bit? And so it can lead at times, like you said, Nikhil, to a disjointed run-up. And that's, again, another way the wind is impacting conditions here in Prairie View.
Well, more runs down to the covers, and it will be 4 more of them. So the runs flowing at ease for Andreas Gauss. Another boundary, a great way to end the over. Set through the covers, ready through the onside, down to the boundary. Just another flick, so strong on the leg side. They keep bowling very straight at him. That's a big over for the the MLC Central team. 13 runs come from it.
Well, 6 boundaries for Andres Kos, and 5 of them have come through the leg side. It's just that one short delivery that he cut Saurabh Netravalkar, but otherwise he's been hammering the ball, peppering the leg side boundary, and that just shows how the USA opening pace duo of Rusty Sharan and Saurabh Netravalkar, they've just struggled a little bit getting the right line with the wind, and with all those troubles with the pace bowlers, they've had a change of tactic here. Is now Stephen Taylor, fresh off the airplane, and into the squad, and now into the bowling attack here in the power play with Marty Kane on strike. So Monak Patel is thinking things through strategically, knows he's got a left-hander on strike to start an over, and it's opened the door for him to bring on Stephen Taylor's off-spin to try and spin the ball away, try and produce an edge. He's got Jasker and Malhotra at slip, and Kareem Agor at short extra cover. And this is where Stephen Taylor is so good, bowling to those left-handers. He does get sharp bounce with his height, delivers it from a high arm angle, and he does get a good rip on the ball as well.
So the off-spin of Stephen Taylor will come into the attack. I just wonder, though, is it because you've got the left-handed Marty Kane on strike? Because Stephen Taylor so early. Didn't expect him to bowl with that new ball, just 7 overs in. Interesting to see, though, if this surface does grip.
This is something that he has done a lot through his career, whether when he was captain, when Saurabh Netravalkar was captain, now when Monak Patel is captain. He does bowl so well to left-handers, gets an awful lot of wickets, as you would expect, an off-spinner turn the ball away. And this is an opportunity that Monak Patel wants to capitalize on, get that left-hander on strike, and right away bring Stephen Taylor on.
He does have that slip in place, Stephen Taylor. Very full, very quick through the air as well.
He's always very awkward to face because he does bowl it quick, but just when you think he might get a chance to come down the track, it just dips very sharply because he's got that high arm angle.
So it started with 5 dots, much improved since the last over. Another good delivery to end by Taylor. So starts with a maiden. And at the end of 8:37 for 2, Andrews goes definitely the wicket that they want to get. Almost chops it on Marty Kane. Bit fortunate.
It's just the slightest bit of pressure. That's what'll happen. You haven't really seen too many dot balls strung together by the USA bowling lineup, but all of a sudden, 5 in a row by Stephen Taylor, ever so slightly builds up some pressure, and it forces Marty Kane into a false shot, but he's able to get away with it. And after leaking some boundaries in the previous over, Rusty Tron is out of the attack. Bowled the 4 overs, and it means Saurabh Netravalkar is just going to be switching ends. So instead of bowling into the wind, Saurabh's going to be bowling with the wind at his back. And he's got that wind blowing from left to right. Oh, he's going to be angling the ball into the right-hander Andres House. He's coming around the wicket, and that wind is going to aid that angle to drift the ball in.
Well, this was something we saw from Wanat Patel in the first game of this Houston Challenge. He was happy to rotate the ends for his seamers, Jasdeep Singh, Saurabh Netravalkar, and Rusty Tharon. Adds another dimension now with Stephen Taylor and his new ball abilities. Adds really another component to the attack.
Beautiful angle. Again, that's just the difficulty that's being posed, not just coming around the wicket, but with the wind kind of shaping the ball in, helping it to shape in. And that's what's posing difficulty here for Andres Kos facing Saurabh Netravalkar. Andres Kos is based up in Seattle. He's a former franchise teammate with Shadley Van Skalkvik. And the two of them are based up in Seattle with Harmeet Singh, doing some coaching as well as coaching at the Major League Cricket Academy up there in Seattle. And they're trying to develop a new turf wicket facility in Marymore Park. Should be a great addition to the venues all around the USA.
Almost crashing into the pad. Bats gets down there in the end. Good day around sport. The Masters starting, as you would know. But really and truly, a fantastic day for cricket here in the Prairie View Cricket Complex. PV5.
Now, Tiger Woods, 45-1 odds to win the Masters. He's a 2-3 favorite to not even make the cut. So many people didn't even think he would be able to walk the fairway for 18 holes, Nikhil, with that catastrophic injuries and surgeries he had trying to recover from that car accident. Can you even believe that Tiger is back in shape to be able to be on the first tee this morning?
Well, he's the greatest of all time for a reason. So, no, I'm not really surprised. Expect great things from the great man. 5 dots in this over. The last 2 overs, they've really pulled things back, the US Invitational team. And it will be consecutive maidens. So, good bowling from the Invitational 11. Looking to continue to build that pressure. 9 overs gone, 37 for 2.
Now, the fascinating thing for me, again, 45-1 to win the Masters on your betting site du jour, if you're into that kind of thing. But he's what we would say in the American betting terms, minus 133, which means you need to bet 133 to win 100. to not make the cut. Now, so that means he's more of a favorite to not make the cut than to make the cut. If you bet him to make the cut, it's $100. You win $100 back. Tiger Woods has never missed the cut in the Masters, Nikhil. And yet the odds makers, they think this will be the time it happens. They've got him as the favorite to not make the cut. No respect for Tiger Woods, Nikhil. What's going on with that?
I have no idea, Peter. That's why I'm doing cricket, not golf. But what I do know is that smart tactic from Monak Patel, using Stephen Taylor just the one over out of the attack straight away to get Jasdeep Singh to bowl from this end. But I just wonder, though, Taylor did look threatening, especially to Marty Kane, the left-hander in that solitary over. Could he possibly been given another couple of overs before Jasdeep Singh is in?
Well, with the pressure building, I don't know why he's been taken off here. You've got 12 straight dot balls, back-to-back maintenance by Taylor and Netravalka. I would have kept him on. Jesse Singh can be a wicket taker, but he's also somebody who tends to be expensive. He will bowl that one loose delivery and over. So Monarch searching for wickets, but it's a double-edged sword. Jesse can be expensive if he doesn't get that wicket ball right.
But he's on the money for the first two deliveries. Very straight at Andreas goes, but you want to be careful. Anything outside of that sort of pad, that front pad, he will play at. They do have the deep backward skirt on the boundary for that flick that he plays so well. Ghost. Able to get off strike. But this Prairie View weather really tricking me yesterday. Very windy this morning, very cold.
Well, you can see most of the USA players have long sleeves on. I think the only one who doesn't is Monang Patel. Aaron Jones has got a full sweatshirt on.
Well, down the leg side, I think he got bad on it as well. So runs given just out of the reach of the wicketkeeper, Monang Patel. Try to get a glove on it.
Well, this is what I'm talking about with Jesse Singh, though. He does pull that one deuce delivery and over that you can count on. And that time just gets it too short on the hips. Too easy for Marty Kane to get his first boundary.
It really went at that hard, Marty Kane. From the time he picked up the length and the line really being outside the leg stump, knew there was little risk involved. And got it well enough to go past Monang Patel, so... One delivery remaining in this over. Already got a boundary. USA will be searching for that third wicket. Flicked, but wide of that man at the boundary. Just be one to end the over. At the end of the first 10, the MLC Central, I think they'll be relatively happy with this position because Andreas goes 26 from 33, 42 for 2.
You've seen Rusty Tehran, now that he's finished his first spell, he's come off the field for his substitute field, and that was Vatsal Vagela, who's down there at deep fine leg doing the fielding to keep that ball just to one run on the boundary. Officially, Vatsal Vagela is listed as a substitute today, but the teams can play 12, bat 11, bowl 11 according to the agreed conditions, which, depending on the day, can be flexed at the innings break, or maybe 10 overs into the chase, or 20 overs into the chase. So we'll see what happens today. overarching reason for these games, of course, is to develop and give these players exposure. So it doesn't have to be a strict 11 and 11 as Mateen and Namdar. The umpire is getting some help from Justin Gill. Some eye drops. I'm not sure if there's a contact lens issue or if there's something else that's causing a problem. But Mateen Namdar looks like he's got to come off the field here, and it means Jermaine Lindo is going to be pressed into action. He's earning that paycheck. Thought he was going to have his legs up today as the third umpire, but now he's being pressed into duty. As we see Asha Mosley, the physio, come out as well to try and assist Mateen and Namdar.
Yeah, very rare, but it does happen sometimes. We know injuries can occur to the umpire. So substitute umpire on, Jermaine Lindo. No easy days. No days off, as the saying goes.
That's just going to be extra fodder for the coaches to say, hey, if the umpires can be subbed out, then we can get bowlers and batters subbed in and out too. Roshane Samuels is still okay, though. He's standing at the forest end. So now it's Roshane Samuels and Jermaine Lindo. Both originally from Jamaica, but Roshane now based in Atlanta. And Jermaine Lindo. Where is Jermaine based? He used to be in Virginia now, and then I think he's switched to Atlanta.
Atlanta, yeah. Jermaine Lindo, but a lot of experience in the Caribbean as well. Would have done CPL, a lot of first-class cricket. A loud appeal. Lindo straight away into the decision. Sorry, that's Roshane Samuels, but had to make a call there, Samuels. Here's a look at it again, Peter. Put on your umpire's cap.
I think that's a good decision. Just straying down the leg side. Just a bit too much going onto the legs. But you could see why Sarvnesh Avalka got excited there.
Yeah, Hat is operating on that very straight line. Xavier Marshall, still very young, throwing himself down to the boundary.
And even on that fielding effort, you can see the wind affecting Xavier Marshall. Started to attack the ball initially and wound up taking a very poor angle to the ball because the wind really rushed the ball to him a lot quicker than he anticipated. And so then he had to kind of circle around and adjust and slide. And that allowed Marty Kane to come back for a second run.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Marty Kane plays in this situation. Usually someone that likes to go after the bowling, likes to find the boundary consistently. But today, in at 4, sort of had to change his playing style and his role because it's a 50-over encounter, so a lot of time left. Still 39 overs after this to bat, so has to show a bit more control, less risk. But he's really known for finishing innings. And just as I say that, he slaps this one through covers. Won't get to the boundary. But he will come out for 2.
The Kane gang will be liking that. He's got a following back in Nelson in New Zealand, as well as in Southern California. His wife is there, and the in-laws in Missouri. His wife is American, which is a very in vogue thing nowadays in American cricket. We've got Liam Plunkett, Corey Anderson, Marty Kane, Shehan Jayasriya, all married to American wives. Yeah, it's not Josh Dascom yet, as we can hear in the background. Josh, who's active in minor league cricket in the Bay Area and helping out here with operations as part of this Major League Cricket Challenge Series.
Well, just spooned up in the air off the leading edge. And the Invitational 11 have got another, just when you thought another partnership was building. Noshas Kanjige takes an easy catch at point. And Marty Kane, he can't believe it. He's got to go.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but again, it's the wind coming into play. It's just creating awkward angles for the bowlers and the batters here. And that time Marty Kane thought that one was coming into the pads, but the wind is blowing towards the offside. You can see how angry Marty Kane is. He was seeing the ball well. He had spent 5 overs at the crease.
And if you already know Marty Kane, Peter, you'll never think that he can get this mad. But it shows you how much he likes to be in the middle, how much he loves his cricket. Just disgusted. And as you mentioned, the Kane train, you brought the wicket.
Well, it's just a good delivery. Saurabh Netravalkar, previous delivery, got punched through the cover, so he overpitched it. This time just drags the length back ever so slightly, and Marty Kane just threw the shot a touch early, trying to flick that into the leg side, and it just spoons the leading edge up to cover where Noshas Kanjige, who's an exceptional fielder under most circumstances, and there's no way he's going to drop a dolly ballooning up to him at chest height. And it means one left-hander replaces another. You called for it earlier, Nikhil. Corey Anderson, the MLC Central captain, who's one former New Zealand pro, replaces another as well.
So the captain walks to the crease at number 5. A lot of work to be done by him. I think we'll relish the opportunity to spend this time in the middle. But the Invitational 11, credit to them, because that partnership was developing nicely. They fought their way back.
This is a bit fascinating here. So Stephen Taylor was taken off for 1 over, even though Marty Kane was on strike. And now with the right-hander on strike, Taylor comes straight back into the attack. I think they're maybe looking to possibly concede a single because they want Taylor to attack Corey Anderson straight away. I think that's the mode here. I don't think they're looking for dot balls to Andres Schos, who hasn't faced a ball in the last 2 overs and has only faced 6 deliveries in the last 4 overs. So he's gone a bit cold at the non-strikers end.
Well, I mentioned that partnership. 28 it was between Marty Kane and Andres Schos. But another good start for both of them, and broken by that man again, Saurabh Netravalkar. First runs conceded off Stephen Taylor after 8 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think USA, they're not going to mind that. I think this is why Stephen Taylor was brought on. Corey Anderson fresh to the crease. They want him to try and attack the left-hander fresh to the crease.
So he will face his first delivery, the captain. I'm not surprised to see Monak Patel go straight to Stephen Taylor, based on the fact that Corey Anderson, the left-handers, also walked out. They'll just drop something, Stephen Taylor. What could he have possibly dropped there? Starts well The one thing I love to see Stephen Taylor when he bowls, Peter, is the reaction after every ball. He thinks every ball will be a wicket. Just adjusting, making sure he's got the right field set. See, again, always in the game, Taylor.
Got an awful lot of left-handers in the field. We're all very active. Vatsal Vagila, Nastish Kenjigay, Kareem Magor doing the fielding there.
Just beats Kareem Agor for a single. So they are rotating the strike well. These two. So end of the first over of Taylor's second spell. After 12, 49 for 3. Well, a quick look at how things have unfolded so far. Ramiz Raja went early. Andreas Ghost still there. Usually does score very quickly. They have also lost Nitish Kumar and Marty Kane. So, work to be done. Rebuilding work to be done. And in terms of the bowler, you can see that Rusty Theron was good, but a bit expensive. Saurabh Chavalka. Now out of the attack, just the 5 overs from him, but has 2 wickets to go with it as well. So Jassi Singh will bowl his second.
And Jesse's got the field to bowl short. He's got a cover sweeper, deep square leg, deep final leg, and a deep third man, and plays mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. So he's got the wind at his back. Be expecting him to bowl short. If he gets it too full, he's going to be punished severely here.
Yeah, again on that good length. And I know it's just from seeing Coach Kevin Darlington, former Guyanese seamer, the assistant coach of this USA Invitational 11, always speaks about hitting that good length. Tries to instill it.
Hard lengths, hard lengths. You hear Darlow shout, hard lengths, hard lengths. Constant rallying cry from the bench from Darlow. See already that field placement. No surprise. Back of the length, back of the length. You can expect him to keep going short as long as he's got that field set. So he's content to give away the single into the offside. That's where he's got protection at the sweeper boundary. Doesn't have that protection full. So now Corey Anderson comes on strike. Got one extra fielder in the ring with Corey Anderson still relatively new to the crease. So they've taken that cover sweeper in for Anderson on the offside to the left-hander. You still got a deep square leg who's about 10 yards in from the rope because the wind is blowing towards the offside. So if he chips it in the air, the wind is going to hold it in play. That's why Sudarshan Madani is cheating in 10 yards. He's also got a deep final leg and a deep third man in place.
Yeah, tucks him up. Keeps him very quiet on that length. Hard to find that consistently, those, especially at the start of your spell. That clearly is the optimum length. Just a game about patience on international cricket. Just who panics first. And so far, Ghost has looked really calm at the crease.
Now you can see again how powerful the wind is here. Zing bales, as heavy as they are, they've been blown off. So Jermaine Lindo has got to run over to try and reset them along with Corey Anderson. And if you're just tuning in today, you missed it yesterday. That happened quite a number of times yesterday. Just highlights how strong and how brisk the wind is here in Prairie View. If they can knock the zing bales off, that's how you know you're dealing with some heavy, heavy winds and breezes here in Texas.
Down to fine leg, just be a 1. Xavier Marshall, very good fielder. Usually a boundary rider for this USA team. So Jasdeep Singh, just the 2 runs, conceded, has to close out the over well. Well, head coach Arjun Jagadish doing his laps early morning. Come back for another 2.
Excellent work there by Vatsal Bagila on the boundary, hustling. The youngster saves 2 runs out there. Good work.
Head coach Arjun Jagadish, Peter, always on the boundary, always animated, looking to rally his teammates on. It's not his teammates, sorry, his team. Sorry, Jagadish Arun Kumar. I've heard so many different names for him, Peter. Jack, Jagadish, Arun Kumar.
When I called him Arun Kumar, he said, "That's my father's name." He said, "People call me Jack. I'm Jack. J. Arun Kumar." Jack is what he goes by. He's always got a smile on his face. And I asked this yesterday. Was the gym closed early last night? He's getting his workout in. Umang Chand yesterday was doing push-ups throughout the early overs. And now Jack is getting his workout in here. The gym closed late and opens late here in the Grand Tuscany, Nikhil. Why are these guys saving their workouts for the cricket field? Are they just trying to do double workouts? One at the hotel and one at the ground?
Make the most of the time, maybe. Really good stop from Stephen Taylor. Just love how hard he plays the game. Always in the game. Taylor, when he's bowling, batting, fielding, from a leadership perspective. Done well, though, to keep Ghost quiet. He was a runner ball at one stage. 26. Kept him pretty quiet so far. Will be more runs past the keeper Mona Patel. Come out for 2. Was that a missed chance, Peter?
Looks like it to me. Aaron Jones at slip. You usually do not see Aaron Jones in at slip. It's not a position he's accustomed to staying in. And I think there was a slight deflection off of Monank. The signal was buys, but there was definitely a redirection. Not sure if it was just off of Monank's gloves past Aaron Jones or if there was a genuine edge there. It's given officially as buys, though, by Jermaine Lindo.
Never easy when it comes off the glove. So not long away from the drinks break. Trying to get the cameras up and ready for you. Much slower in velocity, that one from Stephen Taylor. And it will end the 14th over and bring drinks. So 57 for 3. First break of the day. And you have to think, Peter Della Penna, the USA Invitational 11 may be the happier of the two teams. taking 3 wickets inside the first phase.
100% Nikhil. It's not just the 3 wickets, but it's who they've gotten out. Ramiz Raja Jr., Nitish Kumar, and Marty Kane. 3 quality players, and it's allowed USA to keep the pressure on. So Corey Anderson, fresh to the crease, and Andres Kos, who's been there for a while, now on 32. They've got an awful lot of work still left to do to continue to drag this innings out, get to a defendable total. They still got Willem Ludick, Ali Sheikh in the batting lineup, so there's still some firepower in there if they can get a good partnership going to build a bridge to later in the innings. But you can see it there, 57 for 3 after 14 at the drinks break. Take a short break on the commentary before play resumes. You're watching live coverage of the MLC Houston Challenge Series from Prairie View Cricket Complex on the MLC Cricket Network.
So welcome back after the drinks interval. 14 overs down, 57 for 3. Changing commentary. Josh Das come alongside me. Josh, interesting passage of play so far. Andrew Scose carrying the hopes of the MLC Central team.
Absolutely, Nikhil. Great to be here for another day at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, home of the Houston Hurricanes. And I think that honours have certainly gone to the USA team through that first hour. 3 wickets, but as you mentioned, 2 very experienced campaigners at the crease now for MLC Central, and they'll be looking to consolidate and build to what they'll hope to be a defendable total.
Another look at that variable bounce. Andrews goes struck on the hand. I've seen that a couple of times throughout these 3 days. Slightly up and down. But a long way to go in this one. 26 overs. Sorry, 36 overs really remaining. Plenty of time to bat. They've got that platform. Good run rate. Just over 4 and over. And how important, Josh, is Andrews goes to the Central and sort of their first innings display?
Yeah, look, now that he's got himself off to a start, I think it's important that he goes on and cashes in here and makes a big score himself, and that'll be a key to the Central team building a defendable total. We've seen over the past couple of days a lot of batsmen get to this 40, 50 ball mark, get themselves to 30, and then find a way to get out.
So Jasdeep Singh continuing. Do have the option of Vatsa Vaikela. Here's another look at that variable bounce. You see there, Josh, a pretty full delivery when you look at the on a good length, not very short, but Ghost had to really adjust.
Without a doubt, Nikhil.
But in the air, but doesn't carry to Aaron Jones.
What I've liked from Andre's house so far is his ability to play each ball on its merits. He's got himself off to a start, but still respecting the good ball. With 35 overs left to go in this innings, 210 deliveries. There's a lot of time for Andres to bat here. He doesn't need to be in any rush to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Just needs to play each ball on its merits here. And that'll be the key for him converting the start into a big score.
Those bills continue to fly off. Ghost has already been composed though in this innings. Very limited risks involved. Anything down the leg side, he's pounced on. But recognizing the situation, one of the very few players across these 2 days that have really batted like this is a 50-over contest, because you've really got so much time, especially opening the batting. The full 50 overs at your disposal. That's 300 balls.
Yeah, spot on, Nikhil. And I think that's something that, with the volume of this cricket, with the large majority of the cricket being played in this country being the T20 format, I think that's what we've seen over the past few days contribute to a lot of the starts that have been made by the top 6 of each side not being converted to a big score. As that brings us to the end of the 15. MLC Central, 3 for 58.
So 3 for 58, Josh Dascombe says. Stephen Taylor. Is that Josh? I can't believe you already said that, honestly. This is not Melbourne.
Grown up listening to the sultry tones of Richie Benno and Tony Gregg and Bill Laurie and the boys. So Billy Birmingham as well, Peter. Thank you for bringing that up. It's Taylor in and bowls to Anderson.
I expect him, though, Stephen Taylor, probably to go through the majority of his spell at this stage, through the middle. Just so well at getting through the overs quickly, creating that pressure.
Absolutely, and particularly with Corey Anderson so early into his innings as well. I think it's a great opportunity to get the off-spinner into the attack, sneak through a few overs, and before we know it, we're into the middle overs of the innings. So I think astute captaincy here from Manunk.
And I just wonder when, Josh, we see those left-arm spinners into the attack too, into the USA Invitational 11 team today. Not just Ken Chige as well as Kareem Agor.
I think the key factor at play at the moment is the presence of the left-hander at the crease, particularly with the power that we know Corey Anderson does have. He plays that one to cover.
Yeah, got a bit of awkward bounce. Kareem Agor did really well. So just keep that to a dot. This time, though, gets it fine enough. But races to the boundaries. Xavier Marshall had to pull out the slide. Didn't expect to get that here that quickly, Josh. Shows how quick this outfield really is.
No, right you are. And that one's actually just done Karima. He was anticipating that one. As he saw the length of that one short, he started to cover to his right, but a little bit of a lack of pace in this wicket. Anderson's managed to get that one through wide mid-off and scurries back for 2.
With that experience, Corey Anderson will bat the situation well. As we said, tons of time. Interesting move to send Marty Kane at 4 ahead of someone like Corey Anderson, even a Willem Luddick scheduled to come in next. Well, oh, what a catch that is!
It.
One-handed, plucked out of the air by Jasdeep Singh. Josh, that's a sensational catch and a great moment for the US Invitational 11 because they've gotten the critical wicket of Andreas Gauss.
Spot on there, Nikhil. That's one looks like it's just held up in the surface a little bit. Popped and he's hit the splice. And Jasdeep Singh in his follow-through throws the mid out, and that one sticks. And all of a sudden, MLC Central in a bit of trouble here. 64 for 4.
Really a huge wicket. Caught on ball, Jasdeep Singh. But after all the hard work, Andreas goes yet another start we see wasted. What a catch this was, though. Look at it on a slow motion replay.
Just after he's done Savannah. Oh. Won't have a look at it quite that time, Nikhil. Might have another look at that one in a second. As Willem Luddick strikes the crease. A right-hander based in Houston. And from South Africa via New Zealand.
Jasdeep Singh into the wickets as well. And that would have been the wicket that they wanted. So a lot of work still to be done.
Here, we'll have a look at it here. It's just caught the inside half of the bat there. And one hand. Plucks the hand out. Takes the catch.
Yeah, Ghost couldn't believe it.
And I like this move from the captain as well. New batsman at the crease. Slipped in place. And I think they sense an opportunity here, Nikhil, with the Centrals reeling at 63 for 4.
Well, Willem Luddick, another one of those players that do play for the Houston Hurricanes. So this will be his home territory. They play tons of cricket, not only in the minor league, but local cricket, practice, and many other modes of the game on this very pitch at PV5. So he was actually the one I went to this morning to actually find out about this surface. He's seen it all here at the Prairie Cricket Complex.
Oh, and that one looks to have just shot through the top a little bit. After the one that we saw account for Andreas Gauss. Holding up a little bit in the wicket. Catching the inside half of the bat. And as you mentioned, beautiful catch from Jasdeep Singh.
Gets this one. Wow, hits Sushant Madani very hard. You get that awkward bounce in this outfield. Does really well in the end, though. No fielder on the cover boundary, so just kept it to a dot delivery. See the sharp bounce. That got, luckily didn't get hit in the face, Madani. Yeah, has been good. Sorry, on that straighter line, Jasdeep Singh.
And Nikhil, we were just talking about the depth in the MLC Central batting lineup. And with with us only a third of the way through this one, it'll be up to Corey Anderson, Willem Ludick and Zia Shazad for the rebuild here. Ludick plays this one, fielded by Gore at backward point. And that brings us to the end of the 17th. A wicket maiden from Singh. MLC Central, 63 for 4.
So Josh, which one is it? 4 for 63 or 63 for 4? Or is it whichever one comes to mind? I guess as a, dual member of both countries, you can just use them freely.
It's 63 for 4 based on where we're sitting here in beautiful Houston, Texas, Nikhil. And yes, it's Taylor into his 5th now.
Yeah, Corey Anderson's done this well in terms of just rotate the strike. And now with that wicket of Andrew Scouts, we think he will have to take on the lead, be that main scorer. But they've already lost 4 wickets inside the first 17 overs. Not ideal in a 50-over game.
That's right. As we see Ludick face spin for the first time tonight. Punches that one down to long on for just a single. And I think that's going to be the key over the next 10 to 20 overs, Nikhil, with the Central already having lost their top 4 batters. It's going to be up to these guys to knock the ball around, hit the sweepers, and constantly rotate the strike as we've seen through the first 4 balls of this over.
Oh, they do have a lot of batting to come. Ali Sheikh, one of the younger players on this team, one of those under 21 MLC players, very capable with the bat in hands. Zia Shazad, that bowling all-rounder, can bowl leg spin, cut delivery from Stephen Taylor. So definitely a deep batting lineup. Calvin Savage can do his thing as well.
Absolutely right there. And we saw Zia Shazad at number 4 for the Golden State Grizzlies last year. As a rare loose one there from Taylor. Punch down to long off for just a single.
Well, yeah, expect, Josh, that the bulk of the scoring probably needs to be done by these two. End of 18, 67 for 4.
Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Prairie View, Texas. As we see Jesse Singh in, bowls to Ludick.
So, Josh, as one of the minds behind this Houston challenge, what have you made of the first 2.5 days so far of the tournament? I assume, it would have been about getting players that extra bit of practice and match practice. How has that gone thus far?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to have really some of the best cricketers here in the country, here in Texas, and playing a series of competitive matches over the next couple of days. There's a lot of cricket ahead for the USA national team this year. There's their first assignment in just over a month's time, taking on Scotland and the UAE in an ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 event, followed shortly thereafter by another series, also held in the US, involving Oman and Nepal. So a really great opportunity for them to get some match practice in, and then obviously for the various major league cricketers based around the country, a rare opportunity to get a nice consistent period of time on some turf wickets in some good weather to play some of the best opposition that are around in the country.
That's spot on. I think they'll be looking the USA team with a very important year ahead. Not only those two series, but even the World Cup qualifiers.
Yes, they'll be off to Zimbabwe in early July to take part in the global qualifiers ahead of the T20 World Cup later this year, as Ludic pounces on a back of a length delivery there. And that one goes through square leg for 4. Moves along to 6.
Because of those long levers, Ludwig's just so good on the pull. Anything short has the ability to pick it up so quickly, which allows him to get in position like he did there. With no sweep on the boundary. Easy in the end.
I was about to say that one would have thudded into the pickets, Nikhil, but no white picket fence here yet at Prairie View 5, so Vasil Vahela heads down into the marsh and retrieves that one. That one played off his hip, and Malhotra will pick that one up at fine leg. The score moves along to 72 for 4.
And if you are joining us on the YouTube mode, do join us in the live chat. Just tell us where you're watching from, as well as how much you're enjoying this Houston Challenge. Still a lot of cricket to be played. Games coming to you all the way up until Sunday. We close off this event with 2 T20s on Sunday, so chance for these players to be challenged across the 2 formats. Fantastic initiative by MLC. End of 19, 72 for 4.
And thanks for joining us here on the MLC Network as we see the MLC Central team take on the USA Cricket Invitational 11. 19 overs into this one, Nikhil. What have you made from it so far?
I think definitely the US Invitational 11 on top of things at this point. Taking those 4 wickets inside 20 overs. Never good for a team batting first, but it is a pretty tricky surface. I think the wicket of Andreas Gauss so critical to this batting display. And they'll be looking now to rebuild with these two, both facing 15 deliveries apiece. So both getting starts, but the key will be to kick on. Really good.
First time we see Ludic really open up those shoulders today. Looking to hit that one into the gap here at wide long on towards the commentary position. And well fielded by Gore. No run.
Oh, just Stephen Taylor. It's going about his work so well. That one didn't spin.
That one there, yeah. Just kisses on and carries on with the arm, beats the outside edge. It's beautifully bowled.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to point out in terms of this US Invitation 11, they're always good in the field. Not just Kenjige, Kareem Agor, 2 of the best in associate cricket. They've got some others as well. That one going down leg.
That's right, and I think that's a point that's often overlooked, but in terms of the quality of the... Oh, that one. Was that a chance? We'll have a look at that one as we come back. MLC Central, 72 for 4.
Here it was. Stephen Taylor down the leg side and look to play that ramp. William Ludwig. And may have just been a very low on him. And just as I mentioned how good of a fielding unit they are, catch goes down.
I think that one may have just fallen short. Nevertheless, another maiden from Taylor there. Very Misley only conceded 14 through his 6 overs so far. And for the first time today, we'll see some left arm spin. Noshush Kenjige into the attack.
So it will be the left arm spin of Kenjige. So spin from both ends. Overs in, 30 remain, tons of time. But it's just that wickets column that will be the problem. 2 quick wickets here from the Invitational 11 really sets this back even more for the MLC Central team.
Anderson definitely paddles that one around the corner, and that one's running away. He's going to get 4 for that. And I think, Nikhil, that's what really, particularly in limited overs cricket, defines a good player of spin is someone who's able to manipulate the field around using their deft touch and power to get the fielders into the positions that they want them. And that move there, whilst he's collected 4, may have been more about potentially moving a fielder from somewhere else in the field to cover that gap and open up the rest of the field. So we'll see. And just like that, we see Slip come out. So it's taken 1 ball and Slip's dropped out. And we now see Taylor move to the 45-degree position where that ball has just gone.
Well, you do expect to see the left-handed batter, take on the left-arm spinner. Does it again, this time with a reverse
This
sweep.
one goes the other way and he'll pick up another boundary.
So Corey Anderson, back-to-back boundaries from the first 2 deliveries of the left-arm spin. Playing with the captain, Monak Patel.
A couple of deft touches there. Sees Anderson move along to almost to run a ball. And I think that's really don't realise how much time these batsmen have got out there at the crease. All it takes, Anderson relatively circumspect so far, and in a matter of 2 balls is nearly back to run a ball, Nikhil.
Yeah, indeed. And it will also shows you that the more time you spend at the crease, the easier batting becomes. No easier said than done, but Corey Anderson proving it at the moment.
And we've got a comment from one of our viewers, Nikhil. Dane Pete, captain of the MLC East team, writing in, letting us know that he thinks the USA have bowled quite nicely so far, and I'd have to agree with him.
Yeah, really looking forward to having Dane on commentary at some point. Josh, work that one out for me. You know, Dane, very eager to be in sport broadcast, very good at it as well. Did some at the finals weekend in North Carolina.
Absolutely. We heard his sultry tones on the mic in Morrisville, and he's also got a podcast. Not sure if he's still running it, actually. Might have to ask him about that when he comes in. As we see another change in field here. And that's what Anderson would have been looking for, to be honest. The couple of deft touches has opened up a gap in front of him on the leg side there. And now any balls that he feels are outside leg stump, he has a relatively free hit to just dab them into the onside for a single. So some good batting there from Anderson. We see Kenjige complete his first over, 11 off it. Central, 83 for 4.
So the off spin of Stephen Taylor continuing. Already 6 overs, Josh. This is what he's so good at. Getting through the overs quickly. Just 14 runs. Actually similar to what we saw from Dane Pete, the captain, yesterday. Was just able to bowl at 2 left-handers for the majority of the innings and control the tempo, the pace.
Spot on. And particularly on a day like this with a bit of breeze around, the more overs that you can squeeze And he spinners early innings. Really take some pressure off the back end of the innings when the batsman will be looking to capitalise on these breezes.
Well, just the three options. Chance for a run out. He's going to be gone. Does he get back home in time? He does. The dive from William Luddick. And indecision almost led to a run out. I was supposed to say another run out, but obviously the first one wasn't given.
That one. See a little bit of a mix up there. Well fielded by Conjige. Throw was right where it needed to be. But William Luddick just in time.
I think the dive saved him in the end.
Umpire Rushane Samuels.
So he's got long strides, William Luddick, but really that was a chaotic situation and stranded in the middle of the surface. And yesterday, Josh, you saw a lot of players here again. Yesterday, we saw a lot of players actually come down the track and actually slide in the middle of the surface because of that green grass. Not really able to get your traction. So on 2 occasions in this over, you can see the pressure, dot ball pressure getting to these two. And here it goes. That's a release shot. All the way for 6. Big maximum from William Luddick.
And that one's just the release of the pressure valve, I think, there. It's big, strong with long levers, as you mentioned, Nikhil. And that one sails over the fence for a maximum.
Well, also hit with the wind, so it's good batting from William Luddick. It was flighted. And he goes again.
And that's another one. That's even bigger. That's huge. That's over the side screen. That's another 6. William Luddick. We saw back-to-back boundaries from Corey Anderson last over. And this over, back-to-back maximums from Luddick. And that score rollicking along now, 96 for 4.
Well, what turned out to be such a economical spell from Stephen Taylor. His figure's really being spoiled at the moment. Second time, interesting, he's gone back to that option, looking to flight the ball.
It is a bit of a luxury you have as a spin bowler to be a little bit more attacking in this situation. With having lost 4 wickets at this stage, bit of a gamble there by Luddick, but he's seen 2 that he's liked the piece of there. He's taken full toll on them.
Well, with the Stephen Taylor actually running up against the wind, it is a brave option. And even if William Luddick doesn't get it out the middle, the first one, I think he didn't time it as well. Much better length this time, just be 1. The second one, though, definitely got it out the screws, and he traveled very far.
That's back-to-back big overs from the MLC Central. 11 off the previous, 14 off this one. The score, 97 for 4. Start of the county championship today in the UK, Nikhil. Of course, Ian Holland, who played a key role in the USA's progression through the Americas regional qualifier last year, taking the field for Hampshire, 35 not out overnight. And he's a player that we'll be hoping to see more of in US colours throughout this summer, Nikhil.
Yeah, Kemar Roach from the West Indies there as well. I've been happy to see him playing for Surrey. But definitely Ian Holland, a massive part of this USA team. I think during those international series this year, it'll be interesting to see if he's available. Should be another 2 for Luddick.
It's another county featuring a US eligible player, Nikhil, Cameron Steele, leg spinning all-rounder. Not in the team for Surrey in the first round of the championship season, but that's quite an impressive lineup there at Surrey. Number of players with test experience: Rory Burns, Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, of course Kemar Roach.
They will need that bit of extra county cricket because they came to the West Indies, Josh. They didn't do very well. We took full points against them. So happy for them to go back to the county setup.
Yes, of course, a tough few winter months for the English national cricket side. Things not going their way in Australia before heading over to the West Indies, and you're right. And that one, he's nicked it. Patel takes the catch, and that's the 5th one down for MLC Central.
Well, these two were on top. This partnership just pulling the game away. The run rate was increasing. And every single time we've seen this throughout the day, the USA team have come back. They've stormed back. And this time with a wicket, Kenjige, expensive in his first over. Just on a good length and too close to cut from Luddick. And Mona Patel takes a smart catch.
Yes, he's got a little bit delicate with that one, Luddick, and he's tried to run that one quite fine through third man. And could do nothing more than guide that one straight into the gloves of Monarch Patel. So he departs for 23 off just 29 balls. MLC Central in a bit of strife here. 99 for 5.
Now get into that Lord Aziz Shazad. Very capable. An all-rounder for this MLC Central team. But just trying to work out what the problem is, Josh. I mean, this partnership looked to be cruising. William Luddick just hit Stephen Taylor for 2 sixes in the last over. Is it that, intent to always want to score because you just come off of so much T20 cricket? It's still ingrained in sort of your mindset and the way you play?
It's a great question, Nikhil, and we've seen it happen now. MLC East on the first day, MLC East and MLC West yesterday, and then again today we've seen a number of batters of the top 6 make starts and not be able to go on with it. The exception to the rule, of course, was Shehan Jayasuriya yesterday, who guided his MLC West team home with a well-timed 50. But you're spot on, Nikhil. It's probably a combination of factors, but definitely the amount of T20 cricket that they play being one of them. Ludick cruising there. And unfortunately, the tempo that he was batting at, he'll be kicking himself with nearly 25 overs left to go in these innings.
It's also something you can take from the USA Invitational 11, the way they batted in that first game against the East. The likes of Xavier Marshall, who reformed his style of play to be a lot more settled, slip into play now. He took his time, made sure he got through that difficult 15 overs and got his side a platform. Then Aaron Jones came in, bided his time and made sure he was there towards the end to really accelerate. Help them get up to the highest score we've seen in this Houston Challenge, 250, and not an easy deck.
That's spot on, Nikhil. And I think the interesting part about it is, as we see some tiny work from Kenjige off his own bowling there. Spot on there, though. I think this USA national team probably having played the most 50-over cricket out of anyone in this country by virtue of their CWC League 2 assignments. And we're seeing that in the way that they timed that innings on Monday. Very mature innings from Marshall at the top of the order, followed by a beautifully patient innings from Aaron Jones at batting at 5. It'll be interesting to see how Corey Anderson, whether he changes his approach here now against Kenjige. Slaps that one at cover, no run. Brings us to the end of the 23rd.
Big over for the USA Invitational 11. They pick up the wicket and really on top of things at this stage. Couldn't have asked for a better start.
Spot on there, and some positive captaincy here as well from Monarch Patel as we see the reintroduction of Rusty Theron. And this was really the move that changed the games in some respect on Tuesday, Nikhil. The introduction of Theron through the middle overs picked up the wickets of Milind Kumar, who was cruising at the time, and really changed the complexion of the game. Mohammed Mohsen as well, both with the short ball. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Rusty Theron can break this partnership and start to get into that lower order of the MLC Central team.
Well, it's a progressive move from Monat Patel, going back to seam because of this surface, that green grass, and also those cracks which can make. I'll pause myself. That's a good shot, a good flick from Zia Shazad. Not needing much time to get in on this surface. Just happy to get a loose delivery and put it away.
Yeah, spot on, Nikhil. We see two members of the same training group in the Bay Area of California. And on this time, Zia Shazad takes the points, hitting that one over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, again, just pushed back much better in terms of the line. Anytime Rusty Theron has straight down the leg side, has been punished firstly by Andreas Gauss. Now, as you saw there, by Zia Shazad.
And it's been great through these first couple months of the year, Nikhil. These guys often training together in the Bay Area and working together both on their fitness and their skills. You know, these guys spending a couple of days a week together in the gym, as well as in the practice nets, working on their games during a period of relative inactivity on the field. Hopefully gearing up for a big season for their respective teams in the minor league.
So Rusty Theron with that extra bit of pace. I was saying, making the point earlier before Zia Shazad hit that boundary, just looking to get some of that sideways movement on this surface. And that's why he's also got the slip in play. I like the thinking from Patel, though. His bowling changes so far in this Houston Challenge have been progressive. Even the Stephen Taylor move through the middle, has also worked to build that pressure from one end.
No, you're spot on there. It's been very impressive behind the stumps and marshalling his troops around the field as we see Theron in. Oh, and that one hits him on the gloves. Rears up off a length there. Shazad can do nothing more than defend that one down onto the leg side. Might have another look at that one here. Have a look at this steep bounce. Ooh, and just catches the stickers of the bat.
Almost wanted to duck under it, but just followed him, Rusty Theron. Always so important as a seamer, the direction of those short deliveries. An eventful over comes to an end. Rusty Theron's first in his second spell.
See the score move along to 105 for 5. 5 for 105? 5 for 105, I think. Sounds a bit better to me.
5 runs for 105 wickets, Josh.
105 wickets for 5 runs, Nikhil. It doesn't really make much sense to me either.
Life is all about perspective, the way you see things.
As we see Kenjige return. Successful over, last over. Of course, taking the wicket of Willem Luddick. A number of left-arm spin options in this country, Nikhil. Also got Vatsal Vaghela out there today, one of the star performers, a key contributor to the Golden State Grizzlies ending up in Morrisville last year on finals weekend. And of course, making his debut for the USA against Ireland in December.
Also, Karima Gore, we haven't seen into the attack yet. So, 3 left-arm spinners for the US Invitational 11 today.
Beautiful fielding off his own bowling there. Prevents the single. And as a bowler, it's a great way to help yourself, particularly the new batsman at the crease. Keeping him on strike, building up successive balls bowled at the same batsman is crucial. Helping himself there as he punches that one back. Another dot ball. And yeah, with a lot of left arm spin options, of course, Nisarg Patel not here this week. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy making his debut for the USA national team last year as well. There's certainly no shortage of left arm finger spinning options in this country at the moment.
Another one who we may see with the bat very soon, Ali Sheikh on the MLC Central team. Another one of those left arm spinners. Very skillful, excited to see how he goes about his 10 overs when they do bowl the Central team.
Oh, and that one, well played by Shazad to keep that one out as that one slides through. I'll have another look at that one here. Oh, and he has done well to get some bat onto that one. Wow. Another tight one there from Kenjige. Maiden over. We're halfway through this one, Nikhil. 105 for 5.
So still 25 overs left in this one. A lot of overs to bat, but not a lot of batting to come. Already lost 5 wickets. And you have to say, Josh, for some of those dismissals, the modes of dismissals, they've just been soft. They've gotten themselves out, these batters from the Central team.
Yeah, spot on, Nikhil. And now it's time for a bit of a rebuild job here. Anderson and Shazad at the crease. And be interesting to see how Anderson approaches this next few overs from Rusty Theron. Obviously been brought back with the intent of picking up another wicket or two, trying to break the back of this MLC Central batting lineup. Be interesting to see how Anderson approaches this. That one left alone outside the off stump. Can go one or two ways. The reintroduction of the spearhead into the attack, Nikhil. Sometimes you see it, as we saw the other day, can take a wicket, change the complexion of a game. Or sometimes you can see the momentum of the game shift. It'll be interesting to see whether Anderson is measured and tries to just see through the next couple of overs, or whether he decides to take it on, make a statement, and try and change the momentum of this match so far, which has been all the USA's way. That one falls in a gap. Be interesting to have another look at that one. A little bit slow off the mark down there at fine leg. Ends up falling just short.
Well, you got your answer in terms of Corey Anderson. Took on a short delivery. But if one man can't get there, thought it was not just Kenjige at the deep square leg, but it wasn't. But really did well to get there in the end. Just couldn't hold on.
There you go. He's beautiful outswinging from Theron. Catches the edge through to Monarch Patel. And that'll be the 6th one. Down for MLC Central. Six for 106 after 25.
Well, this time, Rusty Theron strikes. He finds the edge, and the move to get the lead wicket taker back into the attack works. Zia Shazad's short stay at the crease comes to an end. Just 6 from him. And the Central really struggling now. Rusty Theron has got that ball to talk today. Just see it angled in and just leaves him with the seam. Top stuff from Rusty Theron. This Houston challenge, he just looks on the money.
Spot on a kill, and that's all those years of experience. I was about to say all those 29 years of experience, which is what he would want me to say. All those years of experience playing his trade, whether it be in South Africa at the start of his career, whether it be in the franchise leagues around the world, or whether it be since his move over here to the US. And he's proven to be a strike weapon for Captain Monarch Patel in the 2 games that we've seen so far. Picking up his second one today.
So the US really on top of things, just suffocating this MLC Central batting lineup. Theron has got 2, now 6 in the Houston Challenge, 4 in the first game. Ali Sheikh, a big test for him. A Dallas native, young though, just 19 years old. Huge test for him in a situation like this. He knows Corey Anderson well. Both live in Dallas. Both play for the Irving Mustangs. So they do have that rapport between them. But Josh, it won't be easy.
No, spot on. Pair of Mustangs at the crease here. A great opportunity for a young player like Ali to come in and play a match-winning knock for his team here. With still 25 overs left to bat.
Also begs the question, with 2 left-handers at the crease, does he continue with Kenjige, the left-arm spinner? Or does he go back to maybe a seam option? A Jasdeep Singh who got a wicket, or even a Saurabh Nachavalkar who's got 2.
That's the end of a successful one, and into my time here alongside you for a while, Nikhil. Signing off with the MLC reeling. 106 for 6 after 26 overs.
Two left-handers at the crease. And the captain, Monak Patel, goes back to his left arm. Sorry, goes back to Stephen Taylor to bowl at these left-handers. And he finds the boundary. Does Corey Anderson.
No, the other one is good. It's actually, we got a slight, very slight, but nothing.
So Stephen Taylor looking now to take one of these two left-handers. Much better delivery in terms of the length. But this win really strong. So something for the batters to think about. Speaking to some of the MLC West batting yesterday, Shianja, Surya Baskiyaja, and they mentioned the challenge of batting with that wind rustling the helmet, the grill. Never easy.
The production crew too.
Also breaking some cameras along the way. So straight away, Monak Patel going back to Taylor with the two left-handers at the crease. Good thinking, good progressive captaincy. Always want to be more progressive than reactive as a skipper. Well, full toss though. Rank delivery. Rare from Stephen Taylor. Usually so disciplined. Just be one. Gets away with it. Will do a lot for Ali Sheikh. A young player, 19 years old, to spend time at the crease with such an experienced, successful performer at the international level, Corey Anderson. Played so many international games at all three formats. Also the IPL for the Mumbai Indians, as well as the Delhi Daredevils. So really has his time now in the USA, looking for the next chapter of his cricketing career. Yeah, that's where you want to see Stephen Taylor operating from. Just 2 loose deliveries in this over, which he's been scored on. But anything else, it's been extremely tight. Ali Sheikh finally off the mark, and could be off the mark with a boundary. Not just Kenjige again, displaying superb athleticism in the field. Keeps it to just 2. Every run so critical. What a good fielder he is, though, Kenjige. Ends the 27th over, 114 for 6. So Seam of Natravalka, just the 2 overs for Rusty Theron, does his job, gets the wickets. Interesting though that Monat Patel has pulled him out of the attack. Thought maybe you take the gamble, go through with Rusty Theron's spell, and try to just rip the heart out of this MLC Central team. Take all the wickets. So have to manage his seam options well. Monat Patel has 3 to pick from. So 3 dots from Natravalkar. The seam option for Monat Patel to choose from has gone seam pretty much throughout this innings from this highway end. And we have seen that bit of sideway movement from this end as well. So Ali Sheikh, a young man, a lot on his shoulders. A lot of time to bat as well. Hasn't been easy. Got a very special guest alongside me in a coaching capacity, but a man of so much experience at the international level, Liam Plunkett. Liam, welcome to the commentary box here at the MLC Houston Challenge.
Thanks, mate. It's beautiful out here, apart from that howling wind. It's really nice out here to watch some good cricket.
Yeah, fantastic to have you from, obviously, England here in this USA. Sure you can add a lot to cricket in the States. Sorry, Natravalkar. Still continuing. I think that may be just shifting down leg. He was confident. But the umpire, Jeremy Lindo, not really interested. So, Liam, what have you made after we see this replay? Batting a long way outside.
I think it might be just a bit high, maybe going down leg side, but the camera angle's not right behind, so it's quite hard to see that line. But yeah, the guys are bowling nice lines from ball 1 today.
beats the outside edge yet again. Liam, your first really sort of major stint in the States now. 3 days of cricket you've observed. What have you made of sort of the standard, the overall quality amongst these players?
I think there's a lot of talent here. It's obviously buying into a culture where it's obviously you've got to approach this. A lot of good players coming into a new system, and this cricket here needs to be at the highest standard because a lot of these guys are coming from different countries and they want to play for USA. So the guys need to step up and obviously perform and take your wickets, score your runs, and put the guys who play for the USA under pressure. It's not an automatic, I'm here, I've done 3 years, I'm straight into the team. It's that you've got to fight for your place, and that's how the standard will get better and better.
So Stephen Taylor will replace Kenjige, the left arm spin. 114 for 6. Needs that rebuild if you're the central team. These two very capable. Should be two, but ups to against it. Pulled out the die, pulled out everything for that one, Stephen Taylor. So, Liam, you obviously made the decision to come over to the United States recently. What was sort of the thinking behind that decision?
I think it's a great opportunity. Obviously, I'm over here a lot of the last 15 years. My wife's from Pennsylvania, from Westchester, so I spend a lot of time in the States, and obviously I love the States, and with an opportunity to get involved in cricket I'll snap the hands off who offered me that role, and obviously it's great to be here. I think Corey was going well. That's not Corey.
But Ali Sheikh just finds a slip, and Stephen Taylor again probably rewarded for his disciplined spell. Flights one, Ali Sheikh going for the drive and finds a slip, and another wicket for the US Invitational 11.
That's when you say, you watch the guys who performed yesterday. Sheehan batted really nicely. Sometimes in these situations, you need to use the overs. You need to bat through the middle on a wicket. That's not flat. It's a nice wicket. You can put away the bad ball, but maybe you have to rein it in a little bit. Corey's kind of showing in that right now is you got to use them balls, hit the bad ball, and bat deep. Give yourself the best chance to get 220, 250 and put a score on the board. Hopefully, there's still a few good players coming in who can put a score on the board. So we'll see if we can get a competitive score, and the USA guys can come in and obviously show what they can do.
Well, he just lured him into that drive, Stephen Taylor. Flighted, and he's just so good against left-handers. And every single time you do have that left-hander come to the crease, Monak Patel happy to go to him. They were without him in that first game against the MLC East. Now back into the 11, and boy, has he made a difference. And Liam, from your experiences, obviously a World Cup winner with England, 2019. Looking past just this tournament, from what you've seen of USA cricket on a whole, do you think that there is a bright future for this team to, go to World Cups and compete at the highest level with the Englands, the West Indies, and others at the international level?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to the guys who've been here, year by year, the standard gets better. The more pitches and more stadiums are going to get built, which brings up the training facilities. The guys are going to play in good facilities. And obviously, the standard gets better and better with that. Obviously, a bit windy. You might have pulled out of the action there, but yeah, absolutely. I think we can challenge. Being in the USA, we can challenge the best teams.
I just think it's fantastic to have a player of your experience. Not only in a coaching role, you will be playing for the Philadelphians in the minor league. How excited are you for that?
Yeah, it's going to come through. I think it's only just over 2 months away now. So I'm excited to get involved with those guys. They're very passionate, the Philadelphians. I've got a good relationship with the owners and the management there. So it'll be helped to lead that team and hopefully bring some youngsters through at the same time.
Calvin Savage has come to the middle. More known for his bowling exploits. Stephen Taylor was very excited, animated about that delivery. I wondered, did he get some bat on it? But this has been a very good spell. This is what's making him so good. Just the changes in pace is what's really deceiving the central. 115 for 7. You have Corey Anderson at the other end, Liam. How do they really recover this innings and get to that competitive total you mentioned the ball before? Pulls out the reverse sweep and another drop chance. Jaskar Malhotra, never easy.
I think Calvin's quite unsettled here. I think he just needs to take his time. There's plenty of time to bat. With someone at Corey at the crease, he can take the team down in the last 5 overs. He can score quick as a team, if you got your base and your eyes in, it's a small ground. Corey can be very destructive at the end, so you can catch up. But you need to get that platform. These guys need to bat for another 15 overs at least and build this partnership. Whether it's they can get 70 in that time, 60, they've probably got to take that option. As I said, a wicket now. Calvin's a good player. He could bat 6-7 in this lineup. He's had runs playing first class back in South Africa, so he obviously knows what he's doing. So he just needs to take his time. He just looks a bit rushed, but I'm sure Corey will speak to him, calm him down. You got plenty of time. Take your time, hit the boundary options, and just knock it around.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to bat, as you said. 21 overs remaining in this encounter, so no need to rush. But they've just lost 7 wickets. The wickets column has just been a major problem for this central team. Nachavalka, 4 overs remaining in his spell. You expect now Monak Patel to go for the kill. Really look to dismiss this MLC central team. At this position, if you're the USA's camp, what are you happy sort of chasing from this stage?
I think the wicket's actually quite nice. I mean, in terms of the wickets we played on, it looks like when you're in, you can score. Like Sheehan scored yesterday, as I mentioned earlier. But I think you're happy chasing 220, 225 on here. As I said, you give yourself time. The USA guys have played a lot with each other. They're an international team. They've played against good opponents the last how many years, so they know what they're doing. But yeah, it's been a pattern the last few days with the major league guys. They've got in and got out. Whether it's because they've not played much or they've not played much one-day cricket and they're used to 4 boundaries and T20 and scoring quickly. But yeah, it seems like we're just giving our wickets away a little bit and saying we can give respect to the bowlers, and we can, if you're 8 to 9 wickets down with 10 overs to go, you're giving yourself half a T20 innings of scoring. You may as well throw it out the window. So it's so much time in one-day cricket. And as you said, with people in the last 5 overs, you can do damage then.
Nachavalka making some small adjustments. Does have that mid-off up in the circle. Yeah, another delivery that you think just sliding down leg, but they're really turning it on. The heat, the pressure. The USA Invitational 11.
As I said, with this pitch early on, the guys started really well. They bowled good line and lengths, the opening bowlers, and then Jesse came on and bowled nicely too. I thought he hit his straps today. I was with him in the Nepal team. He's not played too much cricket, but the last 2 games I've watched him, he seems like he's running in nicely, hitting the pitch hard, mixing it up with your cross seam and your wobble seam, hitting your length. It looks hard to score, bowling straight.
Well, you look at this surface, you can see from monitor, Liam, but that a very green pitch, which you would have had a good look at. As a seamer yourself, what is that optimum length you're looking to bowl to get that bit of sideways movements to bring you in the game? And has the US Invitational 11 and their seamers executed that?
I think they have so far. It's been hard to score, and they've taken wickets. They've put the pressure on, which causes the wickets. You build up the dot balls, and you make the MLC guys play a full shot, create chances. Every wicket's different. You've got to be able to find the top of the stumps on every wicket. It could be fuller one day, shorter another day. So it's whoever adapts quickly can find that length is probably more successful in the game.
I'm not sure how much you would have seen of Saurabh Nachavalkar, but last couple of games now, you would have had a good look at him. He's a bowler that doesn't rely on a lot of pace, but just discipline on that good length. And he then forces batters into, as you said, playing those false shots. Is there still space, though? Because we hear so much about the bowlers that bowl 140, 150 Ks, and they're so glorified. Is there space for bowlers like Saurabh Nachavalkar who can just run up and hit that consistent length and get wickets and be successful?
Yeah, I mean, totally. I mean, Shaminder Vas towards the back end of his career, different bowler. He played a lot of international on the big stage, but I think, yeah, absolutely. He swings it early on. He looks to nip it back. He didn't swing too much today, but he seamed it around. As a bowler, if you can either make the ball bounce, swing, seam, or be consistent and hit a line, you're always going to be wanted in a team. But as you said, he's made everyone play early on. He's put pressure on. You're bowling dot balls bring pressure brings wickets. So he's played enough. He knows his game. He's clever with his fields. He doesn't go away from that too much. He knows it looks like he knows his bowling inside out. And I have, sorry, going back to your question, I have watched him a little bit against teams like Scotland, against teams like Nepal. I've seen him in the past on highlights, and I've obviously looked at some video footage before I came across.
Fantastic. Liam Plunkett alongside me. Great to have him in the United States. We'll take a short break. 30 overs down. 117 for 7. The USA Invitation 11 well on top after 30. So back on resumption here at the MLC Central v USA Invitation 11, and the Invitation 11, you have to say, the happier of the two teams for the first 30 overs. They've really bossed it thanks to their seamers. Also thanks to a really good spell from Stephen Taylor. Liam Plunkett alongside me. So Liam, now you have 20 overs left, just 3 wickets in hand, but you have a well-set Corey Anderson at the other end. You've got to really bat for him now.
Yeah, it's at this point, Corey's either going to take it deep or he's going to take someone down. But with these guys, I should imagine looking to bat at least the next 15 overs before they try and take the bowlers down. It's sort of damage limitation right now. But as you said, later on, if Corey's in and he can hit some bombs, hit some boundaries to get that total up, ideally to 200 plus. It's also a tough ask. The run rate's only 3.9. The guys are putting some good pressure on the batsman.
So Stephen Taylor continuing. You expect him to finish his spell. He will definitely be finishing it last over for him. Has bowled really well though. Even though, yes, he's been on the slightly expensive side. Around 4 runs and over conceded when you look at his usual numbers. This has been a masterful spell, bowling inside the power play, inside the first 10. Really good reverse sweep, though, from Calvin Savage. Just, as you said, needed to settle down, and definitely that shot looks a lot more comfortable at the crease.
I don't mind that as the bowler because he's putting so much pressure on. He's making the batter play an aggressive shot here. He's obviously fishing outside off stump. He's played and missed a few times, and the batsman's made a decision to reverse sweep, but he hit it nicely, and that might be one of his strong shots.
Well, the modern game has just grown so much that those reverse sweeps and dinks, dabs become almost so natural now. When you are playing that reverse sweep, though, Liam, What sort of makes that factor between playing the normal conventional sweep or the reverse sweep? Is it all about the line? What is the main thing that goes through a batsman's mind?
I think when you look at the some overthrows there, when you look at the best players in the world, they practice it a lot. So the sweep, reverse sweep, it's quite a similar thing. Your head needs to be in the right position. As I said, if it's a player if I'm coaching the team and the guy goes out there and reverse sweeps and it's something he practices and he gets out, like, I'm more than happy with that. As you said, in T20, a reverse sweep's just like someone playing forward defense now. It's so common.
Well, Stephen Taylor trying to show some aggression, throws it right back at Calvin Savage, misses everyone and goes into the boundary for 4. So not great cricket from Taylor, really spoiling his own figures. Now 2 boundaries in the over conceded. And when you have pressure on a batter, you don't want to give it away by just conceding a boundary in that fashion.
Yeah, obviously it's not great for your figures either. But as you can tell, the batsman, he's a little bit unsettled. He's playing shots, he's being aggressive, and he's trying to take the quick singles. I think he just wants to get himself going, get a few boundaries, get a few singles, and get that scoreboard ticking. But as I said, it's been made difficult by the guys, and he bowled a nice spell there, and he'd be disappointed by throwing that ball for 4. That didn't need to go for 4. It's always nice at the end when you look at your figures and you're 3 plus or maybe 4 in a one-day game now, but around the world when you watch, people go for 5.5, 6, and they're happy now because the scores are so high.
Yeah, and this surface has really contrasted that. Jesse Singh is going to come back into the attack. We haven't seen many big totals in this Houston Challenge, 250 being the highest so far by the USA Invitational 11, and that also, I think, will be another reason why they'll be really fancying their chances of winning this game in the sort of position that they have the Central in. 125 for 7. Clearly, you can see the difference in experience. I mean, you have a lot of experience, guys, but the fact that the USA Invitational team would have played a lot more one-day international cricket over the last year, really showing in this Houston Challenge so far.
Yeah, I think they've just committed to the bowling and the batting. They've batted time and they've bowled the heavy lengths. When they batted against the East side, they give themselves time. It was quite hard to bat early on. The East side probably bowled the wrong lengths and give the guys a chance to get in. So them guys battled through that period and actually set a nice total of 250 on a tricky wicket. And when the East started to bat, the guys put pressure on with the ball from ball 1. Took wickets, keep taking wickets during the game, and we were obviously by the back end. There was no one left to bat, and we got bowled out for a low total.
Really hit that one hard. Back at Jasdeep Singh. Did well in the end to get a hand on it. Just connects with the ball when he's really on. Corey Anderson. Just see flashes of that when he was in his prime, and the way he connects with the ball. Almost got hit in the face, Jasdeep Singh. So the hand saving him in the end.
Yeah, it didn't look too nice. That Corey hits a hard ball. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's obviously quite hard to see from here, but obviously the physio is going to get called out, and hopefully it's not too bad.
Well, in the interim, Liam, today the start of the county season in England. Your former club, Surrey, in action. Is county cricket something you still follow?
I will, but it's the 3 clubs I played for: Durham, Yorkshire, and Surrey. So, obviously last year I was with Surrey and I wanted Surrey to win, but as I step back, I keep a close eye on all 3. I honestly haven't got one team that is my favourite right now, but I've always got Durham's where I started, where they give me the chance. So I've got a massive soft spot in my heart for them guys.
And in terms of Jasdeep Singh, just getting some more treatment to that right hand. Does have some ice being applied on it. But you think anytime Corey Anderson hits back a ball at you can be frightening. And not only the county cricket, but what about England cricket? Obviously coming to the West Indies recently.
Yeah, it's obviously they've been struggling. I think that's not something that's hidden. The guys have been struggling with the bat. Even in the Ashes series, the guys actually bowled nicely in patches, and Jimmy and Brody did really well out there. And it was the batters who obviously put the hands up. They didn't score enough runs against a good, strong Australian attack. And same when they came to the West Indies. The West Indies guy played some nice cricket. Our batters, it's that one day where we got skittled. And then obviously the game, it's tough to come back from that. The first 2 tests were going okay. It was obviously they were battling out, and then they got skittled in that last game.
So Singh does seem to be okay to continue. That right hand, that bowling hand, making sure that he's able to get it back to full fitness. .125 for 7. Corey Anderson, you think that wicket that they need to take the USA Invitational 11 to wrap things up keeps a bit low on him. So if you're Jasdeep Singh, Liam, and you bowling to someone like Corey Anderson, been there for 34 deliveries, 35 now, how do you really try to get him out? Where do you target in terms of areas?
Right now, he's just bowled back of a length and it skidded on quite low. It didn't look comfortable for Corey. So for me, I'm thinking I'm going to hit the stumps as hard as I can. You got your man there, deep square leg. You've also got the bouncer. It's always nice to let the batsman know you've got a quick bounce up your sleeve, but I'm trying to hit top of the stump as much as I can. I feel like Corey's not going to play a hectic shot. He's looking to bat that time. So your best chance is hit the pitch hard, ball nice and straight. That one as well, it's rising from the surface. So one's kept a little bit low, one's popped on a length. That for me is the ball out ball until the very end when they start giving themselves room or reverse sweeping or sweeping.
The USA team have kept themselves in this game by continuously picking up those wickets. But this one's short. Does get that bit of extra bounce as you're just referring to. Just be one though.
That's always nice. As a bowler, you have that quick bounce up your sleeve. Corey's hit it okay, but obviously he wasn't 100% behind that. That can easily pop a little bit higher up and go straight in the air, and you take that wicket, that vital wicket that you need. And then you've got 2 batsmen who are not as established at the crease. But yeah, as I said today, I felt like Jesse's bowls nicely. He's hit his straps. He started well when he came on earlier on in the day, and he's continuing with that right now. His figures are looking nice. If he can pick a couple of wickets up here, he can finish with 8-9 overs, 2 for 25, 26, which would be an unbelievable day.
Well, as this day's gotten hotter and the surface has dried out, it seems to be getting a bit more life in it. It seems to have that bit extra pace from that bouncer that we saw end of 32, 126 for 7.
Yeah, earlier on, depends how soft the wicket was. If the seamers who opened the ball and put little indentations into the pitch and now it's drying out, you're going to have them little surfaces where it's uneven. So it might help the bowlers out in the second part of the game. Hopefully they can utilise that and pick up some early wickets and put pressure on the USA. But these guys have got to finish strong, because otherwise you're going to finish with 130, 140 all out, and then it shouldn't be too much of a difficult task to chase that down.
So 32 overs done and dusted. Spin again, not just Kenjige. So left arm spin. Corey Anderson did take a liking to Kenjige. Hit him for 2 boundaries in his first spell. Have to rebowl that one. Liam, you would have seen a good look, having a good look now at some of the facilities across the US. What have you made of it? Obviously, comparing it to England, it won't be as high scale, but they are working to have a lot more turf surfaces and a lot more practice areas. It's just one.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Philadelphia for most of the winter, and it's just indoor facilities. I think the guys there are doing a good job. A lot of these guys built these 10 years ago because they had nowhere to train, so they've invested their own money and they've built sort of a culture and a team-like environment where people can train. My first time in Houston the last 2 weeks, and this wasn't here a couple of years ago, so it's going to take time to bed in, but if you look around, the facilities are nice. You've got, 6 playing fields here with turf, and one like a drop-in, like an artificial wicket. And as you said, you can have good tournaments here like the Houston Open last weekend, and it's only going to get better.
Good bowling from Kenjige. They'll be targeting the wicket of Calvin Savage. As a bowling team, though, do you try to just keep the lower order batter on strike for the majority of these deliveries? You want to bowl more deliveries at him. Almost had it over Kareem Magor, and it will be 4. So Calvin Savage is coming to his own in the last couple of deliveries.
Interesting to see, but I don't think he is like that especially in this environment against these guys, I think he can actually bat higher up. I think this is quite low for him. So obviously the way he's playing now, he's played a few boundary options. He's actually a decent all-round batter. He reminds me of a little bit of Chris Morris. Obviously Chris Morris is a very talented cricketer, but it's similar. Ball's a heavy ball, can hit a clean strike a good ball also. But it'd be interesting to see how they play here. They both played enough cricket to put away the bad ball and not go into the shell, but then respect the good ball at this point. So as you've seen there, short ball, sat back and hit it over mid-wicket.
And from this position, if they can recover the central team to somewhere around 200, you would think it would be a very competitive total, given with the position that they were in, 125 for 7.
I think the US 11 here don't have to stress too much because they just need to apply pressure, try and just bowl the dot balls, and I think a wicket will come. If the guys bat well from your good delivery, then so be it.
All about patience, this 50-over game. 8-9-1 internationals for you, the most out of your 3 formats. Was that your favorite format, Liam?
I think it was just because of how good that team was in a whole and how successful we were. I think T20 and the ODI guys, we had a good group of guys, and we enjoyed playing with each other. Obviously, we got beat in the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, and obviously then we moved along similar group of players to play in the World Cup final in 2019. But yeah, I love that format. The last 4 years playing for England was the most enjoyable in my cricket career up to date. To bowl in the first 50 overs, then to put your flip-flops on, have a coffee and watch the guys go out there and smash 350 quite easily. It was great to watch. It was like being in a front row at a cinema.
Fantastic. The voice of Liam Plunkett, thank you so much for joining me.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
So 132 for 7. Jasdeep Singh, continuing, looking for that 8th wicket. Had made to work the USA Invitational 11, but so far have been on top. And you would expect now on a good length. Keeping it very low. Jasdeep Singh has had to contend with that variable bounce. Corey Anderson, it's been a good innings from him, showing a lot of maturity, a lot of responsibility. 41 deliveries for his 29. The balls won't matter too much with this team in real trouble. 7 down. Again, unable to score on that good length. Singh is, you heard Liam Plunkett talk about being able to find that length consistently. It's really helped his bowling. Again, really good over from Singh. So he's the one boundary, just concedes 4, 136 for 7. So 34 overs down, 26. Sorry, 16 overs remain. My math doing me there, but Kareem Agor into the attack for the first time today. Looking to get this wicket of Calvin Savage, who's not been afraid to take it on. That's exactly what Kareem Agor, bread and butter for him, seeing people likes to see the batter cut, or try to cut, I should say. And has he got bat on it? Mona Patel was confident and gives him Kareem Agor straight away into the attack. It works. And again, trying to make him cut, Calvin Savage. Just gets a piece of bat on it. He's got to go. Finally, they get that 8th wicket. Just what they would have desired. 136 for 8 now. Kareem Agor strikes. So with that wicket, it means Amila Ponzo comes to the crease. Just the wicket that USA Invitational 11 would have wanted. Calvin Savage, another player who get a start and unable to kick on. Really did look good, Savage. You heard Liam Plunkett talk about the fact that he usually does bat much higher. Maiden wicket to start for Kareem Agor, 136 for 8. Jasdeep Singh has really tried on that length. Will be a run though for Corey Anderson. I don't think US Invitational 11 will mind that too much. Not a lot of runs on the board. And what it means is that they can bowl at the new batter, Amila Aponzo. Mainly known for his bowling exploits. So just him and one more to come. Really on top of the Invitational 11. You have to credit the way that they've bowled, the way they've gone about this innings. Deserve to be in this position. Well, this will be more runs. And Aponzo gets off the mark. A pretty fine style with a boundary. Just seen to come off the outer edge of the bat and race to the boundary in the end. And even Noshas Kenjiga couldn't get there, which means no one could. One of the better fielders in this team. Well, there he is. He's got him. Jasdeep Singh just gets one to stay down, and that picture tells you all. Middle stump stays down, rocked back. And it's been pretty much sums up the performance from the US Invitational 11. Singh has ran it with good pace. Finally gets a reward. Second to his tally. Lose their ninth now, 141 for 9. Aponzo's going for just a run of all 4. And the one away now, the US Invitational 11 from wrapping things up. Just ready to bowl with venom today, Jasdeep Singh. And just kept it low. I expected it to bounce. Stay down. So, tough surface to bat on. Isan Adil is the final batter for this MLC Central team. Really in a spot of bother. Just 141 runs on the board against the US Invitational team who posted 250 in that first match of this tournament. And you would think the plan would be very simple from the US Invitational 11, both full, straight, and at the stumps. Oh, narrowly misses that outside edge. Just aiming for that off stump though, Jasdeep Singh. They want to wrap things up very quickly. They've got back-to-back games. The US Invitational 11 tomorrow. They take on the MLC West team. So you don't want to limit the time spent in the sun as much as possible. Another delivery, really good. This is really good stuff from Jasdeep Singh. And almost had himself a third. Just angling it away, getting it to leave the right-hander. And even a top-order batter can't get that one played. Just a peach of a delivery. Probably did too much in the end. That's why it's missed the stump. We saw Rusty Theron hit the top of off with a very similar delivery. One delivery for Isan Adil to survive. And he does that. Just keeps it out. Won't take the single, Corey Anderson. So it ends the 36th over. 141 now for 9. So 141 for 9. Kareem Agor, who's got a wicket in his first over. The crucial wicket of Calvin Savage. Can he wrap things up? Wonder how Corey Anderson plays in this situation. Does he attack? Or does he have enough belief in Isan Adil to stay at the other end? Will be interesting. Well, he is going to go for it. There is a man in the deep, though. And he just hits it that hard. Believe it was Sushant Modani down at deep mid-wicket. And he couldn't catch it. Was in a good position, though, to take that catch. Just shows you the might behind that delivery from from Corey Anderson. Stephen Taylor was on the square leg boundary. He just lost that one in terms of the ball follow, but Sushant Modani almost gave Kareem Agor his second wicket. Instead, turned into a boundary. But the intent is clear from Corey Anderson. He's going to try to maximize as many deliveries as he can. Go after the bowling. This time, Stephen Taylor under it. Chance of a catch. No, it's not. Goes all the way for 6. 10 from 2. And on a small boundary here at Prairie View Cricket Complex, he took on the square boundary and took it on well. Stephen Taylor thought he was in with a chance to catch that. Just went over his head in the end. How does Kareem Agor come back here? 2 deliveries, been very full. Just pulls back the length. This will only be a single, so ideally we'll get 2 deliveries at the number 11, Isan Adil. How costly could that catch be? They put down Corey Anderson a couple deliveries ago. So they have brought the slip into play. Xavier Marshall, that slip. And he keeps it out with his defense. Mainly known for his seam bowling exploits, not really known with the bat in hand. Tries to go for the Yorker, but a big over for the Central. 11 from it, 152 for 9. So very interesting move now. Jasdeep Singh will continue into the attack. We thought for a minute it would be Jaskar Malhotra, but he was standing there looking like he wants the ball, maybe telling the captain something. But Jasdeep Singh, I think, much safer option, bowling to Corey Anderson. Especially with Anderson looking to take on this US Invitational 11 now with 9 wickets down. Just one away from wrapping things up, and they want to do it relatively quickly. We don't want to be chasing 175 or close to 200 from here. Produced a chance in the last over, put down by Sushant Modani. Well, there it is. That will be the innings, and Jasdeep Singh ends with 3. Corey Anderson looks to take on the Invitational 11 by himself and just doesn't have enough. He's gone for a well-played 44, but he just hasn't had any help around him. And this USA Invitational 11 continues to dominate in the Houston Challenge, just full and at the stumps. You miss, I hit. Jasdeep Singh has got his third and really bowled well today. 152 all out for the Central team, just below par total. And Corey Anderson, he tried his best with 44. Look at the scorecard. Good partnership developing with Willem Luddick through the middle. Andreas Ghost also got a start on 35, but no one really able to kick on and get a big half century. And it will mean that the MLC Central only get up to 152. The USA Invitational 11, though, Rusty Theron set the tone. Nachavalka did his thing with his discipline, a line and length, 2 wickets for him. But a standout after 1 apiece from Taylor, Kenjige, and Gore, 3 from Jasdeep Singh. And they really have to be happy about this bowling display. Join us in a few, where we have the run chase, 153. But before you go, we've got some highlights for you. Oh, SC Tech advancing by the day. So don't go anywhere. Here was the start. Rusty Theron took the off stump of Ramiz Raja. A ball that he got just seamed away past the outside edge of Raja. And then Saurabh Chavalkar from the other end, able to just feed. Just get a tickle on it from Nitish Kumar. Then Marty Kane came in, got another start, built a platform, and just got a leading edge. Easy, soft dismissal in the end. The USA Invitational 11 just continued to take wickets at crucial intervals. That was Singh's first. A stunner plucked out the air. Andreas Scouts, the big wicket, he went for 35. Kenjige did his thing. A huge wicket to get Willem Luddick. That partnership could have developed into something dangerous. Rusty Theron did the rest. Just came back for a second spell. That may have been the delivery of the innings. Just getting into shape away from the right-hander. Kareem Gore into the attack. He also was in the wickets. A slip. Sorry, that was Stephen Taylor. Beg your pardon. A slip catch to Kenjige. That was the wicket of Ali Sheikh. Then came Calvin Savage. 13 from 15. But a slight edge on it to Monak Patel. Jasdeep Singh, though, deserves immense credit for finishing up this innings. Straight, low, at the stumps to Amila Aponzo. And the final wicket, Corey Anderson playing across the line. Leg stump dismantled, and the stumps and the innings of the MLC Central came to an end. So that's what we have from here. Back live now. 153 will be needed for victory when we return. Don't go anywhere. So back on the way here at PV5, the Houston Challenge, the US Invitational 11, restricting the Central to just 152 on a very windy day. These last couple of days have been strong winds. You can see the wind there just from the camera shake. Calvin Savage to bowl the first delivery. Stephen Taylor and Xavier Marshall, the openers for the US Invitational 11. Peter Della Penna alongside me. Builds up to the climax of the first ball, Peter Della Penna, and then just runs through. No, opting not to bowl it.
All that drama. Calvin Savage building up the tension even further.
Come on, Peter. This is a very monotone voice. Has that sun, the Texas sun, got into you? You usually come and give me a start with real power, real venom. So much like that Jasdeep Singh over bowling spell.
That was a savage first ball, Nikhil.
Much more like it. And speaking of that, Calvin Savage getting a lot of bounce. I see what you did there with the pun. Nice last name to have, Savage.
2 slips, Corey Anderson, and it looks like Willem Ludick is the other slip fielder. Next to Andres Koos.
Oh, look at the carry, though. Andres Koos having to jump a long way. You can see the ball hitting the gloves very hard.
So hard, he's shaking his hands. He got hit in the hand. As did Ramiz Raja. A lot of guys have had deliveries kind of pop up off a good length, get hit in the hands when they've been batting. And now that spillover effect is here. The wind at Calvin Savage's back, so he's getting extra pace on the ball. Not often in U.S. domestic cricket you see the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper almost on the edge of the 30-yard circle, but that's not just a product of how fast Calvin Savage is bowling, but also the fact that he's got the wind at his back. And here we go again. Now Stephen Taylor's turn to get hit in the gloves. It's not been easy batting out there for anybody this week.
I think it's hit him in the upper chest. So just that steep bounce off a good length. That newer ball, the hard new ball, getting that extra bit of bounce.
Asha Mosley's earning her paycheck this week, Nikhil. I don't think she's made this many trips out to the middle to check on players in the CPL. She's been working with Trimbago Knight Riders or St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots.
So calling for the chest guard, Stephen Taylor, probably wisely facing that brand new ball. This is something that we've seen more and more cricketers use. Oh no, it's the arm guard. Sorry, he's deceiving me. But great to have him back. Got the wicket in the first innings and now opening the batting, replacing Dominic Rickey in this one.
Taylor's been around forever. The U.S. cricket scene made his debut at the age of 15 in Florida in 2010. He's been playing for USA for more than a decade now. And just shows how precocious he was making his debut, that despite being in a national team uniform for more than a decade, he's still got some ways to go before he hits the age of 30.
Well, look at this move from Corey Anderson. He's got Ali Sheikh. Very close to Stephen Taylor with the helmet on.
It's almost like a leg gully position. Backward, short leg. Just waiting for that delivery into the ribs to pop up off the gloves.
This time goes full Savage, just keeps it out in the end. Stephen Taylor. Expect this to be a pretty easy run chase for the USA Invitational 11?
Not after seeing the way Stephen Taylor got hit in the body a couple deliveries ago. On paper, yeah, it should be straightforward. Somebody was talking with me during the innings break, asking for a prediction, and I said USA by 6 wickets with about 15 overs to spare, but if they get some early breakthroughs, this MLC Central squad, you never know.
Getting some of that seam movement. You look at Calvin Savage, posed with those risks, able to then that aids him in moving the ball. Peter, I just want to be like you when I grew up. Honestly, people asking you for predictions at the halfway interval. When it comes to USA cricket, you're a guru.
A guru in my own mind, Nikhil. I don't know. You're giving me more credit than I deserve.
Oh, look at this shot. Stephen Taylor, that's a statement piece. Too full from Savage. He just brushes off that earlier hit in the over. Great way to end the first 4 for none.
This is why Jack made the move to put Stephen Taylor back up at the top of the order when he took over the USA head coaching position. A lot of those power play overs were wasted because we're not getting that effective boundary striking in the first 10. And Stephen Taylor, that's his bread and butter. He's not going to be the best at rotating singles and rotating the strike, but you get him in there with the field up, the restrictions in place, and he's going to capitalize getting to the boundary early and often, especially through that area. His main scoring area throughout his career has basically been that arc between cover and mid-off. He's not really a leg side player. He's known for going in the air, driving through the offside. And then when the spinners come on, he loves to play that back foot cut. He imagines himself as Brian Lara in a 6'2" frame. He loves to do that flourish, rocking onto the back foot. You saw Brian Lara do throughout his career.
So Isan Adil from the highway end. Oh, he's got him. One keeps down, stays down on Xavier Marshall. We saw this in the first innings. And here again, Isan Adil just takes one delivery at the stumps, and the US Invitational lose their first.
X marks the spot on off stump. And it means the X-Man has to go. You said it, Nikhil. We saw that. This is how Emil Aponso was dismissed. A few other players over the course of the last few days. You just get it back of a length. In between back of a length and a good length. And you get that variable bounce. Sometimes those deliveries skid low. We saw Justin Dill do it yesterday. Saw Jesse Singh do it in the first innings. And now here's Ehsan Adil. Carbon copy. Those medium pacers, you get it on that right length, and it's going to cause all sorts of mayhem.
That one kept really low, past below the waist of Xavier Marshall. Got back in line to pull. I've seen some deliveries do that, especially early on. Look at the bounce there. Short delivery for sure. Just above the pad, it passes Xavier Marshall. First delivery, Ihsan Adil's got a wicket. So Monak Patel, the captain, comes to the middle. Still a lot of work to be done. Relatively new batter to the crease in terms of Stephen Taylor. Just his first game in this Houston Challenge. Yes, he's got the boundary, but we need someone to spend some time with him. That, you think, though, Peter, will cause some concern in that dressing room, seeing that sort of bounce. Well, this one gets through as well. Well, cut off in the end, that cover. Just be a single. Monarch Patel underway.
Well, the danger is these cross-batted shots. Monarch Patel is a much more technically proficient player than Xavier Marshall. Those variable bounce deliveries, Monarch's game is geared towards, at the very least, stabbing them out, protecting the stumps. And we saw him graft really, really well alongside Xavier Marshall. Wasn't able to carry on past 50, but you've seen he's got the mentality and the capabilities technically to withstand the challenges that this pitch poses.
So no ball signaled. Free hit it will be. So just overstepping. And really a gift for Stephen Taylor. He'll take that every day of the week. Jermaine Lindo was quick to call it. Big swing and a miss. And another no ball signal by the umpire. So not getting it right, Isan Adil, in terms of that front foot.
We talked about this before in the first inning stint with you, Nikhil, that the chat I had with Rusty Tron and some of the other bowlers, they've been having a lot of difficulty with the wind and how it affects their run-up, and especially the bowlers who are running into the wind. You push so hard to try and force yourself through the crease, and it completely disrupts your rhythm. It completely disrupts your measured run-up. And most of the no balls and the oversteps that have been happening here this week have been happening from the end where the bowlers have been running into the wind, and that's what Ehsan Adil is doing here.
Well, this time Taylor connects. But it will be straight to the man, so that another wasted free hit, dot delivery.
Looked like a cutter bowled by Ehsan Adil there just to keep Stephen Taylor a little bit off balance. Miscued it to mid-wicket. Zia Shazad held on to what's a dot ball, not a catch, obviously, because it was a free hit. But Taylor, this is the end that I would expect Stephen Taylor to tee off, whether it's a free hit or not. He's hitting with the wind. We saw Willem Ludick do it in the first innings off Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor got a little bit of punishment from Willem Ludick, and now I think Stephen Taylor is well aware of the conditions. This is the end that he's batting up from right now, from the forest end, where you're hitting towards the highway end. That's the way the wind has been blowing for the last 2 days. On day one, the wind was blowing away from the highway end. It was going the opposite direction down the ground towards the forest end, but the last 48 hours switched directions. And so the big opportunities to capitalize on scoring right where Stephen Taylor is on strike right now.
Again, beating the outside edge. Good over so far. Good first over from Ehsan Adil. That tall frame, getting the ball to leave the left-hander. Do have the pat slip cordon for that. We did see some success yesterday in that East versus West encounter, Peter, where Justin Dillett was pushing the ball across the left-hander, got a lot of success from this end. Adil may have seen that.
Yeah, the wind today, it's when Justin Dill was blowing, it was blowing a lot more at a diagonal out of northwest. This time today it's much more straight, just straight north-south. And so you don't get as much assistance going across. There is still some assistance there. It's not as pronounced, but still an opportunity there for the bowlers to get some assistance going sideways with the wind. And that's the challenge these players are having out there.
So, end of 2, 7 for 1. The ideal start, though, from the central. How do you approach this if you're the Corey Anderson and the MLC Central looking to defend this small total of 152?
Well, what I like compared to yesterday is he's got 2 slips in place. He's tried to be relatively attacking in a similar situation yesterday. Dane Pete, I thought, was a little bit conservative. Had a few wickets down early, defending a low total, and instead of adding another slip in place or trying to attack a little bit more, was a little bit defensive. Corey Anderson knows he's not going to defend 153. He's got to put catching fielders in. He's got Ali shaken under a helmet at kind of a midway short leg, halfway between Monarch Patel and the square leg umpire, and then he's also got the 2 slips in place.
Just so good on the flick, and it will be for Monarch Patel on it in a flash. It was just too full, overpitched it, Calvin Savage, and he's going away from that really good length he found in the first 2 deliveries. Just a flick of the wrist, strong wrists for Monarch Patel.
He's so technically solid, Nikhil, especially on the body. And he showcases it there.
Peter, these two know each other very well. Monarch Patel and Stephen Taylor, mainly the go-to opening pair in the 50-over format. So we'll have a good relationship between them, and should be looking at sort of targeting batting to the 10th over, because if they are at the 10th over, it's in their nature to score. You expect them to be very close, in a good position to win this game if these two can bat to the 10th. Have to re-ball that one, Savage. So he has been a bit erratic since those couple of good deliveries early on.
Yeah, the wind, it just looks like spending some time outside and just looking the way the jerseys are fluttering. It's going down the ground, so he's got the wind at his back, but it's tailing kind of into the body of Monarch Patel a little bit. So he's got to start on more of a 4th, 5th stump line if he wants to get it on off some, because it's just going to naturally drift in.
But again, that's gorgeous. Almost better than that Stephen Taylor drive we saw in the first over. Just finishes on the shoulder. Monarch Patel not too worried about anything about the pitch, just playing on his merit.
Well, that was on the up. It was hardly a half volley, but that's just the confidence of Monarch Patel punishing it through wide mid-off.
Yeah, much better adjustment from Savage, but you would think this over 9 from it already, and that run rate already has shot up to 6 and over. Not ideal for the Central, who are just defending 152. If these two stay there, Peter, this game could be over in a hurry.
Well, anytime Stephen Taylor's at the crease, we saw what he did against Papua New Guinea in September in the ODIs there. Everybody showered attention on Jaskaran Malhotra for his 173 not out. That included the 6 sixes, but kind of lost in the shuffle was how rapidly Stephen Taylor was batting, and now Monarch Patel not allowing any pressure to build. 3 boundaries in the over, another leg stump half volley flicked away.
Or simply using the pace down the leg side, not going to threaten anything. And Calvin Savage just hasn't been on the money in this over. And Monarch Patel, according to your pun, Peter, it's just been savage against him. Am I doing it right? You know you're a professional when it comes to these things.
Savage. Savage. Monarch is being savage to Savage. Or what I like to call, this is This is the Monak Patel. He's a student of Cobra Kai cricket. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy from the USA captain.
Well, the key will be to continue this dominance. How often have we seen in this Houston Challenge batters get a start but not be able to kick on? Ideal to continue. Yeah, has been much more consistent than Calvin Savage. Beautiful day for cricket here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
I was saying before, Stephen Taylor had some blistering knocks against Papua New Guinea and Oman in September. And when he's there in the power play, the game can end quickly. If he gets out, he might be here until the 40th, 45th over. But when he's at the crease, that increases the likelihood of a very early finish today for USA. And when you've got Monak Patel doing what he's doing when he's on strike, that's only going to expedite things even further.
So Ideal has caused some problems for Taylor. Can he make an adjustment? I've been happy to just see him off outside the off stump. I like this batting though from Stephen Taylor. Not wanting to take any risk. He could easily look to fend that outside the off stump and possibly get the edge.
Well, what's been clever about this from Adil is that he knows Stephen Taylor is going to be trying to drive anything full, anything fractionally full. Stephen Taylor is going to just try and shovel it straight over mid-on, mid-off because the wind is howling in that direction. But he's been disciplined, keeping it on a good length, back to the length, not giving Taylor those driving opportunities in the conditions.
Again, another delivery which is outside that off stump. Narrowly misses, but I'm just judging Stephen Taylor and his demeanor. Seems pretty comfortable leaving the wall. So, Peter, I have a question for you. And obviously, you're a man of many talents. You write, you take pictures. Has anyone ever took any pictures of you or any articles on you?
There was somebody last year at one of the minor league games in Florida who was taking pictures of me. You were there, Nikhil. You might have witnessed this. It was very, very creepy. I had my camera lens pointed towards the middle, taking pictures of the action. And as I'm taking pictures of the action out in the middle, over my shoulder I can hear click, 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 click. I know it's a camera shutter going off, but I turn over my shoulder to look. That camera was not pointed at the field. It was taking pictures of me. Thinking, what kind of weirdo is taking pictures of me instead of taking pictures of what's going on in the middle? It was very unnerving, Nikhil.
Cameramen deserve some love too, Peter. You need to update your Instagram profile picture at some time.
Well, first it would require me to sign up to be on Instagram in the first place. I don't even have an account. Twitter's enough. I've got a limit to the amount of social media I can handle.
So all 6 deliveries, carbon copy outside the off stump. Stephen Taylor happy to let them go. End of 4, the USA Invitational 11 well on their way, 24-1. So Monak Patel, really everything he's touched has gone to the boundary so far in this innings. And look at this again. That is so classy. Even though, yes, it's gone straight to the fielder. But Monarch Patel is just oozing class, oozing confidence.
You want to take a picture of that and frame it, put it on the cover of GQ. That much class. Monarch Patel.
A picture taken by Peter Della Penna, of course. Not that one so much. Big flash outside the all-star. Lucky not to get an edge.
It's always good to station yourself at extra cover, between extra cover mid-off or just behind square on the leg side. If you're getting pictures of Monarch Patel, those are his favorite scoring zones. He always presents himself very elegantly, technically, and it makes for very elegant lines coming through the barrel of the camera lens. You can count on him to drive so beautifully.
Well, has he been hit on that back foot? Umpire Roshan Samuels walked straight away. Wasn't interested. Being a close call.
Okay, there's that variable balance. This one just kind of on a good length, slightly foolish length, but skids very low. And the wind, again, the wind is blowing into the body. And so that one was always going to be tailing into the pads. And umpire Roshan Samuels felt that was going to continue down the leg side. And Monarch Patel, I think, the way he shoveled across, we might want to try and get another look at the replay on this. But the way he went onto the back foot, he just might have flexed his leg and hit him in an exposed area. I think it just got him on the calf. His pad may have just kind of flicked to twist as he was trying to go onto the back foot there. And just instead of having the leg pointed straight forward, he was kind of at a 3/4 angle, sideways angle, and it just meant he was hit on an exposed area, and now he's going to have a bruise there after play. It's going to sting. He'll definitely be able to continue, but it's going to sting for sure for the next minute or so. As you see, Ash, I hope she's getting paid time and a half, maybe even ×2 for all the overtime, the number of trips she's made out to the middle this week, Nikhil. Earning her paycheck and then some.
Yeah, she's been very busy. One of the very undervalued positions on the cricket field, well, in the cricket team. Always so busy. Have to value our cameramen and our physiotherapists a lot. Just chopping it up for Monarch Patel. Just hope this doesn't stem the flow of his innings, because the way he was going really was batting well. Monarch Patel just getting some treatment to that left leg. Just look at the wind there, Peter. You look on the uniforms, the kits of these players.
These beautiful kits, these beautiful MLC kits by EM, the new kit sponsor for MLC. You've got one of these beautiful new EM polo shirts you're showing off, Nikhil.
Yeah.
How is the quality of these shirts? You can speak firsthand to the quality of these shirts, Nikhil.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic. I must say. I mean, they feel so thin, you know. Probably not helpful in this win, but definitely love the quality of them. Fit, smart fit, you know, Peter. This is how we're going 2022. Have smart fit clothing. You would know a lot about that when you're going to the gym and stuff. You know, you want to wear those smart fit clothing. Want to wear those smart fit clothing.
It's about the breathability too, not just the comfort in terms of looking good in the mirror, Nikhil, when you're flexing for those Instagram video shots, which these USA players and these MLC players, they love recording those 15, 20-second videos of them pumping iron in the gym following that Bert Cockley strength and conditioning regimen. It's not just about the comfort, but the breathability of the fabric.
Well, another appeal. Again, not out. Russian Samuels not interested. Another one which I think may have been going down leg. Much fuller in length this time from Savage.
Yeah, we're just off at a fine leg angle, but live, even with the angle, it looked like this was always going down leg the way Stephen Taylor played that shot, and the replay confirms as much. It's an ambitious shout from Calvin Savage, but good decision by umpire Rashane Samuels out of Atlanta.
It hasn't really broken the shackles just yet. That one boundary we saw in the first over from Stephen Taylor hasn't scored other than that. So majority of the scoring has been done by Monak Patel. Surprising you thus far?
No, it's still early. There's still time. There's some adjustments to be made. If I got Monak Patel back on strike, I'd be pitching it up as full as possible with his skimpy leg. Just to test it out. Just the way Calvin Savage has been testing Stephen Taylor out here. Probing over. Now the bails have blown off at the non-strikers end. Bails have been blown off at both ends, thinking this over. Do we need to go out to a Walmart or a Target after this game, Nikhil, and buy a wind speed meter to gauge how vicious the winds are here out at Prairie View? I feel like we're not doing the viewers justice with all our descriptions. We're running out of words to use to describe how windy it is here, Nikhil.
Well, yesterday I mentioned tornado. I was laughed at for it, but I'm telling you, man, I haven't experienced anything like this. End of the fifth over, 22-1. So Isan Adil, definitely been a standout. Another shout, but definitely going on like this time. So no real interest. But since that second over, Peter, we haven't really seen much scoring from this USA Invitational 11. Has it been good bowling or just that lack of impetus?
Well, Isan Adil has been fantastic. Again, he's drawn the short straw here, running into the wind, and he knows if he gets it fractionally too full, it's going to sail back over his head or over mid-off or mid-on. And just the discipline that he's shown in this spell has been mighty impressive. Monak Patel has tried to counteract it. You see him walking down the crease the last two deliveries to try and A, negate the movement that Isan Adil is getting, but B, try and get a little bit more forward to try and disrupt the length, convert that good to fullish length into a very full length to open up the driving opportunity. But again, Isan Adil has been able to adjust. Just when he sees Monak Patel telegraphing it, just drags that length back ever so slightly. So very, very impressive work here by Isan Adil in the context of the conditions.
Well, comes down the track off the outside edge. Not where he would have wanted it to go. Monak Patel looking to beat that mid-off fielder up in the circle. Nonetheless, though, does get the desired result, gets a single. You would think no real risk needed with 130 left, Peter, to win.
No, but if you're going to do it, it's going to be a calculated risk. And as you said, that you could see what Monak Patel is trying to do there. He's trying to come down the track to open up that scoring zone straight back down the ground where the wind is blowing. And that's where the calculated gamble is. You've got the wind blowing so hard that way, mid-on and mid-off are up. That's your prime scoring option if you can do it. We haven't really seen Stephen Taylor at all try and come forward down the crease. And the other way to counteract that, they've got a man in a catching position at a very short mid-off.
Well, that one really stays down. And yet again, they've tried 3 times. Run into the path of Stephen Taylor. And all 3 have shown no interest from the umpires. He's really struggling at the moment, but he's still out there. That's the important thing.
That one looks like it's pitching outside leg. I know we don't have the camera straight behind the stumps, but
Inside edge as well.
oh, it's a double whammy. Not really much going for that shout in the grand scheme of things, Nikhil. Despite the excitement shown by Ahsan Adil. It's Willem Ludick who's the man at that short, mid-off, short extra cover position and a catching spot for that drive that Stephen Taylor has been susceptible to over the years.
Yeah, this time no impetus in that appeal. Definitely down the leg. But the amount of balls we've seen cannon into the pads of these 2 batters hasn't been the most comfortable going thus far.
I think they'd rather the ball skid low into the pads than have it pop up and hit him in the chest and the arm and the ribs and the gloves. We've seen plenty of that.
Yeah, just 152 on the board for the Central. Would have expected with that batting lineup to get at least north of 200. Yes, it was a challenging surface, but they did get themselves in, did the hard part, the batters for the majority. Much like this from Monak Patel, Stephen Taylor. So end of 6. The first 6 overs going the way of the USA Invitational team, you would think. 24 for 1. Calvin Savage, been expensive. Conceded 18 runs in his first 3. Hits the deck hard. Is a fast, one of those quick bowlers as Liam Plunkett was talking about. I've seen a couple of those over this Houston challenge. Jesse Singh, a man you follow for a long time, 3 wickets today. The pick of the USA bowlers, Peter. What did you make of his spell?
Well, I would expect nothing less from a Garden Stater, Nikhil. These New Jersey guys, they're showing everybody up here. Yasser Muhammad, Jesse Singh, Sai Mukamala with the bat. Stephen Taylor representing Florida. He's got some catching up to do. He's missed out on the first couple days as a late arrival, but he's pinching a couple here through mid-wicket.
Is it safe to say that you were a New Jersey Stallions fan, the minor league team? Saw Rovman Powell, Mukamala, Jesse Singh.
Justin Dill.
So were you a Stallions fan this year?
Justin Dill. Stephen Wigg is another outstanding player.
Oh, Stephen Wigg, Peter, is someone I really want to talk about. Why is Stephen Wigg chance of another LBW? Where is Stephen Wigg, Peter? Tell us. You're a man who knows everything from one state to the next in terms of cricket. I was mightily impressed with what I saw in that finals weekend. I just haven't seen him since.
Well, when he's not playing cricket, he's spreading the word of God. Comes from a very long line of missionaries. His father and grandfather were missionaries in India. His grandfather is from the U.S., Dutch heritage, but American. And moved to India to do missionary work. And his father as well came back and forth. His father spent quite a number of years in south central Los Angeles in some really rough neighborhoods doing missionary work, Christian missionary work. And Stephen and his brother Josiah, they've got that Dutch heritage, but the Christian missionary family. Stephen's mother as well. His mother and father, they both work as missionaries. And that's what the family has been all about. God and cricket.
What about the cricket, though? Where is Stephen Wigg? I mean, we covered a couple tournaments since that minor league. Haven't seen him. Where has he been?
Well, I think he goes back and forth between Florida and New Jersey, wherever the cricket is, wherever the cricket in the warm weather is.
But he's definitely someone that I've been very excited to see and hoping to see in this minor league season. Direct hit, but Monak Patel is well home, very quick between the wickets.
Another fascinating thing about him, again, he's got, his father is American, of Dutch heritage, and his mother is Indian. His name is Stephen Wigg, so obviously it's a name that wouldn't exactly jump out of you as being necessarily Indian. But he's got that mixed heritage, and when he first arrived in the nets in New Jersey, he's fairly fair-skinned, so he wouldn't necessarily jump out at you as somebody who you'd think of as Indian. And he comes into the nets.
But off the leading edge, there is a man at third man, just be a single, one of the two outside the circle in these first 10.
29 for 1 after 7. He comes into the nets and he starts speaking Telugu to all these Indian guys in the nets, and they're going, who the hell is this guy? Why is this guy named Stephen Wigg, who looks like he's white, maybe could pass as Indian, but why is he speaking Telugu? Where is he from? And then the story starts to emerge of his background. And he's a very beloved member of the teams he plays in. He's got a great attitude, a lot of energy, a lot of hustle, in addition to his skill. He's a good fielder. He's a very promising left-arm medium-pace bowler. And he's also got one of the most unique backstories, I think, of any player on the minor league and major league cricket scene around the USA.
Well, definitely a joy to watch at that finals weekend. Just his variation, I think, was one of the standouts, really. And one of the main reasons the Stallions were able to get to the final. Change of bowling. A couple good overs from a good spell, really, from Adil. He's replaced by Willem Laddick. Looking for another solution to take some wickets for this central team. Good stop in the end by Ali Sheikh.
Ludic himself has also got a very interesting backstory. Originally from South Africa, played domestic cricket in New Zealand. Was a very solid all-rounder on the New Zealand domestic scene. And he had a sister who was living in Houston, and that was one of the reasons why he's migrated to Texas.
Gonna hurry, have to hurry here. Bowlers in. Ali Sheikh, good fielder, but can't hit the stumps direct. So another single. They're doing well to make sure they're able to turn over the strike.
Something you don't really see an awful lot of in Stephen Taylor's game. As I said, he likes to bat in the power play because he's a boundary striker. He's not really the best at rotating the strike to get singles, but he's been forced to adapt and adjust here. After that boundary in the first over, played out a string of 18 straight dot balls over the course of the next 5 overs. Those boundaries haven't come, and now they've had to adjust and try and rotate the strike a bit better. Yeah, Willem Ludic, sister was in Texas, and so for family reasons as well as cricket reasons, he took up an opportunity to come here and be part of Major League Cricket, and he's got his cricket ambitions, but he's also got an eye to life beyond cricket. He's currently enrolled at the University of Houston as a finance major. He's got a year to go. We were talking about over the last couple of days trying to balance schoolwork and cricket. He's got midterm exams coming up. Some of them are actually in progress, and so he's had to get some permission from his professors to be a bit flexible to try and juggle those midterms because he wanted to be a part of this Houston Challenge Series that's been organized by Major League Cricket at a time of year right around Easter time, right before Easter when midterm exams traditionally take place.
Yeah, good first over so far. Just the 1 run conceded.
And he's also somebody who's very well regarded for his coaching. Now he's playing, he's studying, and he also does some time coaching, whether it's in Houston or in Dallas. You know, one of the people who speaks very highly of him is Orlando Baker, former USA men's national team captain, who also does some coaching in Dallas. Monank Patel wasn't exactly thrilled that wasn't called a wide. He shuffled a long way across his stumps, and umpire Jermaine Lindo says that one passed over the top of leg stump, so no wide called. 1 run in the over at 30 for 1 after 8. And the other thing about Willem Ludick that a lot of people love, whether it's the kids he's coaching or his peers, he's got a great attitude. He got out to a shot that I don't think he really wanted to play. If he had to do it over again, edging behind today, and understandably frustrated in the moment, but 10 minutes later, he was walking around the boundary, all smiles, having conversations, greeting people who were fresh arrivals to the ground, welcome them to the ground. He's got a very positive attitude, whether it's coaching, playing, just engaging people in cricket. And that's one of the reasons why he was recruited to come here. They're looking for not just good players, but high character players, ones who are interested in coaching. They're looking for the well-rounded individual to get involved with Major League Cricket.
So Corey Anderson trying a bit of a trump card here, changing ends for Isan Adil. Calvin Savage just a tad expensive. As you said, Willem Ludick has been a great addition for that Houston Hurricanes setup. Tested Stephen Taylor's defense, Adil. But what I like about this innings from Stephen Taylor, he's showing good restraint. Hasn't given it away. Another batter would have played a release shot, look for something. But Taylor spending time in the middle.
Not just another batter, but another version of Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor in his younger years would have easily thrown his wicket away in this situation. But a decade in the national team has brought a level of maturity to his game where rather than getting frustrated and doing something rash, he's accustomed to now trying to see off these situations.
Has had to stay very low because of that variable bounce. Stephen Taylor showing good maturity at the moment. These two, you think. I mentioned batting to the 10th over would be critical. Thought there would be a bit more runs given the way that they both started. But nonetheless, they're still there in the middle, still 9 wickets in hand. You expect them to get home from here, the U.S. Invitational team, but a long way to go. Less than 3 runs required per over to win. Well, has a flash at this one. There is a man in the deep and does extremely well. It's Willem Ludick at the 3rd man boundary. What a stop that is to keep it to just a single. Saves certain 3 runs for his team.
It's that kind of stuff that is why he's so highly regarded. You could say they're only defending a target of 153. He didn't have the best time at the crease. You could say some people might have a bad attitude or let it spill over into the field. What is he doing? He's going all out to try and save 3 runs. That's why I think he'll be a very quick fan favorite when Major League Cricket launches.
This one is flicked again down to Willem Lillick, keeping him busy down that fine leg.
He does all the right things all the little things that when you see him in person, I think he's somebody, whether you see him in person or you see him on TV or on a web stream, it's hard not to like everything that's part of the Willem Ludic package.
Yeah, he showed glimpses with that 23 today. Got a start. I'm sure he will have a part to play with the ball in hand. Oh, look at this. Straight as an arrow from Stephen Taylor, and he has enough on it to get to the boundary. So, after being bogged down for quite some time, that's a shot that will do his confidence a lot of good. Mona Patel did well in the end.
He did, dancing out of the way. And I think Ehsan Adil might just be getting a little bit carried away here now that he's got the wind at his back. He was so disciplined when he was blowing into the wind. He didn't dare give Stephen Taylor anything close to a drivable length because he knew it was going to disappear with the wind back over his head. Now that he's got the wind at his back, that little bit of extra pace, he tried to pitch it up, and he pays the price.
Yeah, again, going back to that length, that's worked so well for him. So that ends in a pretty eventful over. 6 from it. Good for the invitation. 11 after 9. Well on their way here. 36 for 1. Well, Luddick continuing with the ball in hand. Is there any chance, Peter, for the Central as the captain, Corey Anderson? What are you telling your team? Is there any chance of getting back into this game and winning it? Just 117 more to defend.
Well, there's always a chance, Nikhil. It reminds me of Jim Carrey. So you're saying there's a chance. There's always a chance. Now, to what degree of that chance? It's very, very low. It is very similar to the chance that Jim Carrey had in Dumb and Dumber of walking off into the sunset with Lauren Holly. But there's still a chance. That's why they play the games, Nikhil. And you can see why there's a chance, because there's that variable bounce. And again, Monank Patel taking some punishment. He's been hit a couple times today. And here we go again. Asha Mosley, we're going to have to bump up her pay from time and a half to times 2 to maybe even times 3. The amount of overtime she's accruing here as the designated physio to look after all these injured players.
Yeah, has had to battle most of these players, but Monank Patel especially in the middle. Second time he's been struck. A pretty lusty blow as well.
They're going to have to adjust the budgets going forward from Major League Cricket. I don't know if they accounted this much budget in the line items for physiotherapist treatment this event.
So, Peter, are you saying should pull some from you to give to the physios?
Might have to reallocate those budgets, Nikhil. Yeah. Could be not just me, could be both of us. We could be on the chopping block. It's not just the players. Hasha's given treatment to the umpires throughout the week. You've seen the umpires needing some assistance from the physio as well, so it's not just the players.
Yeah, I have seen that variable bounce still be a problem, especially for someone like Willem Luddick, who really relies on hitting that hard. Because he's putting so much power behind the ball, who knows how it will bounce. The various subs for the Invitational 11 out there. Just giving some painkillers to Monarch Patel. Some good old ibuprofen.
Just needs a little poke in the ribs. Does it hurt here? Does it hurt when I do this? Just to distract him from the immediate pain. And the other impressive thing, on a serious note, Willem Luddick, what he's doing, he's bowling into the wind. So to be able to get it at such an awkward pace and length that it's causing Monarch Patel to have this much difficulty, again, that just shows how impressive Willem Luddick has been bowling here with the conditions against him at the moment.
Almost. Again, he's been hit. Inside edge onto the right knee. It's been that type of inning to Monarch Patel. It's really struggled. Just been battered and bruised.
We've had enough drama from Monarch to produce at least a three-part mini-series here. The amount of action and activity that he's encountered today and in his previous innings.
This time, uses the bat, the full bat behind that one. They have put things back well, this Central team, since that early first couple of overs where the Invitational 11 were really flying. All of a sudden now, hasn't been as easy to score, and it will get difficult, increasingly difficult after this power play, after this delivery, when you have more than just the two fielders outside the circle. So ends the 10th over. At the end of the first 10, the Central were 42 for 2. The US Invitational team, 36 for 1. But the benefit to them, they know exactly what they're chasing and know how to play the situation.
Well, as you said, Nikhil, they've dragged it back well. It was really just that one bat over that Calvin Savage had in the third over where he conceded the 3 boundaries to Monarch Patel. But just going through the overs right now, line by line, USA only had 14 scoring shots in the power play out of 60 legal deliveries. And then there was the 2 no balls. Stephen Taylor whiffed both times on the free hit. So with the exception of that third over by Calvin Savage, it's not just the lack of boundaries, it's just been lack of runs, period. The pressure to be able to build up and deny scoring opportunities full stop has been really impressive. Whether it's Ehsan Adil, Calvin Savage after that one bat over, and now Willem Luddick as well from the highway end.
Adil into his 5th consecutive over, putting in a big shift. Signals the end of the power play by Roshan Samuels. But Taylor takes him on. There is that mid-on fielder in place. So trying to go past Calvin Savage, almost tried to run in, take the catch.
It's a danger area for Stephen Taylor. He's been caught so often at mid-on and mid-off during his career. And hitting into the wind, he's flirting with danger here. Outside the power play, as you said, so they can afford to push mid-on and mid-off back outside the circle if they want. They're keeping him up in the ring here. Only one extra fielder who's been pushed outside the ring at deep backward square leg.
Got an easy 2.
And it is that deep backward square leg fielder, Marty Kane, who circles around to mid-wicket to clean up. Got a deep backward square leg, deep fine leg, deep third man. They can afford to push one more fielder out if they want to, but for now they're keeping them in because USA has not really run away at all by any stretch of the imagination with the scoring rate.
Do you expect to see spin in the attack anytime soon? Takes the pull on. And what a catch that is. What a catch that is by Marty Kane. Deep backward square, diving, full stretch.
All aboard! The Kane train is on the loose, Nikhil. What a catch that was. And it was so well judged, too, because he's hitting really into the wind. The wind is blowing down the ground towards the highway, but it's also blowing away from Marty Kane, so he's got to run full stretch, full extension, and Marty Kane, that'll be going on his Instagram stories, Nikhil.
Yeah, full stretch dive in midair. Great camera work as well to capture that. But he just ran off in excitement. Stephen Taylor got to start. He's got to go for 16. Does bring Sushant Modani to the middle. A lot of batting in the US Invitational 11. But pretty much well set up from Ishan Adil, who's got his second now. Place those fielders on the deep leg side boundary and just pull short. Ask Stephen Taylor to take him on, and Taylor's going to take him on with that smaller boundary.
Also, it's just a reward for all the work that Ihsan Adil has put in this spell. Stayed so disciplined, and that scoreboard pressure, all those dot balls piling up. That one loose delivery that Ihsan Adil bowls on the legs. Stephen Taylor thought it was a scoring opportunity, and instead it means he's going back to the USA 10. Marty Kane. We talked about Willem Ludick before. His attitude and in a non-international match, putting in all the effort that he has to save runs in the boundary. Marty Kane is cut from the same cloth. You'll never see him give anything less than 100%, no matter the stage.
Off the inside edge, Morani. Off the mark straight away. Just want to know, though, with that wicket, a real opportunity for the Central to put the pressure on. Mona Patel, you expect him as the captain and leader of this unit to take a senior role in this run chase. Shouldn't be too complex. Just 114 left for victory. But a couple quick wickets here before maybe that 15th over. Or maybe before that drinks interval. And this game now becomes a lot different. You know the saying, Peter. One always brings two.
Does that mean there's a Marty Kane clone lurking somewhere in Nelson or in San Diego that is going to be recruited to be a part of minor league cricket and major league cricket? So you could certainly use another Marty Kane if that's the kind of effort he's producing.
Another quick single from Patel ends a successful over from the US Invitational 11, 40 for 2. Sorry, one more delivery. I'm just rushing the brush. So good opportunity for Sushant Modani though in this one to get some time in the middle. Usually Aaron Jones batting at number 4 for the Invitational 11. Not today. Almost. This is a really good spell from Adil. 5 overs on the trot. And he's produced 2 wickets. Brought his team into the game. End of 11, 40 for 2. So it will be Willem Ludik. Continuing. Well, Monak Patel hasn't been afraid to play his shots.
And you can see him, as he was doing before to Ahsan Adil, just trying to take an extra step down the track to disrupt the length and try and create a drivable length to punch the ball back over mid-on, mid-off, where the wind is blowing. It'll be interesting to see how Willem Ludik adjusts to that strategy from Monak Patel.
Well, chipped in the air, but over the infield, and it will be another boundary for Monak Patel. Taking command of this situation. Again, look to hit it in front, but just came off the leading edge. And doesn't matter how they come, Peter, it's just about the runs in the end. That's what shows up in the scorebook.
It's his first boundary since the third over. He's got 4 boundaries in all, but didn't score any for the last 8 overs. That breaks the dry spell for him, and we've seen that a couple times now, where he's tried to drive over the top using the wind, and he's gotten away with it both times, just clears the infield.
Yeah, anything full has been quick to play those drives, those flicks. And anything on a good length, like we just saw from Ludik, he has been happy to keep out.
We've had a question come in here over Twitter, Nikhil, from Twitter handle at Mr. Mike Q. Can you discuss for the fans the implications of playing 50-over matches that don't go the distance? I fear that USA may be missing out on some vital experience. More than anything, Mike, I think it just shows the lack of 50-over that cricket that's played domestically. Most of these guys, the only 50-over cricket they play in terms of the USA players is at international level. There's very few leagues in the country that have a 50-over format in their Premier Division. There's a few on the West Coast in California, and there's one in New York. But otherwise, it's very rare for these guys to encounter 50-over cricket at the local league level. And what you're seeing today, and to a certain extent some of the other games, is just that lack of experience and the lack of exposure in playing this format.
Another boundary for Monak Patel. Second in the over. Again, Ludik, 2 full. And he's just so strong on that leg side. Monak Patel just clearing that left foot. Not even clearing, really just opening up.
You said it, Nikhil, and it's 2 full. It becomes too easy for Monak Patel, especially with the conditions the way they are, where he's driving in with the wind. That's just going to hustle the ball even quicker to the rope. Just go back to that other point, Nikhil. You've mentioned it multiple times. These guys play an awful lot of T20 cricket. And when they're in that T20 mode for the majority of the year, they just lack that exposure to 50-over cricket. And it results in situations like today. As Monak picks another one off his pads towards Marty Kane at deep into wicket. And the 9 run over, 49 for 2 after 12. But you get an awful lot of guys who just, they lack that temperament, they lack that experience. I've heard it compared in some ways. There's a lot of guys who play 40-over cricket at league level. And that extra 10 overs makes a difference. It gets compared to the difference between a distance runner running a 400-meter versus an 800-meter race, or an 800-meter versus a 1,500-meter race. That extra distance, you have to have that exposure and that experience to train your mind temperamentally, train your body, because that extra 10 overs, that's an extra 25% of cricket in an innings. And I think a lot of people superficially, they look at the scorecard and think, oh, what's the big deal? What's the difference between 40 overs and 50 overs? Can't be all that significant. When in reality, it's a dramatic difference.
Well, that's my take on it. I think it does have some implications, given at the end of the day, the USA can only play what's in front of them. And I mean, if you look at the 2 games they've played so far, the oppositions haven't been able to bat the full 50 overs. Nothing they can do about it, but could affect them in the long run, in the sense that there are many players in this USA team. They've got their entire training group here at the Houston Challenge, and they'll be wanting them to get all time in the middle, some time in the field. But at the end of the day, they can only play what's in front. So they won't mind it too much, but at the same time, probably would have ideally liked to spend some more time out there in the sun. Big year of international cricket coming up, as you know, Peter. A lot of 50-over cricket as well.
Yeah, it's not just about the batters who have, in a short chase, you might not see necessarily the middle order here, but in the field, they were only in the field for 37 overs. We didn't get a chance to see Václav available. So it's not just the guys maybe who are slotted in to come in at 6, 7, 8 who might not get to bat today, depending on how the chase goes, but some of the bowlers didn't get a chance to bowl, really. Kareem Agor, just 2 overs. Václav Vagela didn't bowl at all. So if the match doesn't go the full 50 overs, or the innings doesn't go the full 50 overs, yeah, you're not getting one on the batting side. It shows that you need to work on your application on the batting side, but if you flip it around, it means some of the bowlers aren't getting to stretch themselves out for a 10-over spell. You don't get to see Saurabh Netravalkar come back to the death and test his death bowling skills. You don't get to see either Jesse Singh test out his death bowling skills necessarily in a death spell where he's got to practice his Yorkers, practice his slower balls. You're missing out on an opportunity to have some match simulation, match practice to test out those skills in those situations.
And it is a test for those bowlers, and a good test to see how they gauge later on in terms of international cricket, because 10-over spells are nowhere close to compared to the 4-over spells in a T20 game in terms of the complexity, the concentration needed. So I'm sure at some point the USA will be looking forward to spending the full 50 overs in the field. Tomorrow they're up against the West, who I think personally have got the best batting lineup in this tournament. Didn't really click to the full potential yesterday, but still were able to chase down that 195 total. Warner Patel, those looked at ease in terms of this inning so far, just up to 27. Playing a captain's innings as the 50 comes up.
And even one player can make a difference. We were talking before about Steven Taylor. The length of time he spends at the crease could determine how quickly this chase moves along. Now that he's gone, there's a much higher probability that MLC Central can stretch this out to the 45th or 50th over.
That one's really short and given a wide as well. We'll have to bowl that one over Isan Adil, but 6 overs on the trot, Peter. You have to give credit to Isan Adil for this type of spell.
Again, it's not just the wind, but the heat. There's an awful lot of things to battle here. It's taxing on the body, especially for a fast bowler. I haven't seen anybody over the course of this week in the heat and in the wind bowl such a lengthy new ball spell. So, again, it's a lesson to learn for some of the other guys. The physicality, the endurance, the stamina, and the skill all bundled together.
Just a dot to end, and 2 runs from the 13th. 51 for 2. And there will be drinks. So the Invitational 11 in pursuit of that 152 for victory. 51 for 2, and pretty much on their way to gaining that victory very soon. Do join us in a few minutes' time. So 51 for 2 after 13. The USA Invitational 11 well set, well on their way to victory, picking up their second victory in this Houston Challenge. Really taking it by storm. William Luddick will continue his spell. Alongside me, the coach from the MLC Central team, Bert. How are you, man? Good to have you in the commentary box.
Yeah, g'day, mate. Thanks for having me. It's a different position in here. There's no wind. It's nice, cozy.
Well, yes, can't have that ravaging wind. Unable to talk in that. Unable to even stand in that, Bert. It's just feels like a tornado.
I'm not sure if the viewers at home can see it, but it's actually windy. And it's relentless all day. There's not a lot of protection. There's not a lot of trees to like buffer it.
So Monat Patel continuing. And so Bert, let's dissect this performance from your team. 152 with the bat. Obviously not as many runs as they would have wanted. What went wrong, you think, in that batting display?
Yeah, I just think application. A few guys got starts and we just didn't get on with it. We didn't bat. Guys just didn't go on with their innings and get into the back end of our 50 over innings. So guys would get in, restart, get themselves in, and then it was just a pattern throughout the innings. And Corey, it's a dot ball. Corey did pretty well. He stuck around, fought, but we just didn't have enough batters in the tank at the end. But I think the wicket's looking pretty good, and I'm not sure if it's a 150 wicket. As you can see here, the USA boys are doing pretty well on it. It's a good contest. The bowlers are bowling well, but the USA boys are 2 down for 50.
Yeah, another easy run from Monat Patel. You mentioned guys getting starts. That's been really the question of the week so far. Does the amount of T20 cricket being played, in your opinion, Bert, have an impact on these players in the 50 over format? So many players across, not only in this essential team, as we saw earlier, boundary from Monat Patel, but so many players have been playing a wide array of T20 cricket all around the country. Has that had an impact on them now in the 50 over a longer format?
We'll just wait for Williams coming in the bowl. Bottom edge, nearly played on. No, I think you're correct, and it's a theme around the whole country. And there is a lot of T20 cricket, and the guys get used to playing that format, which is very aggressive, and you just want to get on with the innings pretty quickly. And 50 over cricket is very different. You have a lot more time to bat your innings and to formulate your innings. And Williams coming in to bowl again. Off the wrong foot. Restart.
Again off the inside edge. Should be an easy 2. Sushant Modani just supporting his captain. Promotion in the batting order for him today. Some more time in the middle. You were saying, Bert, about sort of the impact of the T20 game and the 14.
Yeah, and I think there's a few things to it. Obviously, the boys are coming out of the off season. It's their first real big hit out. They played Houston Open last week, and guys are trying to get back into it. And this is essentially like a big pre-season camp into the season. You may say, but still knowing how to play 50 over cricket and setting up that whole innings to play your 50 overs is a bit of it's an art. And if you're not playing it enough, and you're only playing T20 cricket, they're two very different styles of cricket. So whether guys need to just have a think about how they're formulating their innings and going about it.
So Calvin Savage brought back into the attack. Trying everything here, Corey Anderson.
It's a close chance there. Ball's just gone over the inner field there. Could have been a chance. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've only been in the country for 3.5, 4 years, and it is a theme around the country that it's shorter form cricket. And if you think about it, the US should be really good at T20 cricket, in which we are. The guys are good at T20 cricket.
Well, bat on it. I believe bat on it because he looked back straight away, Sushant Modani, but just enough to get past Andres Ghost, the big keeper, and the USA Invitational, less than 100 to win now. Inside edge. Always difficult for any keeper. Just out of the reach.
Would have been good if that went to hand.
No bias or anything, but. How did your team, Bert, get back into this one? 59 for 2, the Invitational. Really good Yorker from Savage. Is there any way to get back into this one? Haven't seen any spin introduced yet.
Yeah. I think we do need some things to go our way. Obviously, catch there from Andres would have, shifted a bit of momentum our way, and it is tough conditions batting. We can get a couple of wickets go our way, new batters in. It's difficult to get a start, and then we can plug away just like the USA boys did to us when we were batting. Swing there, Sushant. Yeah, we just need a few wickets to go away and shift in momentum, and we can then start to get a bit more attacking with our approach. But at the moment, the USA boys look like they're going about business and just plugging away, getting these runs. We need a couple of wickets to go away.
What do you think it is, though, about this USA Invitational team that has sort of set them apart from the other 3 teams in this tournament, well on their way to get their second win in this tournament? Well, that's class. That is class from Sushant Modani. Stand and hold that post for Peter Della Pena. Just through the covers, another boundary. The momentum well on the side of the USA Invitational 11.
They're a good team, the USA. I've been around them for 3 years, and I help them out with all the S&C stuff, and they are a good team, and they're very talented. I think there's a few different things. Obviously, we'll wait for Calvin to bowl this ball.
Down to third man, this one.
There's a few different things going on. There is the USA cricket team, and then there's the Major League cricketers here, and there's a lot to play for. Most of these boys are here. They'll serve their 3 years, and then they'll become eligible. And so for the current USA boys, they are the cream of the crop, and they are the top players for the USA, as you may say. And but then at some point in time, there's going to be a bigger selection pool, and it's great for cricket. It creates competition, and so I think there's a few different things going on. The USA boys are, showing that they're the top, and they are the best players in the US. And then you got the MLC cricketers who are here, and they're also fighting to show what they've got, and that if they have what it takes to play for the USA. So I think, as a spectator, I think it's brilliant to see all these great cricketers here. And wait a sec, Williams coming in to bowl.
Wanted one. Sushant Modani has been busy so far at the crease. Exactly what you would require in this situation.
Yeah, so back what I was saying. I think it's exciting that there's so much competition here, and there's a few different dimensions playing out for everyone, and there's competition, and there's a bit of pride for the USA boys to show they're the top dogs, and then also the Major League cricketers they've got to show that they're
just turned into the onside. This is what Modani's so good at. Running very quickly between the wickets. Good thing he didn't take 2 there, though. Would have been a run out.
Marty. Sharp in the field, Marty.
Yeah, talk to me about that catch, deep backward square. Catch of maybe the challenge so far.
I love Marty. He's a character. Great cricketer. I told him it was all the fielding. I did it the innings break. I made him run around more than he wanted to. But it was a brilliant catch. He got in a good position, threw his body on the line, and he took it. And it's big wickets like that we need to go our way.
Yeah, a decent spell though from Lick so far. Just the 14 runs conceded into his 5th over. But you think the captain, Monat Patel, has to be credited for this innings. Even though they've lost the wickets of Stephen Taylor's and others, they just made sure that they've got a cool, calm, responsible head at the crease.
Yeah, Manank's he's showing, just the leadership qualities that he has, and he's leading this run chase. He's got a bit of a battering. It's a bit hard wicket to bat on. He's copped a few balls, but he's still fighting. He's leading this chase. So he's 29 or 44, and he's digging in deep. And this is what 50 over cricket's all about. It's not about just going out there and just trying to bludgeon every ball. He knows there's lots of overs, and he's got time, and looks like he's going to be the man to try and lead it.
Oh, well, in the air for a split second. Extra cover was in with a chance. But Monat Patel just times it so well. And it was just out of the reach of extra cover. Another boundary for the Invitational 11. Another boundary for Patel.
It's going like a rocket.
So he moves into the 30s now. Just 84 needed for victory. And Bert, your team needs a wicket. Need it badly at this stage.
Yeah, we need something to go away. The boys just need to keep plugging away and just keep doing the basics really well. There is enough in this wicket that chances are going to come. Bowled on his hip, tucked away for 1.
So end of 70 for 2. So the coach of this MLC Central team alongside me, Bert Cockley. Bert, how much have you enjoyed the Houston Challenge so far, day 3? A lot of exciting cricket to come. And also, what are the goals for a lot of these players over this week of cricket?
Yeah, it's been great. As I said earlier, I think having this amount of talent in Houston, it's pretty crazy to think we're in the middle of Houston, and we have the current USA national team. We have all these ex-international cricketers all in one place, and this may well be like one of the best competitions all year in terms of the talent playing in one location in a very consolidated. It's in this very consolidated, series challenge. I think so. For us, it was more, as I said, it's like a pre-season leading into the season, and guys getting back out there. For most of them, it's interesting. Guys living up in New York and Seattle, this is the first time they've actually put spikes on their feet, other than playing in the Houston Open for the last 5 days before this. This is the first time they've actually hit turf.
Especially because of those cold climatic conditions as well. Wouldn't have got much time outside.
Yeah, and so for most of our quicks, it was, you're trying to juggle getting their loads in and getting enough overs into them so they can actually come here and, there's a big difference between bowling indoors off half a run up, when we tell them to bowl at 80% versus match intensity, and you're competing. So, the guys they're holding up pretty well, and so it's about getting through this, getting back in the swing of things, getting back into those processes of, hitting good line and lengths, competing, batters trying to, get back into the middle, playing on turf, facing bowlers, and then back to that, playing out of 50 over innings and playing out that whole all your overs and getting a good total on the board.
Very full from Savage. So much better, much improved over from Calvin Savage. He's persisted with Savage, Corey Anderson. What do you think that is? He's gone back to Savage, even though he's been a tad expensive. Over 6 runs and over conceded with just 150 runs on the board. But clearly he's seen something in Savage that can get him a wicket.
He bangs the wicket, Calvin. Hits the wicket hard, and the first over you see that when he hit the wicket, the ball's got through. It's a nice bumper. It's given a wide.
Have to reball that one. Calvin Savage.
It's good intentions. I like it. Yeah, he bowls good pace, Calvin. He hits the wicket really hard, and there is enough in this wicket where he might be able to just get the batters to play miss hit, maybe get something caught in the covers. We've still got a slip in and a floating. So if he keeps banging away, we may be able to get a little edge here. I'd still play around with a few more short balls. My fast bowler in me, I'd be putting someone back and just playing around a little bit.
Well, instead goes to the fuller length. Another dot delivery. Bert, you mentioned the fast bowler in you. I met you last March in a coaching capacity, but then to watch the minor league and see you actually running up and bowling yourself, I didn't know you had that in you, Bert. Tell us about that side of you in terms of your playing side.
Yeah. Well, obviously I'm from Australia, and I played professional cricket in Australia for 8 years. I was with New South Wales for 5 years. Let Calvin bowl the ball here. Slow ball, by the looks of it.
Slower ball and picked by Modani, able to get it over the infield. Another 2. Good work at the boundary by Ali Sheikh and Marty Kane.
Yeah, so played for New South Wales for 5 years, and then had a lot of injuries with them. I was pretty fortunate. Like when I played for New South Wales, I got selected for the IPL, got picked for Australia, Australia A, and Australia. Had a lot of injuries, stress fracture in my back, and I ruptured my ACL in my front leg, trying to bowl a bouncer. So that took me out of the game for about 3 years, and I got back, but I just looked for a change. So I moved to Western Australia. Calvin's coming in to bowl here. Another short ball, no run. Yeah, moved to Western Australia, and I was just looking for a fresh start, and so moved over there and played for Western Australia. And it was the same time that Western Australia was going through a change as well, and Justin Langer came in as the coach just as I moved there. So I was really fortunate that Justin Langer was our coach. He coached me for all the years I played for Western Australia, and I hurt my knee again. It was actually against England in a tour game, and I landed awkwardly at the crease and tore my meniscus, and that was it. And I was 27, and my career was done. That was the start of the cricket season in Australia, and that was me. So my career pretty much ended there, and I went to school and did my sports science degree, and pursued a career in strength and conditioning, and with the aim of working back in elite sport. So finished my degree, and to bring it back a little bit, I met my wife in England at the Champions League, and she moved out to Australia and got married, and so we moved here for nearly 4 years ago. And so without any plans of coming to the US and working within cricket, it was just purely for coming close, getting over here and being close to her family. And here I am, landed kind of right time, right place, and there's lots happening. It's a really exciting time in cricket in the US, and I hadn't actually played cricket for 3 years, and Corey asked me a week before minor league if I wanted to play, and I was like, sure, I'll see how I go. And literally hadn't played cricket in 3 years, and strapped my spikes on and played first game of the minor league.
Corey Anderson into the attack. Some cutters, some variations from Anderson. Surprised to see him, the captain, go to himself.
Yeah, he said he's going to bowl a few overs today. Just trying to get his body back getting some loads in and building into the season. So he'll bowl a few overs here.
They'll need wickets as well. Under 80 to win. Sushant Modani looking to drive, looking to take on that mid-off field up in the circle. Interesting feel from Anderson. If he's bowling that full length, he's got mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Just the third man, fine leg, and cover on the boundary. As well as, mid-wicket.
It's climbed. So there's that funny variation in the wicket. It's always funny with those balls that a lot happens, but they're never really where you want them. You got to keep playing the ball as if it's a normal ball and play it on its merit and ignore those balls that come out of nowhere and do something like that.
Ooh. Almost into the pad from Corey Anderson. Trying to shake that ball away from Manat Patel by bowling around the wicket.
I think we can expect a few more cutters here from Corey. He'll take the pace off. He's got a man back. Marty's 15 in. He'll be playing around with his pace. He'll dig a couple in. Try and get a miss hit.
A run out chance. Have to hurry. Manat Patel is very quick, even after being there for 51 deliveries. Eager to get to the other end. You do think, though, Bert, if there was one wicket that they need to get, it is that of Manat Patel. The longer he stays at the crease, the more this game is slipping out of the grasp of your team.
Yeah, he's spent the most time out there. He's gotten used to these conditions, and he's getting comfortable with it. A new batter coming in, it's going to be hard to get set on this. So we need Manunk.
Well, there it is, a loud appeal. Again, given not out. They've had about 5 or 6 shots for a leg before. And if there was a review system, Corey Anderson may have well sent that upstairs.
I'm going upstairs with that one.
We have the benefit of a replay. The umpires don't. Let's have a look at it. This angle, of course, is not straight behind. But you do get a good gauge. Came a long way across. Interesting. From here, you can see leg stump. But remember, we're not straight behind. So, very tough to tell. With that angle, likely going down. But we'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. End of 18, 76 for 2.
So here we have the first spin option coming in today.
Yeah, Mila Ponzo into the attack. Thought we would have seen spin introduced a bit earlier, given the fact that they haven't been able to take a wicket thus far. This partnership, beneficial one for the Invitational 11, worth 38, the highest of the match in terms of between these two. Wadani's played the situation well. After the wicket of Stephen Taylor come in, just been busy, happy to rotate 1 and 2 for the 1s and 2s. Hasn't really tried to take too many risks.
And it just shows you don't need to do anything crazy on this wicket. They've applied themselves, they've given themselves a chance, and now they can just, keep building this partnership and don't take risks. Bat out these overs and they should be comfortable.
I don't think they'll want to take 50 overs to get the remaining 77, but definitely will want to wrap things up very quickly. Remember, they do have another game, Bert, tomorrow coming up against the MLC West team. So they want to keep themselves fresh. This Texas sun isn't easy. Samir Alfonso would have played his minor league cricket in Atlanta for the Fire. Formidable unit, the Fire, the likes of Stephen Taylor, Aaron Jones, Amida Alfonso, and many others this year in the minor league. Got to the semifinals. Gonna run a quick single. Wants two. Monat Patel. Rodani wants the third, but definitely not on. Ali Sheikh got a good arm. So you would have played for the Irving Mustangs, would have seen a lot of Corey Anderson, Ali Sheikh. What have you summed up of the whole entire minor league experience? First year in 2021, we had it.
Great concept. It's a great concept. I think I liken it to premier, grade cricket in Australia, and it's great competition. The best players in the country are playing. For me, we were playing in Dallas, so there's no turf wickets, only synthetic. And the funny thing is, the first game we played up in Dallas, I hadn't played on synthetic since I was 16. So it was quite bizarre to be playing on synthetic. No run there. It was quite bizarre that I was running in and trying to bowl on synthetic, and it was getting used to the conditions is different. Having been with this USA team now for 3 years, and I'd always hear them talking about how hard it is getting ready for games and to play back at the international level when they're going away on tours. And I put myself in their shoes. I experienced it as a player that playing locally, you're either on synthetic or you're on matting, and then only so many places have turf wickets. So 1 week we'd be down in Musa playing down there, and the next week we'd be up in Dallas, and it was very different conditions. And bowling's very different. The ball comes on different. The characteristics of how you play.
So Anderson back into the attack.
And it was quite different, like playing, and obviously turf, ball comes off the wicket differently than it does on synthetic. And noticing the players are very used to playing on synthetic. They throw their hands at the ball. Where on turf you can't do that. The ball holds up a bit more, pace changes, the ball moves a bit more.
Getting some steep bounce there. Corey Anderson really pushed that one through.
But it was a great concept. Really enjoyed it. I think it's going to be exciting again. It just builds on from last year, and it gets bigger and better. And I think the players, moving on from last year, you look forward to it. The standard of cricket, the quality of cricket.
Again, looking for another single. Sushant Madani can't find it. Got over thus far. 3 dots to start.
Yeah, Corey's showing his skill here. Changing the pace, hitting good lengths. I'm still waiting for this short ball out to Marty.
He's got the fielder there for, as you said, Marty Kane on the deep backward square boundary. Did bowl short there, but you want to get the direction. You want to get it right under the eye line, on that neck area, to force the batter to play. Has to play at it then.
Yeah, but back to the minor league, I think it is a great concept, and you're able to see, the best players in the country over a congested period of time put their talents on show, and it also shows the US in the variation in the facilities or surfaces that everyone's playing on. You might get the guys up in New York playing on matting. You get guys down in LA playing on turf. And then you get the guys in the Midwest will play a mixture of synthetic and turf. So it offers a lot. I'm excited about the future, if I be honest.
Yeah, this tournament showing the talent. A lot of under 19, under 21 players in this tournament. That's a big flash outside the all-stop from Monat Patel.
Yeah, I think it's just exciting if you think of where it's going, the amount of things happening within the country. The next 5-10 years, it's pretty exciting, and like the US is this last frontier in cricket. If you if you look at it that way, that we are a country that could be on par with. Dug it in, no run. We could be a country on par with the bigger full member nations like Australia and India and England, with its capacity for what it can produce. The US is a big sporting nation, and with the big corporate businesses behind it and the infrastructures that could be in place, there's no reason why the US can't be a big powerhouse in the world of cricket. So I see it as very exciting over the next 5 to 10 years with what could be happening, and all these players out here, they're going to be the future of it over the next 5 to 10 years, and they're going to be a part of it.
So Emilio Ponzo, just the one over 3 runs. Does have that slip in place. Yeah, we'll go with that flight. What about another option though in terms of spin? They do have Zia Shazad, the leg spinner, as well as Ali Sheikh, the left arm spin. So I thought, may want that ball spinning away. Ponzo hasn't really spun the ball so far.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a bad option at the moment. Just try something different. Z's a good option, and leg spin would be a good variation to try here. A little bit slower through the air.
Yeah, good running though by these two. For another pair that could have easily been a dot ball, but just ensuring that they're able to turn over the strike consistently. Well, takes it on Mona Patel into the onside. It'll be 4 more. He gets into the 40s now, and he's really led the way from the front for this Invitational 11.
He's batted well, Manunk. And again, he's just showing he's one of the leaders of this batting attack, and he's taken upon himself, and he's doing well.
But this would have been the ideal knock for him. I think for him as well, to spend some time in the middle in an innings like this would be perfect for him.
Yeah, you're right. And it's early on in the year. You want to spend time in the middle. No matter what it looks like, it could be ugly, but time in the middle, it's valuable, and you start to figure it out once you're in the middle. 60 balls in the middle might not feel great, but it's 60 balls. You can see he's starting to look more comfortable.
So that boundary, just 67 more to win. And you think as the captain, you'll want to see this all the way through. Really good batting this. Hasn't looked too bothered. Yes, he was been struck early on in his innings, but since then, been at ease.
Could you see if Corey bowls himself another over? One run down the ground.
So it should be a single to end the 21st. A big over for the USA. 7 coming from it. 88 for 2. Bert, thank you very much for joining me for this brief period.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Hoping to have you some more through the challenge. Bert Cockley, the coach of the MLC Central, and he'll be replaced by Smith Patel. Smith from the at Crick Buzz. Great to have you covering the event, Smith. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
How much have you enjoyed the Houston Challenge over the week?
I mean, it's been some real good cricket. Probably the best unofficial domestic tournament, if I can say so. The most competitive unofficial domestic tournament that we have in the US. Even though it's been 50 overs cricket, it's been riveting cricket at times. I know 50 over cricket sometimes meanders along, as we are seeing right now.
One thing I will say though is it does have those tests, those challenges that you may not get in a T20 game because of how quickly it goes by. Have to really display a lot more mental fortitude, a lot more concentration in a format like this.
Have you kept track of how many times the batsman has been hit on the body today?
Yeah, it's been a lot, to be honest. More than I can count on my hand, that's for sure. Because of that variable bounce. In terms of the quality of cricket, though, you mentioned how high it is. What a catch that is, though. Andreas Gauss has claimed it. Off the outside there, Sushant Modani can't believe it. One-handed in the air. And after such a good partnership, wasn't really necessary at this stage.
Very, very uncharacteristic of Sushant Modani to flash a ball way outside the off stump. And he makes his way back with a 29 ball 20. And as he trudges along outside the park, the incoming batsman is
Jaskaran Malhotra, it looks like. But Modani gone for 20. A really smart catch by Andreas Gauss to end what was could be a match-winning partnership. 88 for 3. Another look at it. Corey Anderson around the wicket, just wide, and great leap in the air. Timed it so well, Andreas Gauss.
Unang Patel in the replay is not very happy with the shot offered by Sushant Modani. They'll have to rebuild again.
Yeah, always tough for a brand new batter to come to the crease, even though it's just 65 runs needed at 2 runs and over. Still, you never know with a couple of wickets. You just want to play it safe. As you said, very uncharacteristic. Didn't get close to it, Sushant Modani.
Totally what not the coach ordered over here, I guess. You hear coaches keep on telling you have to finish the game, stay unbeaten. It all adds up when the runs dry up.
So it does bring the aggressive Jaskaran Malhotra, obviously well-known Smith for his 6 sixes in the one international format.
If it was T20 cricket, I would have asked you to buckle up. But I guess he'll play to the situation.
Yeah, since he will take his time at the crease, Malhotra hasn't got a lot of batting in. So relish the opportunity to come up the order today with just 65 runs to get. Again, sharp bounce from Corey Anderson, and like that from Unang Patel, still showing the intensity, showing that intent to get to the other end. As the more experienced batter, Malhotra off the mark.
Malhotra obviously moving down the order from his natural opening position at the top of the order. He has been now playing at number 5 since a couple of series with USA. So how do you see the move down the order for him?
I was going to ask you that, but since you've asked me, I think given his hard-hitting abilities, the USA have got so many openers. Malhotra, I think, because of his versatility, also provides another opportunity for him in the team. But you, as sort of the expert, your take on it?
Yes, he is very well against the spinners with nimble feet. Uses the crease nicely, shimmies down the track, as well as uses the crease.
The bails again flying off. I've had that problem a couple times today.
Uses the depth of the crease very well as well. Gets across. Plays on both sides of the wicket against the spinners. And I've been told that he has been given a license to express himself against the spinners.
Well, he takes this one on. Marty Kane under it. Could be a wicket. It is. Second really good catch. And Unang Patel, the captain. How often have we seen this? One wicket always brings a second. And are the Central team in with a chance here?
Monang Patel has just thrown away his wicket. He was looking to play a captain's knock, well on his way to play a captain's knock, stay unbeaten. But he's thrown it away. And the second very good catch from Marty Kane after that blinder at fine leg. The game is in the balance, Nikhil.
Well, I still think the USA will be pretty favourite at this stage. Just 64 to win, but a small stutter now with 2 quick wickets. You just never know. But I do expect Aaron Jones, Gajanan Singh coming to the crease. Another very experienced player, so expect him to take command of this situation. You've got 2 brand new batters at the crease, though, which can always be tough in a run chase.
You expect the left and right hand combination to keep the run sticking.
Yeah, but I think it will take some time for both of these to get in. Just a well-directed Corey Anderson short delivery, and not the quickest Anderson, but showing that because of the line, he can really challenge the batter Marty Kane again in the field. Just having a stellar day. 2 great catches.
It's so very heartening to see Corey Anderson back as a bowler after a not so very good 2021 in the comparative leagues around the USA. But he seems to be in his element this year, with the bat and the ball.
Emilio Alfonso continuing. Yeah, how good was that innings? 44, I think it was, from Corey Anderson. Yeah, 44, top scorer for the Central.
Some clean hitting in there. Played the situation well. It would have been curtains for MLC Central if not for Corey Anderson and his experience that he brought to the fore.
Maybe even struggled to get past 100 if it wasn't for that innings from Anderson, because not only the runs he chipped in with, but also the experience at the crease helped the likes of Calvin Savage and Willem Luddick to ensure that they stayed there with him. So showing that, he can produce the results. As captain for this Central team, Gajanan Singh, the left-hander, will face his first delivery. I wonder, though, does Gajanan Singh fancy his chance to take on the left arm Emilio Alfonso?
Gajan Singh would certainly try to get his eye in. As we are very well aware, against the game against the Ireland, he can go big if he wants to. If the ball is in his slot, in his area. It's decisions, isn't it, for Corey Anderson to whether to have an extra fielder inside the circle. We still see the customary mandatory 5 fielders inside the circle.
So Smith, a bit on you, obviously covering USA cricket for a long time now. How would that have started?
So it's been more than 2 years since I've been with Crick Buzz. Before that, I was the 2019 World Cup League 2 tournament in September 2019. I was with Cricken for doing some text commentary, which text commentary is far more easier than your voice commentary. But from there, the Crick Buzz, which is owned by Times of India, and Times of India is also the principal owners of the MLC as well. They wanted someone to be covering cricket for them. As we all know, Crickenfo already had a reporter, but Crick Buzz did not. So that's how I got on board. Just like me and you, all of us failed cricketers. This is our graduating step. That's where you find refuge. That's how we like to stay connected to the game. And I like to tell human stories. Cricket is there. Cricket is a byproduct, but my stories are focused more on human stories. As Bert was mentioning his life saga, I've done a story on him as well. It's been a revelation, because I personally feel that for an underdeveloped country like the USA in cricketing terms, it's the stories of people that will spur the next generation on. The sacrifices they make day in and day out, the lengths to which they are willing to travel, literally. You know, when I say literally, there are professional players who drive down 300 miles to and fro every weekend just to be on a cricket field.
So how much have you enjoyed covering, USA cricket? And how does, give us some insight into how does it work in terms of when the minor league season is going on? Is it one particular team you select to cover, or?
Whenever the minor league is going on, I like to pick a couple of players from a particular week and then basically narrate their story. How they're going about with the cricket, the sacrifices they've made, how they started the cricket, and what future holds for them. All the pre-season hard yards being put in by them, an added skill that they've added, an extra skill that they've added. So just bringing out their saga, their story, their experiences to the wider US cricketing audience, US cricketing fraternity.
Well, off the top edge, there is a third man in place, but he won't get there. It was very straight. And Gajanan Singh taking on that short delivery, which Corey Anderson is going to. Gets off the mark in style. It was short and he looked to pull. But because of that pace, extra bit of pace in the surface, does go over that keeper for 4. So Smith, from a writer's perspective, a journalist's perspective, why the interest in an event like the Houston Challenge for you to come down here and want to cover it?
Yeah, certainly. So as we are well aware, this is some sort of a curtain raiser for the American cricket season. You would obviously want to know what each end player is up to pre-season.
Run out chance, a bit of a hesitation. Luckily, in the end, though, doesn't pick up cleanly.
Their preparations for the coming season. How are they looking forward? The organizers as well. A piece that I'll be doing is on hybrid wickets that was just installed at Prairie View Cricket Complex and in California. And I've been reliably told that more than 20 hybrid wickets will be installed in the coming 12 months in pockets like the tri-state area, Michigan, where we don't have tropical weather and we don't have the technocracy of a curator being present over there. As we are all aware, hybrid wickets are your all-weather wickets, which require very low maintenance and are far more durable than your regular turf wickets, which would be very, very ideal in a country like USA where cricketing infrastructure still is in its nascent stages. I feel it'll be a game changer.
How excited are you for the upcoming season, 2022? I mean, these are 4 of the best teams, and probably best cricketers in the USA, but a long season, not only for the national team, but for all these players as well in the minor league.
Yeah, really looking forward to the minor league season 2 after the success of minor league season 1. All the unknown gems, the unknown talent that has been, popped out after the season 1.
But this will be more runs off the edge, and it will be 4 as well through third man. So the runs flowing for Gajanan Singh. Not the most convincing, but it won't matter too much. The point is the 100 comes up for the USA Invitational 11. Calvin Savage hasn't had the luck today.
And the USA national team players, the squad won't be around. I think I'm reliably told they'll be only able to play maybe 2 weeks of minor league cricket, which might be a blessing in disguise for people waiting in the wings, for young talent waiting in the wings. Edged again.
Now this time he's got him. Or no, he hasn't. It's gone into the boundary. Gajanan Singh was just cut off. I couldn't see. And Calvin Savage thought he had his man. And again, this time Andreas Goes got a hand to it, but wasn't able to hold on after that brilliant Corey Anderson take in the previous over. Consecutive boundaries now.
The rub of the green going to USA, obviously. But it's all these runs count. It doesn't matter how they come. It all adds up to the race towards 153.
So 104 for 4. Less than 50 now needed for victory with those 2 boundaries. Well, we have to re-ball that one. Over not going well for Calvin Savage. You've watched 3 days of cricket now, Smith. Who are some of the players that really stood out to you?
Some of the players that really stood out to me have been I would like to start with the USA team. Monang Patel has gotten starts, but he hasn't been able to convert it into 50s. He's got 2 40s, but it's rather been a kind of a revelation the way he has led the side. This might be a second win on the trot, which very well looks USA will get there. It's a matter of time.
Well, this time Given came across his stumps. Jaskar Malhotra, he can't believe it. But Roshan Samuel sends him. And Savage, after an over which nothing went his way, finally gets a break. And the USA team, they lose their 5th. So another stutter in the path to this 153 for the USA.
Speaking about the talent that has excelled over the past 2-3 days, I feel Cornet Rai and his fast bowling partner Justin Dill, they were steaming in on the first day. They were bustling in, and with certain helps, with some amount of help from the wicket, the way the ball used to snort around, the way the ball used to carry to the wicket keeper, it's not something you see in the US every now and then. So, yeah, very, very impressed with the fast bowling riches that MLC has in its roster. And the way USA team has gelled together and played as a unit, which sometimes is not showcased at the highest level. One of the drawbacks of the USA has been that they haven't been able to perform as a unit, with individual brilliances taking them to victories. MLC East would be sniffing a come back into the game.
So 106 for 5. That wicket's column again a concern for the US Invitational team. What it does do, though, it bring Aaron Jones to the crease. What it usually bat at number 7, but looking to sort of shift around the order, give some others a chance. He's come to the crease and straight away off the mark. Just one.
Gajanan Singh and Aaron Jones will need to hold fort here. They'll have to take USA home. USA are still in the driver's seat. Two new batters. That one rose up sharply.
Yeah, Calvin Savage has been able to get that bounce. Smith, how impressed have you been with him?
Calvin Savage, I've been told, has just come to the US maybe a couple of months or 3 months back. He still hasn't gotten his driver's license. The family is yet to settle down, I've been told. He's just got an apartment. And I've also been reliably told that this is the first time he's wearing spikes in the USA and bowling in a game, as in the Houston Open included.
Well, ends the 25th over, halfway stage of this innings, and just 46 more to get for the USA. You expect should be a walk in the park from here. 107 for 5.
USA have Rusty Theron, Saurabh Netravalkar, and Nosh Kanjige coming in as well. All three of them can fend with the bat. No slouches with the bat. But cricket is a funny game. There are no guarantees, there are no assurances.
So after a couple overs from Corey Anderson, he's gone back to Willem Luddick, his all-rounder, looking for that wicket. Wickets will be the only way they can win this game, the MLC Central team.
Patted to deep, patted to point. No run.
In terms of some of the younger talent, though, Smith, I'm not sure how much you would have seen, but you look in the USA team, Yasser Mohammed, so many others, Ritwik Behera, Vatsal Vaghela, who's now come with this team. And then even across the other teams, Ali Sheikh, for example, in this one, Sateja Mukamala was brilliant at the top of the order for the MLC East team. What have you made of the talent pool in the USA, but especially in this Houston Challenge? The youth is cut straight to that short third man.
Yeah, we have a dearth of wrist spinners in the USA, don't we? And Yasir Mohammed coming to the ranks with exceptional performances in under-19 cricket at this very ground, as well as his minor league team. And he had a very huge role in that victory over Ireland when USA got the better of Ireland in Florida last year. And also returning figures of 2 for 21 in USA's victory over MLC East.
And I must say that the amount of leg spinners I've seen, you look at Aditya Gupta as well, been very impressed to see that amount of leggies sort of in the USA, especially so young, means very well for the future of wrist spin in this country.
Yes, and another youngster that comes to my mind who is a work in progress, but has worked very religiously on his fitness is and his skills is Sanjay Krishnamurthy. That the lad looks unidentifiable if you were to look at him maybe 6 months back and you were to meet him now. Has gotten ripped.
So Aaron Jones, happy to see out this over so far. 5 dots. Just don't want to break up the momentum too much. Allow the pressure to get on this invitational team. Less than 2 runs needed an over.
Talking about Ali Sheikh as well. This is one of the cleanest strikers in USA today, let alone one of the cleanest strikers in under 19 cricket. Likes to boss around the game, Ali Sheikh.
Well, this will be finally runs for Aaron Jones. Just one. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Ali Sheikh with the ball yet. Someone that Corey Anderson knows well, both playing for the Irving Mustangs. Ends the 26th over, 108 for 5. So on the cusp of that second drinks interval. But the US Invitational 11 in firm control of things at this stage. You'd expect them to should see it home from here, Smith.
Yes, USA should be able to canter home. Definitely see a few shoulders drop in the Houston Heat. USA would be cock a hoop, beating two MLC teams in 2 days.
Well, it's really what you expect from an international team and what they'll want to use going forward. Big year in terms of the League 2, the World Cup qualifiers, and then if they do get to Australia, well, will be a historic tournament for them. Just 2 or 3 singles and over gets them home pretty soon, the USA national team. Couldn't have asked for much better preparation, though, at home, Smith, in terms of before that big series against Scotland and the UAE.
Yeah, USA would be playing 8 games, 8 ODIs in 15 to 16 days time. Ideal preparation.
Well, full hit in front, this time given Gajanan Singh looking to flick. Calvin Savage has got his second. And you just never know. 6 wicket goes down.
Seems like Salvage just rolled his fingers over the ball.
Well, from the time he was hit, it did look very good. Gajanan Singh was in shock. But on the replay,
Seems to be a slower ball. We'll take a look at the replay though.
but Singh got a couple of lucky boundaries. That will be drinks though. So Singh going for 13. Just 45 runs away now, the USA, but they are losing wickets pretty quickly.
That was a slower ball, taking the pace off the ball and foxing Gajanan Singh, who plays all over the delivery and is sent back packing.
So 109 for 6. We'll take a short break. Do join us in a few. Back on the way, Jasdeep Singh. And a very special guest rejoins me, Liam Plunkett. Liam, great to have you back. A lot has happened since you last left. The Central only able to get up to 152. But every player not doing a bad job. 6 wickets down. They've got the Invitational 11 for 109 runs.
Yeah, it is. It's obviously one of them wickets where wickets come in, knock down like Skittles quickly. You get a wicket and then it's hard to get in. So the guys have kept the pressure on here. It's not the best wicket to play your shots on and be more fluid. But yeah, it's the guys bowl well in the first innings and the guys have bowled well in the second innings. You just need that guy to stand up and bat through the middle. It might not look pretty, but if you can get the job done, that's what the team needs.
Well, no ball signals. So free hit coming up. May have just overstepped in the end. Well, you mentioned Calvin Savage. He's got 2 wickets, second in the over. How have your fast bowlers done for this Central team?
Yeah, the guys started well. Eshan started really nicely, bowled good line and length, and then he got switched around. A couple of boundaries when he brought it really straight back, very economical. We've got the free hit.
Dot ball for that free hit.
Calvin's obviously got pace, and he's went for a few runs, but if I'm his captain, sometimes you don't mind that. As long as he's attacking and picking up wickets, sometimes you can afford a few boundaries. The only thing is, with a low target, you can't be going for too many, I guess.
You just want to know, Liam, how different this game could have been had they got it to that 200 some way, somehow. But has it been, even watching the USA Invitational 11 now, has it been more of guys getting themselves out, or has it been good bowling on a tough surface?
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it's good bowling on a tough surface. I think when I spoke to Corey when he came off there, even though he batted quite a long time, he felt like he was never in. So you felt like your name was on a delivery. So even if you got 50, you felt like the next ball could sort of maybe not bounce as high and get you trapped on the pad. But the pressure's on here. A couple more wickets. I mean, 110 for 6, I think the score is now. So one or two more here and the pressure's right on.
Yeah, Savage really hitting that hard. You'll think a lot on Aaron Jones now. As one of the senior players, the vice captain of this USA team, 110 for 6 after 27. You still favor rather be in the USA camp?
I don't know right now. As I said, 6 down, a couple of wickets. I'm not sure. Obviously, you got a little bit of depth, but the guys still got plenty of overs left. The seamers are doing a good job. Maybe I'd stick with the seamers for a few more overs here and use this pitch. I'm not sure if the spinners are going to get maybe brought on just yet. But it's good the way Corey bowled as well. He showed his experience. He's obviously not an out-and-out strike bowler up top, but he's played enough of the game to be aggressive and know when to use his bouncer. And he obviously disturbed the batsman. He picked up a few wickets, and he did a good job for the team.
So it will be Willem Luddick. How was Luddick bowled to you? 6 overs, just 20 runs.
I think he bowled nicely. He bowled like a 4-day length, which is required on this wicket. It feels like if you hit the top of the stumps. A lot of these wickets the last few days, it's very similar. Top of the stumps, and it makes it hard for the batsman to get in. I feel like the guys in this setup here, the team, the MLC boys have been great in the field. The energy's been very high. Even at a low target, sometimes if you put pressure on as a bowling team and you bowl your good lines, it can change you around. That momentum shift can happen. Early catch from Marty Kane, a Superman catch, obviously put the boys in good spirits, and the pressure's been on ever since then, really.
Well, after 15 overs, the US were 64 for 2. They were already cruising. Then the wickets of Sushant Modani and Mona Patel fell so quickly. You just felt that was really the momentum shifter that they needed. As a batting group, though, you still got 4 wickets in hand. How do you handle this situation? Literally less than 2 runs and over needed.
As you said, you need to just get yourself in. It's a tricky one. I was speaking to the guys earlier because if you feel like the wicket is doing a little bit, are you attacking? Are you looking to score as much as you can? Or do you settle in and hope that ball doesn't keep low, or you get one off the glove that bounces a little bit extra? to the keeper. So it's stick or twist.
Well, he's got him. Willem Ludwig strikes, and the USA Invitational 11 in real trouble. That one may have kept low on Aaron Jones. Back of the length. You mentioned the length that Willem Ludwig has gone to all day. 7th wicket goes down now. Still 43 needed.
That's that championship. That 4-day length has been troubling the batsman all day, as we just spoke about. Don't miss from there, and it puts the batsman under pressure. It looked like it kept low a little bit, but it's probably the wrong shot for the wrong ball. So, happy days to the Major League boys, and obviously the pressure's turned around now.
So Jones, the last real recognized batter's gone. Just 3 for him. And the Invitation 11, well, they need their lower order to really produce. Kareem Agor will come to the crease, but here it is, Liam. May have actually just got some inward movement. Just too close to cut.
Absolutely. That line, and also he's obviously showed the seam up straight there, and it snipped back in. Good line. Obviously, maybe the line was there to cut, but with the ball angling back in, it's a difficult shot to play.
So Kareem Agor has played several cameos for this USA team in the past. But you think he needs Jasdeep Singh, as well as himself, to really stand up and stay at the crease. The time is not the problem, but they've now only have 3 wickets in hand. You look at what's to come, Rusty Theron. He can do something with the bat, Sarban at Javalka as well, but you wouldn't rely on them to produce 20 and 30 every innings.
The thing now, as skipper, Corey needs to make a decision. Do you go all-out attack and try to take these last few wickets, or do you hold yourself back a little bit? I think for me, I'd go down the positive route and keep bowling Savage, tell him to run up and bowl quick, attack the batsman a few short balls, and look to take these wickets and get the game done.
Well, Liam, you were sort of that low order all-rounder yourself, average of over 20 in one international cricket. What is key now, the mindset, the thinking for 2 brand new batters at the crease, under the pump, under pressure?
It depends what your game is. If you're not really set up to play defensive and you don't back that, then you play your way. You could quickly come in there and hit a quick 35 and help win this game. But also, if by nature, if you can stick around, knock it around and get the singles, then that's what your role is. But it's tricky, especially on a wicket that's nibbling around. If the top order guys struggling with it, then I'm sure the bottom guys will as well. Shot.
Well played. It's very fine and just doesn't get into the boundary. So the deep backward square fielder had a lot of work to do. Just, I think, have to take this in 10s now. Get to that 40 mark, then 30, and then build from there. But it will no doubt be a nervy run chase for this US Invitational team. What looked at one stage, they were cruising, Liam, but now exactly what you would have wanted.
The same as the last few games, the wickets keep coming. If you get the pressure on, as we just seen there, a ball can have your name on it. That's it.
Well, straight up, there is a fielder in the deep. It's Marty Kane again, but this time doesn't carry acrobatic.
Super Marty Kane couldn't quite make it.
He just wanted that one so badly. Ends with a single after 28 overs, 113 for 7. Here it is again. Was dug in by Ludwig just off the bottom of the bat. Kareem Agor fortunate he didn't time that one because Marty Kane was right there on the boundary. How was Corey Anderson captain this team to you in terms of his bowling decisions, also his field placing?
I think so far so good. It's been the positive route. Early on we had the short leg in when the opening bowlers were running into bowl, put that pressure on the batsman. I think that's always the way, be positive. The guys who captained me, Owen Morgan in the ODIs, it was taking the leap out of Brendan McCullum's book really. So it's put your fielders in there, use your fielders as your attacking option. Keep the fielders in the circle, get the catches in, put the good batters under pressure early and make them make a mistake. So I think Corey's doing that. He's in the same sort of frame of mind. There you go. I like how mid-off's got his tracksuit top on. That's a nice...
Nice idea. Call it close.
Non-uniform day at mid-off. He got a nice tracksuit top on there.
I'm telling you, Liam, this win have to keep on all the protection needed. Calvin Savage it is at mid-off. Well, Kareem Agora and Jasdeep Singh both very capable with the bat in hand. So they can play the situation. But you just think about that one delivery that could stay down, that could really challenge the stumps of these two.
I think that is the seam bowlers here. You're trying to, as I said, hit the top of the stumps. Even the knee roll, you can be a little bit fuller and make the batsman try and hit you back over your head from that line of length.
Well, Isan Adil already put in a shift. 6 overs on the trot. In for his second spell now. Clearly has all the right makings for a new ball bowler, being able to swing the ball away from the right-hander. What have you made of his first spell and the fact that he was able to bowl 6 on the trot?
Yeah, he bowled nicely. I think he's played international cricket himself, and he's obviously got some good skills, got some consistency. I feel like he can hit his line and length all day, and that's what he did for the first 6 overs, apart from the odd no ball. He bowled really nicely. I'm very impressed with him today.
I've seen that seat bounce. A lot of tall bowlers in this MLC Central team, so you expect those balls to rise. The captain himself, Liam, came on for a small spell, got 2 wickets in the process, Corey Anderson, for just 11 runs.
He bowled nicely. He's not bowled that much. Obviously leading up into this tournament, he didn't bowl in the Houston Open, I don't think, and it's obviously nice. He hit his straps. He was very clever with his field, mixed his pace up, and he's also clever enough to know that if he bowls in the right place on this wicket, it's very difficult to score. He was great with short balls. He's not an express bowler, but he's got a nice bounce in it, and he used that to disrupt the batsman.
Got to think, though, just 2 runs needed and over. Literally 2 singles to get them home from here. Less than 40 now to win. Has utilized this slip fielder pretty much throughout.
I think with the low total, you have to take wickets. So it's obviously good to have your catches in and put the pressure on. Keep taking wickets and you'll win the game. Stop run scoring. New batsmen come in. It's tricky to start. It's tricky to score runs quickly. So it's obviously the Brendan McCullum way. Keep your catches in.
I just got one to leave. Jasdeep Singh late. Hasn't got off the mark yet. Singh. His partner, though, Kareem Agora, has found it pretty easy to rotate the strike thus far. Well, Liam, obviously the IPL happening now, just away from this game itself, but you would have played 7 IPL matches. How different is the IPL? And obviously with Major League coming in 2023, you know, that will be something that these players will be gearing up for. Those T20 competitions at such a high level with international quality, how difficult are those tournaments?
Yeah, it is. It's the elite players, right? The best players from around the world. They're there to put on a show. It's a spectacle. The stadiums are packed. So you got the pressure of sometimes 85,000 fans in India. It's like a religion, cricket in India. It's huge. So it's always great to play there. It's obviously the intensity. Playing in the IPL is as high as you'll get anywhere else. It's the same as international cricket. I enjoyed my time there. Had some good days and also had some bad days. I've seen Shane Watson's middle of his bat a few times, and obviously Duplessis middle bat. So it's great experience. It's good to mix in with the different cultures and also the different internationals that become your teammates for that period. And that's the thing with cricket now. Like back in the day, it used to be the rivalries of England, Australia, and it's still obviously a big thing, and New Zealand, Australia. But then you end up playing with these guys day in, day out. So when you get abuse of an opening bowler who you had dinner with the week before, it doesn't feel the same.
And what takings do you think? You know, obviously the IPL success is no hidden feat. Obviously, probably the most luxurious T20 league in the world. And Major League will be coming in 2023, wanting to reach those same heights. So what takings can that Major League tournament take from a tournament like the IPL or the PSL, for that matter?
I think it's with the high-class cricketers that are going to come across and going to put a show on for people. obviously to get the American audience involved as well as the millions of people watching around the world. To have the wickets more batter friendly, which I don't like that much, to be honest with you, but I'm happy to take a few sixes into the crowd as long as the crowds are happy. But yeah, watching these tournaments around the world, it's done really well. And when you watch sport in America, in terms of how they run it and the entertainment, I'm sure it's going to be a massive thing next year when it kicks off.
Well, cuts this one. Good fielding again at the third man boundary. The fielding, I think, is what's kept this Central team in this game. Just saved so many runs, saved many boundaries as well. Could have easily been looking at 20 plus runs had they not fielded this well, taking their catches. The MLC Central.
I think you're right. When a fast bowler runs up and he's running in, putting the effort in, it also livens up the field and vice versa. When someone takes a flying catch or does an amazing run out or does a one-handed stop in the field, it gives energy back to the bowler, and that's what these guys have done well, and that's why they're still into the game. Still in the game.
They may have just kept a bit low on the way through. Jasdeep Singh still yet to get off the mark. So has struggled a bit in his 9 deliveries now. That run rate still close to 4 and over. Well on track. But you don't want to spend the full 50. And also you want to make sure that you get home from here. Just 3 wickets in the shed for USA Invitational 11. Finally off the mark now, Jasdeep Singh. The captain, though, Monak Patel, did get off and did get a start, Liam. 43 for him, batting at number 3. And you felt when he was at the crease, the way he and Sushant Modani and others were going on, they were in real control of this situation.
Yeah, it is when you obviously get in, you get used to the pace of the wicket. What's the bounce situation? Are you back? Are you forward to a certain length? And it looks comfortable when people are in. But as we've said a few times, 1 wicket on here and it's not easy to start. But they definitely look comfortable. But as you can see now, when the ball sometimes shoots low, it's stick or twist. Like, are you positive and play your shots and hopefully that's going to come off and you don't get that one that shoots along the floor? Or do you look to get behind it and look to get the singles and you get a ball like that and you've got 1 off 10 balls and you got a ball with your name on it? But the guys have done well all this week, have given themselves time, put away the bad ball, try and rotate the strike, put the pressure back on the bowlers, put the pressure on the fielders with the running in between the wickets.
We saw Xavier Marshall get one first delivery from Adil that just stayed low on him. David White yesterday, one stayed down. A big challenge for these batters in this Houston challenge thus far.
Yeah, I think the odd one might keep low, but also sometimes you might have to have a look at the bowler before you try and hit it out the ground. But then that's the way that people play these days. People attack from ball 1. Some of the most successful batsmen in the world, that's the way they do. If they see the ball land where they can hit it out the ground, that's what they do.
So 20 overs remain, just 37 runs for victory. You expect this US Invitational team, these two at the crease, have been able to by their time consolidate for a few overs and are getting closer, inching closer really to that total. It will be Adil to continue. Do you go for the wickets here and sort of bowl Adil's spell? 3 overs remaining.
I think maybe I bowl in 1 more and then maybe I look to get, I don't know, it's a tricky one, but also like these guys are classed as tail enders, as was I. So you need, if you get a good spinner on, it's quite tricky to play a good spinner. So hopefully you bring a spinner on who's got the different variations. They might take a chance because they're not going very fast right now. They're not knocking the ball around easily. They might fancy it against a spinner. They might knock one in the air that keeps low or bounces a little bit. So it might be worth putting a spinner on also.
Has that surprised you? Just the one spinner used, Amila Aponzo. The lack of spin, even though he's got the options, has, of course, Ali Sheikh he can go to in terms of Corey Anderson, the captain of this Central team, and some other options as well. You did see Aponzo. Marty Kane is another one, the left arm spin.
Also, I think I'll give Zero a go. Obviously, a leg spin with some variations. It's sometimes tricky to pick up. But no, I think he's done it right. The team, look at the scorecard. They're putting pressure on the batsman, and It's just you need to keep taking wickets, otherwise you're going to be left with no seamers down the back end. But I think these decisions have been made, have been spot on. Hopefully, obviously, the Major League team can knock these guys over without going right till the end.
Well, that was very close. Very close. I wonder, did he get some bat on that? Andreas Ghost may have got him in the face, hopefully. Hoping he's okay. Just kicked off the pitch. Never a good sight. Always very difficult to judge the pace.
Yeah, that looked nasty. Obviously, it was actually a really quick Yorker that flew through, and obviously he didn't manage to get his gloves fully behind that, and it looks like a nasty accident. So hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, it just seemed to burst through the gloves. I think it missed the eye, which is good. Let's hope he's okay, though. Never easy, Liam, as you would know. Always painful.
Yeah, never nice, mate. Never nice to see that.
I've seen, though, this story pretty much throughout the day from both teams. May have been hit in the mouth. A lot of bruise and yeah, maybe hit in the lip. So let's hope he's okay. Andreas Ghost going through the concussion protocols as well. And of course, as a keeper, you've got that immense wind to deal with as well. So the ball moving around a bit extra.
Yeah, sometimes obviously as the keeper, the ball can dip. Especially that actually carried really nicely. It kicked off the surface. It was a full ball. It was a Yorker. It was actually a really good Yorker that obviously skidded through. Maybe the bowler put a bit more behind that, hence why the keeper might have been stood a little bit closer to the stumps, and it obviously flew through and broke through his gloves. But I think he's a tough guy, so hopefully he's good and he can continue.
Well, he's putting back on his gloves. Real fighter, Andreas Ghost. That innings told you all you need to know, that he played with a bat. Then he's had a really good day with the gloves, taking a one-handed catch off the bowling of Corey Anderson. Just some minor setback, but the good thing is he is on his feet and does seem ready to go. So this pitch has been a challenge for all personnel involved today, the keepers, the batters. Been a captivating game of cricket. We'll just wonder how it will end. Hard to predict.
Yeah, I think the last few games, obviously the first game the USA boys got 250, and that's been I think the highest score so far. But it's not been easy. But there's still runs to get on here. It's such a long 50 overs, such a long time. You can give yourself that time to knock the ball around in the middle periods. Maybe when you think of an ODI, you think of 100 by someone to win the game. Maybe on these wickets, if someone gets a 70 not out, 75 not out, can help win the team and lay a massive platform. But it's definitely not easy. But the wicket's not too many demons in the pitch. As you said, when the guys have got in, they've managed to knock it around and pick up runs. The guys that have been left in, Corey back at the back end there, was obviously he needed to go. He needed to get that scoreboard ticking, and he was not many partners left in who went along with him. And same in the other games, the guys who got themselves in, they were left with no one else at the other end.
So the physio Asha Mosley just making sure that Ghost is okay to continue. The concussion protocols and others have to be played safe in these modern times. Yeah, would have been hit on that cheekbone. You see him icing it there. But as a player with the pressure on the opposition, have them 7 wickets down, you want to be on the field. You want to be taking command, especially as one of the leaders in this team, Ghost.
Yeah, a lot of keepers, they take lumps and bumps. They're tough characters. So obviously he's exactly the same. He's a tough character, South African boy. So he's probably been rugby player as a kid, I'm sure. One of the tough guys. So as I said, he's had a nice game so far. He's kept nicely, took a great catch. So you want to see this out, and hopefully his team can see it over the line.
So Asha Mosley off the field. Adil getting some deliveries to really kick off the surface. I wonder how this now, does that sort of break the momentum of the Invitational 11, who are just beginning to spend some time at the crease. These two, just the 6 runs between them. Almost another chance.
He's definitely mixing it up now. He looks like he's going death. He's going to bowl some Yorkers, which he's really good at. I've seen him play in the past in the PSL and also Pakistani. He's very skillful. He's got some good skills. So I'm surprised because also the wicket can nibble around. Obviously, as we've seen the last few days, back of the length's hard to hit. But if he backs his skills and he can bowl his slow balls and also bowl his Yorkers, that's what he's good at. So he's backing himself to maybe take Jesse's boot off and get the wicket.
So Adil will into his 4th delivery of the over. Yeah, this has been a really good spell from him. And I had to confirm before I said it on air, though, he is fasting as well for religious purposes. So hasn't had a drink of water, hasn't any food to eat. And to bowl 6 overs on the trot, Liam, and then put forward this sort of second spell, really deserves the credit.
Yeah, it's a great effort. It's obviously massive hats off. It's obviously tricky. He's probably really tired and thirsty, mate. So he's doing a great job. He's putting a shift in for his team and he's bowled really nicely. Fasting. Intermittent fasting. But no.
But has got the edge and just didn't carry. Isan Adil thought he had his man. Corey Anderson very safe at slip. And that's sort of reward for operating on that good length pretty much throughout the over.
Oh, I think it actually carried and Corey didn't get his mitts on it. Looked like it might have carried.
Yeah, we were blindsided seeing behind Corey Anderson. But that did give us a better view. Adil, though, with that pace and sort of the height that he's got, he's getting that bit of extra bounce from that good length. Always a challenge. There again, well played this time, though, by Jasdeep Singh. A maiden over for Adil. End of 31, 116 for 7.
It's a very good over there. He mixed it up. Obviously went back of a length to finish. Give him a massive chance to take that wicket. I can't 100% say if it carried to Corey, but it was obviously a good edge. But very skillful over. Yorkers and back of a length. Give his side a chance of taking wickets and win the game.
You must be happy with the work that your fast bowlers have put in today. Though, Liam, win or lose, you look at Calvin Savage. He's gotten 2. Adil, well, he's been the pick. 2 for him as well. Then Luddick and Corey Anderson both in the runs. So they've brought their team in with a chance to win this game. 37 needed off 19 overs. You probably still would pick the batting team, but that said, a wicket here really opens up into that tail of the US Invitational 11.
Yeah, I think obviously Calvin Savage is coming back on now. I think he might try and bowl quick. He's got his man back out on the hook, so hopefully he can rustle some feathers here and pick up a wicket and put more pressure on, and then we've got 2 to get to finish off. But they've done a great job, obviously with a low target. The guys are chasing, they've put pressure on from ball 1, and hats off. It's probably been the best display of the bowlers from the Major League guys so far with a small target.
So Savage, just 2 overs remaining for him. Corey Anderson definitely seen something in him, though, Liam, because he's gone to him 8 overs, even though he has been a tad on the expensive side. But as you said, you don't mind that as a captain when you're searching for wickets.
Yeah, I totally agree. He could bowl and pick up another 2 wickets here, and if I was the captain, if you bowl 10 overs and pick up 4 for 60, then you've done a great job for the team.
Yeah, Kareem Agor is a smart player, though, at the crease, so it won't be easy to get him out. I just think, though, does it as a batter play on your mind when you've seen a lot of your other comrades, a lot of the other teammates be dismissed with those balls that have just stayed down? Is that something you always think about, or are you just back with a fresh mind?
Some people do. The best players in the world will take that off the table completely and just play the ball as it comes out the bowler's hand. So if you're a batsman and the other guys are talking about being a bad wicket, it's not that helpful. So just see ball, hit ball is ideally the best way to go about it.
Well, speaking of see ball, hit ball, Kareem Agor gets bat on it. That's an important boundary in this run chase. Carries it down to just 33 needed now.
And that's the only thing with Calvin. He's obviously, he can strike and be threatening, but also he, as you said earlier, he's bowled a loose ball. And if he's not fully warm, he's not bowled for a few overs, if he's been sat in the field and not ready to go, he can give you a few loose balls. And when you're chasing a small target, you can't afford that.
And at that pace, easy picking for Kareem McGraw. Once he got any bat on it, it was a boundary. So this US Invitational 11 showing their depth. Kareem McGraw, a very capable player, played some match-winning innings against Ireland, but also in Antigua at the World Cup qualifiers for this USA team. Goes again, tried to go again, a no ball signal.
That's not the ideal situation at the back end. Chasing, what do they need now? They need 37 off 19. We chopped down a little bit. It was 4 off the last ball. We need
32 now after that. No ball, so free hit coming up as well. You would think if he could find the boundary here, that could do a lot. Also a psychological thing when you have sort of less than 30 to win, you then get that sort of surge of confidence within the lower order, feeling like we're close.
the Cardinals saying no balls in ODI cricket, white ball cricket is never a good thing.
What comes across? Marty Kane again takes a fantastic catch. It won't account for a wicket. Marty Kane celebrates the wicket, and they're actually going to run 3. I don't think they knew actually it was a free hit. Comedy of errors at the moment. I have to see that on the replay. Marty Kane caught the ball, just threw it in the ground. Another superb acrobatic catch. See it here, Liam. A pull straight to Marty Kane in the deep.
Off a
Took-
free hit.
Yeah, took the catch, celebrated, threw it in the ground, and then the U.S. batters smartly picked up another 2 runs. Corey Anderson, the captain as well, he thought it was out. Can't wait to hear Liam's post-match discussion with his team.
I'll leave that one to Corey, mate.
But bat on it this time. Calvin Savage was convinced, but Jasdeep Singh puts the bat down and just straps up the gloves. Hard for us to tell at the angle we're watching, but the replay might tell us a lot. It's all happening here at the moment in this over. Seen a boundary, a no ball, a false claim for a catch, and now.
I mean, it's quite hard to tell, obviously, from here. There's no sound bite. But if he's going to hit anything, it has to be back because his hands and bat are so far away from his body. But it's easy sitting out here giving a decision. We're not the umpires under pressure, so rather the umps than me.
But Savage and Ghost both took off in celebration. They thought they had their man. And Jasdeep Singh, what a follow-up. It's coming our direction. A 6, a maximum. Just breaks the shackles, 1 from 17. And this over could be the game-changing over for the US Invitational 11.
That's the thing when you bowl quick, it also comes off the bat quick. Whether he was out the ball before, that was a great strike. He hit that very cleanly. So props off to Jesse. He's obviously shifted that momentum again. He looks like he's got his eye in. He took a long time to get off the mark, but he's set now. So hopefully for the USA team, he can take it across the line. But hopefully for the MLC, we can clean his poles up next ball.
Well, before this over, Liam, it was 37 to get. Now just 23 needed. And with the way Jasdeep Singh has just struck that ball, you would fancy their chances. End of 32, 130 for 7. This is how a 50 over game can be so gripping. Many people think it's such a long, boring format, but this is where it really gets good. The test between bat and ball. Marty Kane, the star, taking 2 great catches. A third, he thought he had it, celebrated, but instead conceded 2 extra runs.
As you say, a lot of people, you always think about 350, massive scores being so exciting, but sometimes the low targets make an interesting game, especially down the back of the game, coming towards the back end of the game when the pressure's on, and obviously the boundaries are not flowing easy, but when they do come, it's obviously exciting, and the tides change very quickly.
Yeah, really eventful over. 15 coming from it. Just 23 to get now. Kareem Agor is batted with a lot of responsibility. Just rotated the strike. And he's pounced on the loose deliveries. Isan Adil, though, I think these 2 overs that he's going to bowl here could be match defining. If he can somehow get his 3rd wicket, it's been a superb spell from him. Then the tide then turns again. Goes Yorker. Hits Kareem Agor on the foot. That's going to hurt. They have inside edge. They own to the foot. I'm sure you've had a few of those in your career, Liam.
Yeah, certainly have. I think in terms of the bowlers that we got in these squads, the USA squad and also the MLC squads, I think he's one of the best at bowling Yorkers. He can bowl it on command. He bowls it nicely. And obviously, depending on what that ball's doing, if it's roughed up, it might get a little bit reverse here. So it's obviously, as you said, these 2 overs are massive for Major League Cricket.
Well, tomorrow, this USA team, who've clearly been strong in this tournament, on the way to the 2nd win, but they're not there yet. They'll be in action tomorrow against the West. Cut just past that fielder. He was close in that point. And Marty Kane again with the heroics at that boundary. Saves another 2 runs for his team.
I think that's what can win you a game. Someone in the field like that, fully committed, stops the boundary. They get 2 runs. Well, that 2 runs is vital. Then you pick up another wicket. Momentum shifts yet again. Pressure's back on the batting team. But in the field, so important, especially you play up higher levels. It's crucial. Every run counts, as the cliche says.
Well, these 2 came together at 110 for 7. Put on 22 runs, a vital 22 runs. And trying to get their team. They need 21 more to win. They're trying to get their team home. And again, past that man at point is Ali Sheikh. Position in there for that catch, which just didn't carry in the previous delivery.
As soon as these batsmen get in, it always looks easier, right? It always looks easier. But you get 1 wicket here from a false shot or a good delivery, it changes again. And someone's going to come here and you might get a ball that shoots low. And then you got 9 down, then it's game on.
And as we saw today with these Sushat Modani, then Monat Patel, 1 wicket always seems to bring 2. Why is that, Liam? Why does it always seem like every time a wicket falls, you would know better than me playing international cricket, but always seems to bring a heap of wickets?
I think it also depends on the wicket. If you're on a wicket like we spoke about, one shoots low, then someone else comes in, it's quite hard to pick up. But it's not easy. International cricket, you're playing against good bowlers. So if you've got someone like Joe Root who's batting, he makes the bowling look soft and tame because they're so good. You go out to bat and the ball's coming down at you at 92 miles an hour. Sometimes it catches you off guard and hits you straight on the pad, and it's not easy to get going.
So Adil, what a spell this has been, though. Deserves immense credit. He's bowled his team into this position. Been very tight, economical. Just 20 runs conceded, another dot.
I think so far he's been the pick of the bowlers today. For the MLC team, he's bowled really nicely for Central. He's put the pressure on all day. As you said, in these overs he had 2 no balls. So, and then he switched end. It was uncomfortable to start with. Went for a few boundaries. So you take away a few balls, and his economy rate's been unbelievable.
Well, again, getting that sharp bounce. Liam, thank you so much. Hope to have you for the next couple of days in this Houston Challenge.
You got me. Have a good night.
So 20 runs to win. He's too nervous to sit inside the commentary box. He's got to be outside, rallying his team on. Bert Cockley, the other MLC Central coach, is at the boundary rope trying to will his team to something. They need a miracle here. 20 runs to defend. And what it will mean is it's going to spin. X Factor time from Corey Anderson. Rolling the dice. Zia Shazad. Now this leg spin option can go either way. Can go for runs, but also he can get wickets as often as we've seen in white ball cricket when a leg spinner comes into the attack. So I wonder how Kremagor plays this. Does he see it out or does he take on the left leg spinner? Scott long on and long off in place. Just 20 more to get. But you just mentioned a wicket now that seems like a mountain away for two lower order batters. Starts with a wide. Does have that protection in the two sweepers on each side. The mid wicket for that pull down that you get as a leg spin, especially early on in your spell. Oh, full toss. Just be one though. Gore would have looked to cash in. So Jasdeep Singh, who we saw hit that mega six off the bowling of Savage, showing that he can take on the bowling. Other than that, though, he's been pretty solid. Been reluctant to play those big shots, those scoring shots. And for Jasdeep Singh, he's put an extra man on that leg side boundary. But if he's smart in this situation, Singh, I think he'll just see that massive onside and the gap and just like to tuck it in for a single. Does exactly that. Good batting, good cricket. This is from the USA Invitational 11. Well, a loud appeal, but the umpire not interested. May have just been shifting down the leg side. Hard to tell from this angle. We're not straight. But I think Zia Shazad knew. Wasn't the most convincing shout. So 136 for 7. And almost, very almost, a lot of indecision happening out there in the middle. Yes, it's less than 20, but you will feel that pressure, especially as lower order batters, knowing that you've only got 3 wickets in hand. I think Kareem Magor, though, has had enough experience, got a start, done the hard yards, these two. 43 deliveries in the middle together. I've already got the needed 3 runs in the over so far. And he will come through for another one, so taken down in ones, that's all that's required. Playing the situation. 16 now needed for victory. USA Invitational 11 on their way, but they could be stopped by the MLC Central. Do they have one more attack, left in them? Just leaves that one outside the off stump. First over comes to an end for Zia Shazad. Concedes 4. 16 to win. So he is going to bring Savage a very interesting decision not to go with Ishan Adil's 10th over, given the problems that he caused in the last over. Did hit Kareem Agor on the pad a couple of times. The pace of Savage. This one could go either way. Has been known to hold a couple of loose deliveries, which Score has pounced on. That big 15-run over really brought this game down into the favor of the Invitation 11, just when the momentum was sort of going the other way. So does he have it in him, Calvin Savage, to get one more? Down the leg side will be a wide. Andrews goes still very tidy, even after that small scare he had a couple of overs ago. He was struck in the face. Down the leg side, ball doing a lot. Goes equal to the task. Look at the bounce, steep bounce from Calvin Savage. Seen that from both him and Ishan Adil because of that tall frame, the height that they possess. So 15 to get now. We want to get this down to 10, then 5, and see that they can get it home. Still not easy. Hasn't looked easy all innings for this Invitation 11. This is the intensity of high-quality cricket. Nothing's easy. And they will get another run. Jasdeep Singh doing well to call him through. Kareem Agor, though, was in trouble. You just think, Ghost, had he hit at the non-striker's end, would have put the umpire, Roshan Samuels, in a tight situation to make a call. But I like the awareness from Singh to get the run. He called. He was running to the danger end. But Kareem Agor, very quick between the wickets, actually would have got home had he even hit the stumps. Good cricket when you're chasing just 15 more. Those are the types of decisions that can make or break your run chase. Gonna run through again. Easy single this time. Even Marty Kane and his heroics cats cut that one off. So just 13 more needed. These two have played the situation really well. 30-run partnership between the two now. Kareem Agor has done the bulk of the scoring, but don't take away from Jasdeep Singh's innings. 25 deliveries he's spent at the crease and made sure that his team has gotten very, very close, but not over yet until that fat lady sings. He does cut this one in the air and it's taken. So just when the US Invitational 11 were cruising, Kareem Agor tries to take on that short white ball and easily taken in the end at the boundary. And was there one more twist to this story? It's been a roller coaster ride so far. And after all the hard work, Kareem Agor has got his team to the finish line, but they haven't crossed it yet. Just 13 more to win. It's been a crucial innings though. 17 from 25 for Gore. But this MLC Central team have continued to fight back. 140 for 8 now. Just took on the cut shot, but just didn't get enough elevation to beat that field on the cover boundary. But a much needed innings from Gore. Brings Noshtash Kenjige to the middle. Wonder if we'll see either Rusty Theron or Sorbnath Chavalka next. Both can bat, but they won't want to leave it to them. These two will want to finish off the job. So Kenjige, not on strike at the moment. Batters did cross. Haven't implemented the ICC rule yet in this series. Just 13 to win. Savage has got his third. Has been expensive, but as Liam Plunkett said, you don't mind that. Singh does the wise thing, keeps him out. At the end of 35, 140 for 8. So Jasdeep Singh, with that wicket of Kareem Agor, you expect him to go on the attack to really steer this USA Invitational 11 home. They have gone back to Shazad. Ali Sheikh on the long on boundary. Kenjige. The goal would be for him just to get off strike. Find one. I think he'll much rather face Zia Shazad than the pace of Calvin Savage. We'll have to reball that one though. The wide's not a great sign in this stage of the innings. Just 12 to win now. They're inching closer and closer. Slip comes out. Corey Anderson, the captain, in that short mid-wicket position, trying to deny a single for Kenjige. Dabs it, but straight to the man. Good fielding by the central. Amila Aponzo it is. Ensuring that they keep Kenjige on strike. But really and truly, they have the luxury of just playing out all the deliveries in the over. Because you have so many overs left, just 152 on the board. Also makes you wonder how different this game could have been. 20 or 30 more runs for the Central. Does he have the patience to see out the remaining 3 in this over? Oh, almost creeps through. Pressure's on. You just sense the pressure's on. Jasdeep Singh gonna do the wise thing. Come down and have a word with his batter at the other end. Well, scoops it, but would you believe it? Scoops it straight to the man. What was he thinking? Kenjige didn't need to take risks. Just needed to get Jasdeep Singh back on strike. Tries to find a single. And another good catch taken. The Central, they've prided themselves on fielding. Would you believe it? Kenjige gone without troubling the scores. And with 12 runs to win, it's 12 or 1 wicket for the Central team. No one would have thought it would have come down to be this close. Zia Shazad, the X Factor's work has paid off for Corey Anderson. Vatsal Vakela, newly arrived into the US camp, comes to the middle at number 11. Just 12 to win now. So now all of a sudden seems like a mountain to climb. They're going to have to take it down. single by single. We would think a boundary here, if Jasdeep Singh in the next over can find one, would really help their cause. 1 wicket or 12 runs. Both teams well in this game. Vakela, the left-hander, comes to the crease. Didn't see him with the ball today, but he's got an important role for his team. Can he get them over the line with the bat in hand? This is what we expected, a nail-biting finish. .141 for 9. 1 delivery remaining in this over. Here we go. Sees it out well, and he will take a single. So clearly, Jasdeep Singh has got confidence in Vakela and his abilities. Just 11 to win. Don't go anywhere, folks. If you have friends, call them. Tell them tune into this one. It's coming down to be a cracking finish. 142 for 9. So 11 runs needed. Vaskal Vakela has come to the crease, and he will have to face the pace of Ishan Adil, who's by far been the standout. So 1 over remaining in Adil's spell. Can he go full at the stumps? Well, he wants the caught behind. The umpire, though, unmoved. Vaskal Vakela as well. Just very late on it. The extra pace of Adil proving to be a big challenge. It was a half-hearted appeal, really. I think they all knew that he didn't get bad on that. Just a big swing and a miss. So 11 needed now. Still 11. Can Vakela find the single? I was very surprised to see Jasdeep Singh take that single at the end of the over, but clearly he's got belief in Vakela's batting ability. Every delivery so crucial, heart pumping. That just keeps it out this time. Don't think the US Invitation 11 would have expected to be in this position. They were cruising at one stage, 64 for 2. Monak Patel, Sushant Modani were well set. But since then, no one really able to spend that time at the crease. Did see a 30-run partnership by Jasdeep Singh and Kareem Agor. Since then, though, 2 wickets have fallen. And he's got him. Ihsan Adil knocks over the off stump. The MLC Central team have pulled up a superb comeback victory. And it's not been an easy surface to bat on. But this man, Adil, has led from the front with the new ball. Top of off, always a good delivery. And somehow, from a convincing position, the Invitational 11 have fell short. What a game of cricket we've had on our hands. And you have to credit the bowlers, Calvin Savage, who was expensive, but got 3 wickets, as well as Ishan Adil. Here's a look at the scorecard. Stephen Taylor, Mona Patel, they were cruising. The captain, Patel, just gave it away through a great catch by Marty Kane in the deep. Sushant Modani got a start as well. No one really able to kick on that low order. Kareem Agor and Jasdeep Singh were in good command. But this is the real card that's brought them back into this game. Calvin Savage, 3 wickets for him. Ishan Adil, 3 for him as well. Corey Anderson, the captain, with 2 and 1 apiece for Zia Shazad and Willem Luddick. But really, scenes here at the PV5 complex. It's been a superb victory for the Central team, picking up their first win in the first game of this. Here's how it all started. Xavier Marshall just going to stay down. Didn't come up, and that was a really unlucky blow for him. Then Adil continued along, wreaking havoc. Short ball to Stephen Taylor. Picked out a brilliant catch from Marty Kane, who took off in celebration. Around the wicket, the captain, Corey Anderson. Look at that. The catching, the fielding from the Centrals, what's won them this game. Sushant Modani. That really was the change, because Monak Patel then also picked out Kane. Also from Corey Anderson. And it was 2-2 for the MLC Central. You just thought maybe a chance now. Jaskar Malhotra didn't last too long. Came across his stumps. Was given out. Calvin Savage went for runs, but when he got it right, full. Gajanan Singh. Aaron Jones, late today, just tried to cut one that was too close to the stumps. And in the end, hits the off stump, and he had to go as well. Kareem Agor, though, this is the crucial wicket. He was cruising along with Jasdeep Singh. Just got a short ball outside the off stump, backed himself to challenge, and just found the fielder in the deep. You also saw a short stay for Noshis Kenjiga. And the final wicket to put the cherry on top, Ishan Adil, just 11 to defend, knocks over the off stump and takes off in a hurry. 3 for him and a win for the MLC Central. Truly has been an exciting game of cricket. These low-scoring encounters can always produce cracking finishes. They win by 10 runs. And the Invitational 11 will have to forget about that, because tomorrow they'll come up against the West team. Don't go anywhere. See you guys tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time, where we look forward to more exciting cricket. Join us then.